Chapter 530. Tai by Yunsheng was tall and had a strange appearance. His hair was white like snow and his face was full of wrinkles. He was already over 80 years old, but his eyes were not blurry from old age. Instead, they had a gentle nature that bemoaned the state of the universe and pitied the fate of mankind, as well as the calmness of seeing through the mortal world. Since he was 7 years old, he had made up his mind to roam northern plains and save the people. His life was full of ups and downs, suffering from the ups and downs of fate. His clan was destroyed, and he became a slave Gu master. He was betrayed by his wife and became a captive of variant humans. In a fortuitous encounter, he obtained a time path Gu immortal inheritance and was saved by his brother when he was about to die. Now, he had already become a living legend. Although he was a loner, he was a publicly recognized, righteous Gu master. His benevolence was deeply engraved in the hearts of Northern Plains people, and his prestige far surpassed people like Chang Shanin, He Lulan, Lu Wenwu, and others. Just when He Lulan was at his wit's end and had the intention to retreat, he arrived outside the camp alone with a letter in his hand. He Lulan opened the letter and read it, immediately understanding the reason. It turned out that back then, He tribe's supreme elder He Bai had taken a fancy to Tai by Yunsheng and had given him pointers or saved him many times. Now that He tribe army was in a difficult situation, He Bai, who had been observing secretly, sent a letter to Tai by Yunsheng asking him to come and reinforce them. He Lulan knew of Tai by Yunsheng's ability and was overjoyed. That night, a banquet was held to entertain them. On the second day, just as dawn broke, He Lulan impatiently arranged the formation and invited Tai by Yunsheng to make a move. Under everyone's expectant gazes, Tai by Yunsheng slowly walked to the front of the formation and looked at the tall mountain in front of him. Gu tribe was proficient in earth path and was already famous in northern plains. Piling stones into a mountain, this was an unimaginable and unachievable tactic on earth. But in this world, the new mountain in front of them, which was built more than 10 days ago, told them that nothing was impossible. Alliance leader Gu Guolong was at the peak of the mountain, looking down at the foot of the mountain, seeing a white-clothed, snow-haired old man coming out of the formation. The surrounding Gu masters burst out in laughter or ridicule, but Gu Guolong had a bad feeling in his heart. He knew clearly that this earth into mountain move was built on the foundation that he had many earth path Gu masters. Although it was difficult for other families to imitate it, it was not impossible to break it. Gu Guolong was defeated several times by He tribe's army. His military strength was damaged. His original ambition for hegemony had already faded. After much consideration, he decided to rely on the Lu family. Lu Wenwu of the Lu family was kind and wise, generous to others, strict to himself. His reputation was much better than that of He Lulan. A few days ago, he had secretly sent a letter to Lu Wenwu expressing his intention to side with him. Young Master Lu Wenwu has already replied and agreed to join our clan. He is currently leading an army to reinforce us. As long as I defend and wait for reinforcements and hold on for another 7 days, I'll be able to clear the clouds and see the blue sky and escape from this predicament. Gu Guolong inwardly encouraged himself. Right at this time, Tai by Yunsheng slowly stretched out his hands. His palms were wide, full of calluses and wrinkles, making people think of the bark of an ancient tree. He slowly mobilized his primeval essence, his hands emitting a weak silver light. The silver light was weak at first, but soon became stronger and stronger. In a few blinks of an eye, the silver light was so strong that people could not look at it directly. Mountain as before. Tai by Yunsheng leisurely chanted, his voice resounding through the clouds. On the mountain peak, Gu Guolong heard this voice and immediately showed a shocked expression. Not good, he is actually Tai Bai Yunsheng. In the blink of an eye, only to see the silver light explode, turning into a straight light pillar that directly bombarded the mountain peak. Countless Gu masters saw that the situation was bad and immediately activated their defensive Gu worms or attacked to block it. But the silver light ignored all obstructions and shone on the mountain peak. Humans and beasts were safe and sound, but the mountain rocks under Gu tribe's feet, no matter how big or thick they were, under the illumination of the silver light, they were like snow under the blazing sun, turning into nothingness at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if they had never existed. The Gu tribe army lost their support and started to fall. For a moment, men and horses were thrown off their feet, falling from a height of 5 to 6 feet and onto the mountain rocks. There were countless casualties. Even the stupidest Gu tribe Gu masters realized the danger at this moment. They cried out in alarm. Such strength! This is Lord Tai Bai Yunsheng's mountain as before. Oh heavens! Why is old Sir Tai by helping tyrant He Lulan? Lord Tai Bai Yunsheng was the benefactor of our tribe when he restored our spirit spring back then. But now he wants us to fight him? The mountain under Gu tribe army's feet was the source of their confidence, but now it had collapsed. Tai Bai Yunsheng's personal prestige was a huge factor that shook their morale. Ha ha! As expected of Tai Bai Yunsheng, his first move is already extraordinary. He Lulan was sitting in the main tent, and seeing this scene, he laughed arrogantly. He had not expected the tribe to have such a hidden move. However, every super tribe's supreme elders would choose seeds they favored from the demonic path and righteous path's mortal Gu masters from time to time, and nurture them. Once these seeds become Gu immortals in the future, they would often be taken in by the super tribes and become their external supreme elders. This was one of the development strategies the super tribes used to maintain their status. Evidently, Tai Bai Yunsheng was the seed that was favored by the rank 6 Gu immortal He Bai, and was considered to be the hope of advancing to Gu immortal realm in the future. Seeing the enemy's miserable state, He tribe army's morale rose greatly. Many people laughed loudly, and there were even some who shouted that they would slaughter the enemy regardless of their age. In the main tent, the Gu master experts were also celebrating. Only Fang Yuan was calm. Tai Bai Yunsheng's appearance was already within his expectations. In his previous life's 500 years of memories, Tai Bai Yunsheng had joined He tribe army from this point, and had assisted He Lulan along the way, giving great help. He Lulan being able to defeat all the experts was largely due to Tai Bai Yunsheng, but Tai Bai Yunsheng had a benevolent nature, and during the process of assisting her, he deeply understood He Lulan's cruel and tyrannical nature. Thus, when he entered Imperial Court-blessed land, he advanced to Gu immortal there, and did not agree to He Bai's request to become He tribe's external supreme elder. Kill them! These dogs, they actually dared to pile up soil into a mountain and resist stubbornly. He Lulan shouted excitedly. Tai Bai Yunsheng, who was at the front, frowned after hearing He Lulan's words. He heaved a long sigh, but did not continue to attack. Instead, he transmitted his voice to He Lulan. Alliance leader, heaven is benevolent. Why must you start a massacre? In the history of imperial court battles, blood flowed like rivers, and there were disastrous casualties. Since Alliance leader wants to stay in imperial court, why don't you take in Gu tribe army? I am willing to be your mediator. Gu tribe army piled up soil into a mountain to resist He tribe, but against Tai Bai Yunsheng, this mountain became their fatal trap. The current situation was that He tribe army had tightly surrounded Gu tribe. Not a single trace of wind could escape. As long as Tai Bai Yunsheng moved casually, he could destroy more than half of Gu tribe. Gu tribe would not sit still and wait for death, but when the new mountain was destroyed, their military strength would also be depleted, and their final assault would not pose any threat. But Tai Bai Yunsheng did not do so. He Lulan's eyes shone with a fierce light. Although his killing intent was already boiling in his heart, he had to consider Tai Bai Yunsheng's face. Tai Bai Yunsheng was not an ordinary Gu master. He was an extremely rare time path Gu master with rank 5 peak stage cultivation. His prestige in Northern Plains was like the sun in the sky, and his influence spread all over the grassland. He Lulan pondered for a while before replying. Then let's listen to Old Sir for a while. But it is too dangerous for Old Sir to go up the mountain alone. I will send 6 rank 4 experts to escort Old Sir. Tai Bai Yunsheng nodded and went up the mountain under heavy protection. His prestige was extremely high, and his benevolence was deeply rooted in people's hearts. Wherever he went, the enemy troops automatically opened up a path in the middle. I did not want to see Benefactor again at this time. Gu Guo Long smiled bitterly and went up to greet him. Back then, Gu tribe's spirit spring had dried up, and they were ostracized by several large tribes. It was very dangerous to migrate, so they invited Tai Bai Yunsheng to save them. Tai Bai Yunsheng did not charge any fee and helped for free. He was the benefactor of Gu tribe. Under Tai Bai Yunsheng's persuasion, even though Gu Guo Long admired Lu Wenwu, he had no choice but to lower his head due to the circumstances. Tai Bai Yunsheng went up the mountain for only a while before going down. When he went up, there were only 7 people. When he went down, he brought over 100,000 people. In this battle, Tai Bai Yunsheng succeeded in persuading Gu tribe army to side with He Lulan, and He tribe army's military strength rose sharply. Tai Bai Yunsheng changed the battle situation with his strength alone, with his deep prestige. He saved over 100,000 people's lives, and at the same time made great contributions to He tribe. On the first day that Tai Bai Yunsheng came to He tribe army, he climbed to the top of the battle merit board. On the opposite side was Fang Yuan. Wolf King Changshan Yin's name was at the bottom of the battle merit board. With a bright red and huge negative number, it formed a clear contrast with Tai Bai Yunsheng's battle merit. That night, He Lulan ordered a celebratory banquet to welcome Tai Bai Yunsheng. The moon was bright, and the stars were sparse. The bonfire blazed to the sky. Toasts were exchanged as music resounded in the sky. Beautiful young girls wearing Northern Plains robes with gold, silver, and jade ornaments were dancing around the bonfire. He Lulan repeatedly toasted Tai Bai Yunsheng. He praised, "With Old Sir here, any defense line is useless." Tai Bai Yunsheng had 2 rank 5 Gu that were known to the people of Northern Plains. One was called Mountain as before. The other was called River as before. They were both time path Gu worms. The former could restore the earth, mountains, hills, and valleys to their original appearance. The latter could restore the rivers, lakes, streams, springs, and waterfalls to their original appearance. Gu Guo Long created a new mountain. This place was originally a flat grassland. Thus, under the effect of mountain as before Gu, it was restored to its original appearance. Gu tribe's spirit spring was restored to its original state by river as before Gu, and could produce Yuan stone again. Chapter 5:31. Northern Plains, middle of the 6th month. It was the height of summer, but the aura of the 10-year blizzard was already thick. The sky was gloomy and cold winds blew. The frost was getting heavier by the day, and the struggle for the imperial court that spread throughout Northern Plains was going on like wildfire. In Mirror Lake, Ma tribe army and Song tribe alliance army started fighting. Ma tribe had a huge advantage, breaking through 2 of Song tribe's defensive lines. During this period, Song tribe alliance leader Song Qing led the army to counterattack. Ma tribe was ambushed and had to give up a defensive line. But soon after, Ma tribe's enslavement master Ma Zun made his move, using his trump card Pegasus group to surround and kill Song Qing in the air. Song tribe army was like a group of dragons without a leader, and with Ma tribe secretly sowing discord, they finally fell apart. Ma tribe annexed most of the tribes, and only a few remnant members were left, fleeing in all directions. After this battle, as one of the few flying masters in northern plains, the rank 5 initial stage water immortal Song Chin In died, establishing the fame of enslavement master Ma Zun. The strength that Ma Zun displayed was shocking. Faintly, some people were already calling him the #1 enslavement master in northern plains. In Mengqiu, New Heir Tu fought against Jiang Baoya. New Heir Tu was not an enslavement path Gu master originally, but had switched to it halfway. He led the leopard group and actually suppressed the veteran enslavement path master Jiang Baoya, eventually defeating him. Just based on this battle achievement, New Heir Tu entered the ranks of enslavement path masters in northern plains, becoming one of the 5 beast kings, along with Jiang Baoya, Yang Puing, Ma Zun, and Chang Shanin. However, although New Heir Tu's battle of fame was realized, the price was not cheap. Jiang Baoya's counterattack caused New Heir's army to suffer heavy casualties. Even though they annexed the enemy's remnant forces and received war reparations, New Heir's army's momentum was hindered. As the Rat King, Jiang Baoya luckily escaped and gathered his remnant forces. His rat group of over 600,000 was reduced to less than 30,000. But even so, as the defeated general, he was still favored by all the large forces. More than 10 forces had already sent invitations to him. And in the Single Horn area, Yi Luisang had the support of an immortal Gu, and with his rank 5 peak stage fire path strength, he suppressed everyone and got rid of the final obstacle, successfully dominating the Single Horn area. However, just as the Yellow army, like a raging fire, began to spread in all directions, they encountered the joint attack of the 7 armies. Each of these 7 armies had at least 100,000 soldiers. Although they were not super clans, they had famous Gu master experts. The 7 armies joined together in a menacing manner. The Yellow army, which had just opened up the situation and was about to go all out, fell into a dangerous situation. At the same time, He tribe army was also facing a great enemy. They could not even take care of themselves. Lu tribe, Lu Wenwu personally led the army towards He tribe. It turned out that Gu Guolong had asked Lu Wenwu for help. Lu Wenwu was delighted when he saw the letter. He knew that this was a rare opportunity. As long as Gu Guolong's side could hold on, then his Lu tribe army would pincer attack He tribe from behind, and they would definitely gain the upper hand, causing He tribe to fall into a passive situation from the start. But in the end, things changed too quickly. Lu tribe's army had just advanced halfway when they received battle reports that Gu tribe was defeated and had no choice but to submit to He tribe. And the key person who caused all this was Tai by Yunsheng. After Lu Wenwu received this battle report, he was greatly shocked. A legendary character like Tai by Yunsheng had actually taken the initiative to help He Lulan. He Lulan obtaining this person was like obtaining a magnificent army. Lu Wenwu quickly understood that this was the power of He tribe's Gu immortals. According to the rules set by Ancestor Giant Sun, in the Imperial Court contest, Gu immortals could provide some help to mortals to a certain extent. Of course, there was a limit to this kind of help. At least the Gu immortals could not personally take action. Whether it was the immortal Gu on Yi Luisang or Tai by Yunsheng, who helped He Lulan after receiving the letter, they were all the work of Gu immortals. Lu Wenwu naturally had the authority to ask for help from the Gu immortals supporting him. He Lulan obtained Tai by Yunsheng's help. In Lu Wenwu's opinion, this was even more terrifying than obtaining Wolf King Chang Shanin. Tai by Yunsheng's reputation was extremely high, be it the righteous path or demonic path. Many people had received his kindness. Among these people, as long as a small portion had thoughts of repaying his kindness, This force would be very terrifying. Moreover, once He tribe gets stronger, the scattered demonic path Gu masters who were still observing would see the hope of entering the imperial court and take the initiative to join them. Tai, by Yunqing's existence, would make them more inclined to choose He Lulan. This way, He tribe would become stronger and stronger. As time passes, they would leave the other competitors far behind. He Lulan defeated Dongfang Yuliang and obtained the war reparations from the super tribes. She had already made a huge profit. In contrast, we did defeat several allied armies, but they were all large-scale tribes. The war reparations we obtained were lower than He tribe. Now, that He tribe has the living signboard of Tai by Yunsheng. If he is given time to grow, it would be hard to deal with them in the future. Lu Wenwu thought for a moment before decisively giving the military order. Lu tribe army maintained the original plan and advanced towards He tribe. He Lulan received this news and laughed loudly, saying, "Good." He immediately ordered to construct defensive lines at their original location. After the first defensive line was constructed, the army slowly moved towards Lu tribe army. Every 1,000 li, they would stop and station for a few days to construct a new defensive line. 12 days later, He tribe army set off from the 4th defensive line and advanced 500 li to face Lu tribe army. The two armies lined up and started to pick their generals. He tribe's general, Hao Ji Lu, was the first to charge to the front. Lu Wenwu saw this and sent Pei Yanfei. Hao Ji Lu had rank 4 upper stage cultivation, but Pei Yanfei was the same. The two fought for 20 rounds without a clear victor. Hao Ji Lu's attacks were vast, causing people's hearts to tremble. Pei Yanfei, on the other hand, was sharp and fierce, moving back and forth in the flood, sweeping everything in his way. After fighting for a while, the two's primeval essence was running low. Gu masters were not good at prolonged battles. Once their primeval essence was used up, their battle strength would fall sharply. We can't go on like this. Both of them had the same thought at the same time. Waterfall Gu. Hao Ji Lu was the first to attack. He pushed with both palms, and a waterfall appeared out of nowhere, crashing towards Pei Yanfei with a loud rumble. Pei Yanfei did not fight it head-on. He activated his movement Gu and charged towards the sky, dodging the waterfall's attack. Rank 4, Golden Coat Gu. Rank 4, Swallow Wings Gu. Rank 4, Rainbow Transformation Gu. Killer move, Golden Rainbow Strike. Pei Yanfei staked it all on one throw, using his signature killer move. In an instant, he turned into a golden rainbow and tore through the sky with lightning speed. He easily broke through the waterfall and accurately hit Hao Ji Lu, causing him to explode. But Hao Ji Lu was turned into liquid. It was not real flesh and blood. Water Image Gu. Hao Ji Lu had fought for a long time, and with the information he had, he knew that Pei Yanfei's investigative Gu was not strong. Thus, he sent out the waterfall, and while the flood was blocking Pei Yanfei's vision, he quietly activated Water Image Gu and entered the waterfall. This could be said to be extremely secretive, deceiving most of the Gu masters in the two armies. Pei Yanfei exploded the water image and immediately cried out in his heart. He did not hold back anymore, activating his remaining primeval essence and pouring it all into Swallow Wings Gu. The two pairs of swallow wings on his back flapped rapidly, bringing him away from the battlefield. Hao Ji Lu stood on the spot, his whole body drenched in water. He had won a small battle, but he was not happy. The opponent's killer move was extremely powerful. He used Water Image Gu to deceive him this time. But what about next time? Big brother, let me fight. Pei Yanfei returned in defeat, causing Mo Shirkuang to blow his beard and stare with wide eyes, impatiently requesting to fight. Lu Wenwu smiled, not replying. Third brother, don't be impatient. You were the one who fought earlier. This battle should be my turn. An extremely tall and thin-balled Gu master with a tough and vigorous appearance stood up and patted Mo Shirkwang's shoulder. "Second brother." Mo Shirkwang called out helplessly. This person was called Ouyang Bai Sang, a demonic path Gu master. In his early years, he met Lu Wenwu and Mo Shirkwang in a historical remnant by chance. The three worked together to break through the situation and obtain the inheritance, and because of their mutual feelings, they became sworn brothers. "I am Ouyang Bai Sang. Who wants to spar with me?" Ouyang Bai Sang slowly walked to the front of the two armies, lightly shouting. Next, he looked at Hao Ji Lu. "If Water Demon wants to fight with me, you might as well rest for a while and recover your primeval essence." Water Demon chuckled, but did not reply. "No hurry. There will be a chance to fight." Saying so, he retreated back into the formation. The imperial court contest had progressed to this point, and the information of all the forces and experts had spread far and wide. Ouyang Bai Sang was Mo Shirkwang's second brother. Just this identity alone was not to be underestimated. His performance in the previous battles in Lu tribe was also extremely stunning. He was a transformation path expert, and Gu masters of this path had at least one killer move. His cultivation was rank 4 peak stage, and like Mo Shirkwang, he had rank 5 Gu master battle strength. In his first battle, he killed the enemy's rank 5 alliance leader. Challenging higher realms, this was a dazzling battle achievement that many people looked up to for their entire lives. Facing such an expert, even if Water Demon Hao Ji Lu was at his peak condition, he would not win. Moreover, in today's battle, his energy had already been expended by Pei Yen Fei. A Gu master's condition did not depend on the amount of primeval essence in their aperture. Seeing Ouyang Bai Sang's appearance, He Lulan felt a slight headache. Compared to Lu Wenwu, he now found that he lacked a valiant general. After absorbing Gu tribe army, He tribe army now had 3 rank 5 Gu masters in the main tent. They were He Lulan, Tai Bai Yunsheng, and the newly joined Gu Guolong. As the alliance leader, He Lulan could not be moved easily. Tai Bai Yunsheng was a medical Gu master and was not good at fighting. Gu Guolong was a rank 5 Earth Path Gu master, but the opponent was rank 4 peak stage. If he was sent, it would be against the rules of the selection and would be ridiculed. Looking at the rank 4 Gu masters, only Wolf King Changshan Yin, Water Demon Hao Ji Lu, Shadow Sword Expert Bien Xixian, Little Fox Marshal Tang Miaoming, and Soul Blade General Pan Ping could be used. Changshan Yin and Tang Miaoming were enslavement path Gu masters, so they were eliminated first. Water Demon Hao Ji Lu had already left, so He Lulan only had 2 choices left. His gaze moved between Pan Ping and Bien Xixian's faces. Pan Ping knew that he was not Ouyang Bai Sang's match just by relying on his trump cards, so he felt uneasy. Bien Xixian's face was covered with a black cloth, her gaze cold. He Lulan turned around and said to Bien Xixian, "This battle, I will have to trouble Shadow Sword Expert to take action. Then I can only guarantee I won't lose my life, but I can't guarantee victory." Bien Xixian said coldly. He Lulan gave a hollow laugh. Although he was the alliance leader, and Bien Xixian had made a deadly oath, He Lulan could not force Bien Xixian to fight to the death. Chapter 532. Bien Xixian walked to the front of the formation and quickly fought with Ouyang Bai Sang without saying anything. The fight between the two attracted the close attention of countless people. In terms of reputation, Shadow Sword Expert was several streets ahead of Ouyang Bai Sang. But in terms of cultivation strength, Ouyang Bai Sang was rank 4 peak stage and could kill a rank 5 expert, who was 1 rank higher, while Shadow Sword Expert was only rank 4 upper stage. The Gu worms on Shadow Sword Expert's body were very well matched and did not have any shortcomings. At the same time, they focused on movement. She turned into a black shadow, and moved around Ouyang by Sang, occasionally activating multiple sword shadow goo to attack. Ouyang by Sang stood on the spot, passively defending, his body unmoving like a reef on the seashore. After a while, this sworn brother of Lu, when Wu gradually felt impatient, "If you only have this level, then go die." He growled, and his body underwent a drastic change. His teeth grew rapidly, becoming as sharp as swords, and 2 pairs of fangs protruded from his lips. He was originally bald, but now large amounts of horrifying green hair appeared. Not only the top of his head, but his whole body grew green hair. His body creaked, and his blood flow became extremely slow. His tall and sturdy body became even thinner, but the dangerous aura was 10 times denser than before. His eyes were no longer human eyes, but a pair of cold green pupils emitting a glossy green light. Rank 5, Azura Zombie Goo. This goo belonged to the most classic zombie goo series of transformation path. Zombie goo was widely spread throughout the 5 regions. From rank 2 roaming zombie goo, to rank 3 hairy zombie goo, to rank 4 jumping zombie goo, all the way to rank 5 flying zombie goo. The 5 great flying zombie goo in the world were Azura Zombie, Heavenly Demon Zombie, Blood White Zombie, Nightmare Zombie, and Plague Zombie. Many goo masters did not have much lifespan left, and did not have lifespan goo to increase their lifespan. They would often choose to transform into zombies, turning into monsters that were neither human nor ghost to prolong their lifespan. Blood White Zombie Goo. Feng Yuan had already seen it in this life. Back on Qingmao Mountain Peak, Guyue's generation had turned into a blood-white zombie in an attempt to defy heaven and change their fate, but was thwarted by divine investigator Tai Shuelong and others. The Azura Zombie Goo that Ouyang Bai Sang was using now was a powerful goo worm on par with blood-white zombie goo. Clang, clang, clang. When Bian Si Xian's sword shadow cut Ouyang Bai Sang's body, it unexpectedly only produced sparks and cut off a few clumps of green hair, unable to harm his skin. Overlapping shadow goo. A sharp light flashed in Bian Si Xian's eyes. Multiple sword phantoms suddenly superimposed on each other, turning into a single sword phantom that was as deep as ink and extremely dense. That's more like it. Ouyang Bai Sang's eyes shone with a green light. Seeing the sword shadow attack, he was not surprised, but happy. He suddenly stretched out his right hand. His right hand formed into a claw and moved like a fleeing rabbit, grabbing the sword shadow in an instant. This, Bian Si Xian, revealed a look of horror. She held the sword shadow in her hand, unable to advance any further. G. Ouyang Bai Sang let out an extremely haggard and unpleasant laughter as he fiercely grabbed, with his right claw, Pooh! There was a soft sound. The sword shadow was actually crushed by him, and Bian Si Xian flew back. The exploding sword shadow was incomparably sharp and ruthlessly cut Ouyang Bai Sang's body. Not only did it leave several bone-deep wounds on his body, but his entire right hand was also almost completely cut off, with 4 of his fingers flying off. Bian Si Xian's overlapping shadow goo was exchanged from He Tribe Army with the battle merits she had painstakingly accumulated in several small battles. Under its effect, the multiple sword shadows superimposed on each other and could compare to a rank 5 attack goo. Ouyang Bai Sang was cut by the sword shadow, but he did not feel any pain. He had transformed into a zombie body, and the pain also disappeared. At the same time, only a small amount of pale green blood flowed out of the wound. The bone-deep wound automatically healed in a few breaths of time, and green hair grew again, covering the wound. His broken fingers also grew back, giving people a feeling that it was very easy. Bian Si Xian's complexion turned pale at this scene. Ouyang Bai Sang forcibly grabbed the sword shadow. It seemed reckless, but it was actually a psychological tactic. After he transformed into an Azura zombie, his defense and recovery ability had increased by several times. Bian Xixian's strongest attack method could not cause any effect on him. Unavoidably, Bian Xixian's fighting spirit was severely weakened. What affected a Gu master's battle strength was not only the primeval essence in the aperture, but also the Gu master's mind and mental state. I am a killer, an assassin. I am most proficient in movement and sneaking in undetected. Now that the two armies are fighting, it is fair and above board. Fighting head-on is not my style. Ouyang Baisang's performance greatly reduced Bian Xixian's fighting spirit. For the next few rounds, she continuously moved around Ouyang Baisang, but compared to before, it was clear that the number of times she attacked had decreased, and she was mostly dodging. After another 10 rounds, Bian Xixian lightly shouted and quickly pulled apart the distance between her and Ouyang Baisang, returning to He tribe army. Seeing this, Lu tribe army's morale rose again. He tribe's morale was shaken, and the higher-ups' expressions were not good. Bian Xixian lost. Ouyang Baisang is really so strong? His killer move is Azura Transformation, and with this killer move, he killed a rank 5 expert. Now, he only used Azura Corpse Gu and did not use his full strength, but he defeated Shadow Sword Expert. Shadow Sword Expert's fighting spirit is not strong, but the continuous moving also weakened Ouyang Baisang's primeval essence. We can send more people to fight him one after another. After the discussion was settled, He tribe army sent Pan Ping to fight. But after fighting for a while, Pan Ping showed he could not hold on any longer, and hurriedly took out the scimitar on his waist and activated Soul Blade Gu. A cold light flashed, but it had no effect. Although Soul Blade Gu could ignore defensive methods, it could not work every time. There was a certain probability. Moreover, this rank 4 Soul Blade Gu needed to rest for 8 hours after being activated once, and could not be activated continuously. Ouyang Baisang was shocked. Although he had paid attention to the relevant information, Soul Blade Gu's speed was far faster than he imagined, and he had no time to react. We can't let him live. Ouyang Baisang's killing intent surged, and he pounced towards Pan Ping. Pan Ping saw that his method had failed, and knew the situation was far from good, and hurriedly retreated. Ouyang Baisang chased relentlessly, and He tribe quickly sent 3 rank 4 experts to stop Ouyang Baisang and rescue Pan Ping back to the army. The 3 rank 4 experts surrounded Ouyang Baisang and attacked fiercely. Ouyang Baisang was about to use his killer move, Azura Transformation, but Emo Shirkwang had already lost his patience and rushed out of the main tent, shouting, "Second brother, I will lend you a hand." But Ouyang Baisang alone had caused He tribe army to be badly battered, and now that Emo Shirkwang had also joined the battle, the situation had become even worse. "Third brother, don't interfere. So what if you have more people? Look at my Azura Transformation." Ouyang Baisang was attacked by 3 people, and with a furious roar, he brazenly activated his killer move. His aura suddenly rose sharply, and his body enlarged, turning into a 3-meter-tall giant. The muscles all over his body swelled up like balloons, quickly forming exaggerated muscles that were as sturdy as rocks. Under the original pair of arms, 2 new pairs of arms grew. His skin turned completely dark green, and his large feet broke his leather boots, creating deep pits on the grass. His fangs turned dark brown. A 3rd vertical pupil opened between his eyebrows. Roar! Ouyang Baisang opened his mouth and roared. The berserk sound waves immediately intimidated the whole area. The 3 He tribe Gu masters' movements were sluggish. Ouyang Baisang waved his fists like swatting a fly and sent one of them flying far away. The other 2 attacked fiercely. Golden blades shot out, and thunder rumbled. But Ouyang Baisang forcibly resisted, and his huge body did not waver in the slightest. Die! His 6 hands attacked together, fists, palms, and grabs. His moves were ferocious, and their coordination was incomparable. The remaining 2 rank 4 Gu masters could not resist his attacks and could only retreat. Ouyang Bai Sang was insatiable. Every punch produced a sonic boom, and the might of his voice caused people's expressions to change. A rank 4 Gu master could not even endure for a moment under such ferocious attacks, and was beaten into a bloody pulp. The other Gu master was grabbed by Ouyang Bai Sang. "Don't kill me! Don't kill!" His begging stopped abruptly, and blood gushed out of his 7 orifices. His ribs were all broken, and his body shriveled. He was actually squeezed to death by Ouyang Bai Sang's 2 hands. "He is actually so ferocious." Cunning gentleman Sun Shi Han cried out involuntarily. He Lulan's expression was extremely unsightly, and Tai Bai Yunxing's expression was also grave. Lu tribe army let out deafening cheers, while He tribe's Gu masters were slightly in chaos, and their morale fell to rock bottom. Lu Wenwu saw this and laughed heartily, waving his hand. "Start the battle! Everyone, attack!" Immediately, the army was like a flood that had opened the floodgates, rushing over with the momentum to engulf the world. Mo Shikuang, Pei Yan Fei, and the others took the lead. He Lulan gritted his teeth and ordered the army to face the attack. Both sides started a huge battle, and battle cries pierced the 9 heavens. In the intense battle, Lu tribe's fierce men charged and slammed, weaving and weaving. He Lulan and the others had just started fighting, and immediately fell into a disadvantage. But at the lower levels, He tribe had the advantage. The Wolf Group, under Fang Yuan's command, slaughtered Lu tribe's Gu masters to their heart's content. Lu tribe army's Gu masters had no choice but to waste their precious primeval essence on the attacking wolves. Thus, every death of the Wolf Group was an outstanding contribution. Lu tribe's Gu master experts sensed something amiss and were looking for Fang Yuan's figure. But Fang Yuan used the same trick and hid in a corner of the battlefield. Right now, he already had 3 rank 4 lurking soul coat Gu. With the concealment of these Gu worms, as long as Fang Yuan did not use more than 80% of his strength, he could conceal the fluctuations of his soul. This huge battle lasted from dawn to dusk. The setting sun was like blood, and the dusky sunlight shone on the grassland that was littered with corpses and blood. Both sides suffered heavy losses. Lu tribe's army suffered heavy casualties, and the Wolf Group made a great contribution. And after Lu tribe could not find traces of Fang Yuan, they focused their attacks on He tribe's Gu master experts. He tribe's Gu master experts had suffered heavy losses. Mo Shikuang and Ouyang Bai Sang were unable to restrain them, and He tribe's experts were almost terrified by their slaughter. He tribe's fighting spirit was slack, and they could barely hold on. When night fell, the night wolves became more ferocious, and Lu Wenwu did not want the lower-level Gu masters to suffer more casualties, and had the thought of retreating. Chapter 5:33. Inside the main tent, the atmosphere was very stifling, including He Lulan. Almost everyone was injured. The Gu path experts, who were usually proud and arrogant, were now in a pathetic state. Lu tribe's offense is too fierce. Lu Wenwu, Luo Bojun, and Ye Yiqing are rank 5 experts, while Mo Shikuang and Ouyang Bai Sang are rank 4 peak stage with battle strength comparable to rank 5. There are also Pei Yan Fei, Chang Biao, and other fierce generals. Such a lineup is rare even in the previous 10 imperial court contests. Cunning gentleman Sun Shi Han sighed. Rank 4 Gu masters were already rare. They were usually the leaders of small to medium-sized forces or elders of large-sized forces. Rank 5 was even rarer. It had a high requirement for aptitude. Even super forces only had 2 or 3 rank 5 Gu masters on the surface. Actually, He tribe's current higher-ups were already quite strong. He Lulan, Tai Bai Yunxing, and Gu Guolong were 3 rank 5 experts. Chang Shanin, Tang Miaoming, Hao Ji Lu, Bian Xixian, Pan Ping, and other rank 4 experts numbered over 20. However, even among Gu masters of the same rank, there was a difference in their battle strength. Gu master was a fighting profession where the individual was superior to the group. The strength of the individual surpassed the accumulation of the group. For example, Fang Yuan alone could slaughter small to medium-sized tribes. In today's battle, Ouyang Bai Seng alone slaughtered 5 rank 4 Gu masters and 12 rank 3 elders. It was not that He tribe was weak, but that the Lu tribe army's higher-ups were too strong. Especially after the first battle, large numbers of higher-ranked Gu masters were slaughtered by Lu tribe. Almost half of the rank for Gu masters were killed, causing the gap to become even bigger. How to deal with Lu tribe's huge advantage? This became a problem that everyone needed to solve. If I have time, I can annex a few armies and use Old Sir's prestige to subdue some experts. I might be able to contend with their higher-ups. He Lulan sighed, secretly hating Lu Wenwu for choosing this time to start the battle, not giving him any space to develop. Tai Bai Yunsheng immediately understood the deeper meaning behind He Lulan's words, saying, "I once saved Gao Yang and Zhu Zai's lives. They said they would repay me. This old man can write a letter. Perhaps it can call them over." Everyone's spirits were lifted. Gao Yang and Zhu Zai were known as the twin demons of the demonic path in northern plains. They cooperated with each other and always acted together. These two were rank 4 peak stage Gu master experts and had once joined hands to kill a rank 5 expert. The pressure in He Lulan's heart eased. If I can get Gao Yang and Zhu Zai's help, I can slightly bridge the gap between the two armies. However, military affairs are related to everyone's lives, so you can't place your hopes on someone else's gratitude. In today's battle, it was all thanks to the Wolf King that slaughtered large numbers of low-rank Gu masters, causing Lu tribe to suffer huge losses. If Lu Wenwu didn't have such misgivings, why would he retreat so easily? Everyone turned to look at Fang Yuan, wanting to hear his opinion. Fang Yuan's expression was calm. There was not a trace of injury on his body. Previously, he had hidden in the army and commanded the wolf pack, but he had obtained the greatest military merit. Such a situation had already made everyone in the main tent jealous and envious, but because of the big picture, they did not dare to flare up. After the battle, Fang Yuan had been digging through his memories, trying to find out how He Lulan defeated Lu Wenwu. But no matter how hard he thought, there was no result. 500 years of memories were too complex. There were many things that were forgotten. Right now, this was a huge problem that troubled everyone, but in the 500 years of his previous life, it was just a small detail in the long river of history. Sensing everyone's gazes, Fang Yuan raised his eyelids and said plainly, "Although Lu tribe has enslavement path Gu masters, the strongest is only Bei Chao Chuan. His grass soldier army is useless. Right now, both sides have strong points. It is like two giants stabbing each other with spears. Lu tribe army's strength lies in their high-rank Gu masters. While we have the help of the wolf pack, we can slaughter large numbers of low-rank Gu masters. Thus, today, both sides suffered heavy losses. The way to victory is to restrain the enemy's strong points while strengthening our own strong points. It is not impossible to restrain the enemy's Gu master experts. As long as I have a batch of trump card wolf group, I can restrain the enemy, but that way I will have to control them with all my strength, and with just the rank for lurking soul coat Gu, I will not be able to conceal my traces. I will fall into the enemy's attack." Fang Yuan's words made everyone's eyes brighten. Trump card wolf group. He Lulan lowered her head and muttered. Currently, Northern Plains' 5 great enslavement path masters were called the 5 Beast Kings. Among them, Horse King Ma Zun had a mutated beast Pegasus group. Eagle King Yang Ping had a mutated beast Thunder Eagle group. Rat King Jiang Bao Ye had a mutated beast mountain drilling rat group. The new enslavement path master, Leopard King New Air II, had a tube leopard group. Only Wolf King Changshan Yin did not have such a mutated beast group. Every mature, mutated beast had the battle strength of a rank 4 Gu Master. Once mutated beasts formed a group, their battle strength was even more terrifying than the same number of Gu Masters. That was because the beast group did not fear death under the command of the enslavement path Gu Masters. And the Gu Masters had their own thoughts. Even if it was an oath to establish the alliance, they could not risk their lives to fight to the death. If they had a mutated beast wolf group, there was a high chance they could even kill a rank 5 expert. After all, even a rank 5 Gu Master was still immortal, their primeval essence was limited, and there were times when they could not do anything. However, the formation of a mutated beast group took a long time, and the amount of energy and resources consumed was also an enormous figure. In such a short period of time, to find such a mutated beast wolf group for Fang Yuan, there was only one way, that was to seek help from He Tribe's Gu Immortals. Everyone in the main tent, even if they did not know of the existence of jewel yellow skies, they understood the might of Gu Immortals. In Northern Plains history, there were several examples of Gu Immortals gathering resources and forming mutated beast groups to support their respective forces. Mutated beast wolf group. This is indeed a good idea. Let me try it. He Lulan thought for a while and said vaguely, but everyone was clear that He Lulan's words meant that she wanted to seek help from the Gu Immortals behind her. Immediately, everyone's gaze towards Fang Yuan changed again. This wolf King Changshan, how could his luck be so good? He was able to make Gu Immortals help him form a mutated beast wolf group. If he had to do it himself, he might not be able to accumulate so many resources in 20 to 30 years. Why didn't we receive such nurturing? Everyone's eyes turned red with envy and jealousy. In the end, it was because Fang Yuan was using Changshan Yin's name, an enslavement path master who could turn the tide. If He Tribe wanted to win against Lu Tribe, the most sensible way was to focus on Fang Yuan and give him resources. If I remember correctly, even with the mutated beast wolf group, Wolf Wangda's battle merits are still at the bottom of the battle merit board, right? Cunning Gentleman was filled with jealousy as he pretended to think of something and reminded with good intentions, I can't get a mutated beast wolf group out of thin air. Fang Yuan nodded righteously. Our rules cannot be broken. I will use battle merits to exchange for them. Of course, I don't have enough battle merits now, so I can only borrow a bit more. This is something that can't be helped. Everyone was speechless. Many people shouted in their hearts, You still have the cheek to say this? You are really shameless. You have already borrowed 1,300,000 battle merits. You still want to borrow more. In the whole He Tribe army, you are the only one borrowing battle merits. That rank 5 amplify effect, Gu. Don't you feel uneasy holding it in your hands? In fact, not only did Fang Yuan not feel uneasy, he even pushed his luck. Just the mutated beast wolf group is not enough. I also need the rank 5 lurking soul coat Gu. Unfortunately, the success rate of refining a rank 5 Gu is too low. I have 3 rank 4 Gu in my hands, but I don't dare to advance to rank 5. He Lulan gritted his teeth. The number of times he asked for help from the tribe was also limited, and the more he asked for help, the lower the tribe's evaluation of him. But there was no other way in order to defeat Lu Wenwu. He could only nod and say to Fang Yuan, I will think of a way. While He Lulan and the others were plotting, Lu Wenwu and the others were also considering how to fight He Tribe. In He Tribe army, Wolf King Changshan Yin is the biggest problem. In today's battle, it was because of him that our army suffered disastrous losses. At least 30,000 Gu masters died in the wolf's mouth. Sigh, this number makes my heart bleed. Everyone came to join me because they trusted me. But it was because of my incompetence that caused such heavy casualties. In the main tent, Lu Wenwu sighed with tears in his eyes. Big brother, how can we blame you? We can only blame these Gu masters for being useless. Mo Shirkwang almost jumped up, consoling loudly. Wolf King Changshan might have a great reputation, but he is not a true hero. Ouyang Baisang proudly snorted, commenting in a disdainful tone. The Grand Wolf King is actually hiding in a dark corner like a mouse, acting sneakily and sneakily. It is truly disgraceful. But such a Wolf King is the most troublesome. Lu Wenwu sighed inwardly, but on the surface he opened his eyes and asked, Does anyone have a method to deal with Wolf King? Mo Shirkwang and Ouyang Baisang did not speak. They were proficient in battle. This kind of scheming was not their forte. I have a plan. Bei Chao Chuan stood up and spoke with assurance. Wolf King Changshan was originally a Chang tribe member. Although he said he would take revenge, his bloodline relationship with Chang tribe cannot be severed. The current Chang tribe leader, Lord Changbiao, was once Changshan Yin's best friend. After Changshan Yin disappeared, Changbiao married his wife and raised his 3-year-old son. He is the current Chang tribe, young tribe leader Chang Jiyu. To deal with Wolf King, we can start from this aspect. It might be effective. Oh, this is a good idea. Lu Wenwu's eyes brightened. After the discussion ended, Fang Yuan returned to his large lizard house Gu. How to refine rank 5 lurking soul code. Gu had been a problem that had been troubling him recently. If he could borrow the strength of He tribe's Gu immortals to build a mutated wolf group and refine the rank 5 lurking soul code Gu, that would be the best. Fang Yuan felt this was highly possible. Although he could not remember the details of this imperial court contest, he knew that He Lulan could not enter the imperial court without the support of the Gu immortals behind him. After this battle, both sides need to rest for at least 3 days. At this time, He tribe's Gu immortals will definitely receive He Lulan's request for help. Before that, what I need to do is Chapter 534, Shao Hun Blessed Land. Dense, dark clouds permanently shrouded this place. Female trees were growing on the ground. These trees had peculiar appearances. Their trunks were graceful, and their branches were intertwined like naked women, making all kinds of enchanting postures. The female trees were continuous, forming a forest. In the deepest part of the forest, there was the largest female tree. It was over 100 feet tall. Its roots were rooted in the soil, covering an area of 10,000 li. This female tree king, however, was not enchanting, instead emitting a pure and holy aura. The tree king's trunk was straight, giving off a spirited and energetic feeling. 2 enormous tree branches formed arms, folded in front of its chest. The forked branches formed 2 palms, plump and broad, holding up a green treehouse. The treehouse was covered with bright red vermilion fruits, and the reddish-brown vines were intertwined like a red heart. In this treehouse, 2 Gu immortals were sitting, both wearing black robes. The one on the left was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance. He was called He Tribe Rockman when he was young, clumsy with words, simple but elegant inside. It was He Bai. And the one on the right had eyes like paint, a jade-like face, full of spirit, handsome and elegant. He was He Tribe's supreme elder Heicheng, the father of He Lulan, a famous handsome man in Northern Plains, the male lead of Su Xian's night elopement. That means you just returned from Ni, you blessed land. Did you see Dongfang Naganori? How is he? Heicheng took a sip of tea, asking leisurely. He Bai nodded. Senior Dongfang did not find lifespan Gu. He does not have much lifespan left. I'm afraid he can only live for another 2 to 3 years. But he is broad-minded and open-minded. He has already seen through the difficulties of life and death, and now wholeheartedly wants to nurture a successor, Dongfang Yuliang. Open-minded and broad-minded, He Chung snorted, shaking his head in disdain. Brother, you are wrong. Dongfang Naganori is a true villain. He schemed against Northern Plains. He is extremely sinister. He is hated to the bone by Gu immortals. If not for this, he would have already bought Lifespan Gu. How could he have fallen to this state? These years, I have vaguely found out that sister-in-law Su Xian'er's death was also a scheme plotted by him. He Chung revealed the secret. The words he said made He Bai extremely shocked. What? There's actually such a thing? He Bai exclaimed. He Cheng's main wife was called Su Xian'er. 200 years ago, Su Xian'er was just a concubine's daughter of the Su family. At a banquet, she served as a maid and poured wine for young master He Chung. She fell in love at first sight. During that banquet, He Chung was poisoned by Su tribe leader. His strength fell to rock bottom, and he was chased by others. After Su Xian'er accidentally found out about it, she resolutely ran out of the family camp in the middle of the night to save He Chung, who she had only met once. At that time, Su Xian'er only had rank 1 cultivation. Wild beasts roamed the northern plains at night. Killing intent was everywhere. It was not something she could contend against. But by coincidence, she found He Chung, who had fainted on the ground. He Chung was thus saved, his life preserved. He then asked Su Xian'er in confusion, I was plotted against by your Su family's patriarch, and you are a member of the Su family. Why did you come to save me, the enemy of the Su family? Su Xian'er replied, Young master has the spirit of a hero. I fell in love at first sight. Su tribe leader was short-sighted. He was incited by a villain to plot against young master, but did not consider the consequences of offending He tribe. If he was allowed to act willfully, Su tribe was destined to become a sacrificial pawn between the two super tribes. People often say, young master will repay kindness with a gushing spring. I saved young master today. I only hope that young master can take me in. Young master taking revenge on Su tribe is a matter of course, but I only hope that young master will be merciful and leave a bloodline of Su tribe alive. Under the moonlight, the beauty was like jade. Her hands were soft like silk. He Chung was deeply moved. He tightly grabbed Su Xian'er's hands and made a vow. Your love is as deep as the sea. I, He Chung, am not a heartless person. How can I not repay you? From today onwards, you will be my only wife. No matter how beautiful other beauties are, they have nothing to do with me. In this life, I will not let you down. Su Xian'er saving He Chung was equivalent to betraying the tribe. He Chung was grateful and became her husband, tying the knot. In the days to come, the two supported each other and became close friends. 100 years later, they both became Gu immortals, becoming a legend in Northern Plains. And the story of Su Xian's night elopement also spread far and wide, inspiring countless women in Northern Plains to bravely take the initiative for love. He Bai's tone became heavy. Could it be that 20 years ago, sister-in-law didn't die because of the blessed land's earthly calamity? He Chung sneered. It was indeed an earthly calamity, but an earthly calamity can also be influenced by people. Brother, don't forget old ancestor giant Sun. Immortal has such a method. Dongfang tribe, as a Huang Jin bloodline, has entered the imperial court many times. They might have obtained a related inheritance from 88 Point Shenyang Tower. Sigh, I have only found a trace of evidence now. It is not enough to prove that Dongfang Naganori is the culprit. He Bai was dazed and speechless. After a long while, he sighed. You really can't judge a book by its cover. He Chung patted his shoulder and consoled warmly. Brother, you have just become a Gu immortal for less than 10 years. Although the Goo Immortal Circle is not big, there are more treacherous plots and conspiracies than mortals. Hei Bai was about to speak, but at this time his expression froze. There is a letter from Hei Lolan's side. Hei Chung nodded and willed, releasing a trace of Shaohun Blessed Land's defense. Immediately, the void broke open and a butterfly flew in. Hei Bai stretched out his right hand, and this butterfly fluttered in the air, lightly landing on his palm. This was a rank 5 butterfly letter Goo. Hei Bai lightly closed his eyes and probed his mind. The butterfly letter Goo brought Hei Lolan's request for help. What my disappointing child is asking you for help again. When Hei Bai opened his eyes, Hei Chung snorted coldly and asked with an unhappy expression. Hei Bai smiled bitterly. Brother, Hei Lulan is the son of you and sister-in-law Su Xian-er. Although sister-in-law Su Xian-er's body deteriorated after giving birth to Hei Lulan and her strength was greatly reduced, she died in the Blessed Land's earthly calamity a few years later. But the child is innocent. You can't keep treating him coldly. Because of this, you even passed him to the 27th concubine, Fairy Jiangyu, and don't allow him to pay respects to his mother every year. Hei Chung snorted unhappily but did not reply. Hei Bai sighed and said, logically speaking, this is brother's family matter. I really shouldn't be nosy, but I have seen it all these years. Brother has put in a lot of effort and passed Hei Lulan to the childless Fairy Jiangyu. You wanted to use Fairy Jiangyu's immortal Goo Dark Limit to preserve Hei Lulan's life. Hei Lulan has one of the 10 extreme physiques, great strength, true martial physique. To stimulate his fighting spirit, you made a request to him that he can only pay respects to his mother after advancing to Goo Immortal. I deeply admire you, but brother's way of doing things will only deepen the misunderstanding between father and son. In the long run, it is not advisable. Hei Chung sighed and did not directly answer Hei Bai's words, instead asking, what did that kid say in his request for help? Hei Bai clapped his hands and smiled. See, brother, you are cold on the outside but warm on the inside. You are still very concerned about nephew Lulan's safety. In the letter, nephew hopes that we can prepare a mutated wolf group for him, and also needs a rank 5 lurking soul coat Goo. Humph, this kid is really impolite. Forget about lurking soul coat Goo. Our Hei tribe doesn't have mutated wolf groups. Right now, our Hei tribe is at war with Lu tribe. Lu tribe's current generation tribe leader, Lu Wenwu, is a junior that cannot be underestimated. Back then, Unity Immortal's inheritance fell into his hands. He has 2 sworn brothers. Both are fierce warriors that can easily take down the enemy's leader in a crowd of 10,000. However, nephew Lulan also has a general under him called Wolf King Chang Shanin. His request for help this time is probably because he has placed his hopes on Chang Shanin. Hei Bai explained. Hei Chung pondered. Rank 5 lurking soul coat Goo is easy. I have one here, but mutated wolf groups need to be purchased from Jewel Yellow Skies. I will have to rely on you for this. Hei Bai quickly waved his hand. Brother, no need to be so polite. I still need to rely on nephew to enter the Imperial Court and find wooden chicken immortal Goo in 88-point Xinyang Tower for me. Hei Chung heaved a long sigh, his voice revealing a trace of exhaustion. If great strength, true martial physique wants to advance to Goo Immortal, we need a strength path immortal Goo. Unfortunately, immortal Goo are hard to find, and our Hei tribe also doesn't have a strength path immortal Goo. Success or failure is decided by heaven. We just need to do our best. We have already helped what we can. Everything will depend on Hei Lolan's hard work and luck. Parents are truly pitiful. Hei Bai sighed inwardly as he bid farewell to Hei Chung. After returning to his Ku Mu blessed land, he immediately contacted Jewel Yellow Skies to purchase mutated wolves. Wolf emperors were the foundation of the blessed land, It was very rare to meet a Gu immortal who would take the initiative to sell them. But mutated wolves were only equivalent to rank 4. This was much easier. Heibai was not worried. As long as he had enough immortal Yuan stone, mutated wolves were not something rare. He could naturally buy a large batch of them. Of course, buying mutated wolf groups at a high price was naturally a loss for Heibai. But in order to scheme for 88-point Xinyang Tower's immortal Gu, it was proper for him to invest in the early stages. Who asked Imperial Court blessed land to be arranged by Giant Sun Immortal? Unless one reached rank 9, no Gu immortal could enter. After releasing the news of buying mutated wolf groups at a high price, Heibai soon received a divine sense from Fox Immortal. Fox Immortal had over 100 mutated wolves in her hands, and her asking price was also quite high. She was clearly taking advantage of Heibai's difficulties. Heibai had already expected this situation, but he did not expect this Fox Immortal to act so quickly and accurately. He gritted his teeth and bought this batch of mutated wolves. The one selling this batch of mutated wolves was naturally not someone else. It was the land spirit Little Hu Immortal who had received Fang Yuan's instructions. Ever since Fang Yuan resold the immortal Gu recipe last time and obtained over 10 immortal Yuan stone, he had instructed Little Hu Immortal to purchase purple crystal relic Gu on one hand, and also to pay attention to jewel yellow skies on the other, to buy any cheap wolf groups. Until now, Hu Immortal blessed land had already accumulated over 100 mutated wolves, including blood forest wolves, frenzied wolves, shark fin wolves, white eyes wolves, and so on. And just now, Little Hu Immortal sold these mutated wolves at a high price to Heibai, making a huge profit. Chapter 5:35. Walking on the muddy swamp with difficulty, Ma Tribe's army's morale remained high. The joy of swallowing Do Tribe's army and the excitement of victory were still on everyone's faces. Sitting on the horse, Ma Yingjie looked at the soldiers beside him in satisfaction. At this time, the investigative Gu Master brought the latest battle report. He opened it and read, Hei Tribe and Lu Tribe's 2 armies have started fighting. Both sides suffered heavy losses in the first battle. They are currently in a stalemate. Yi Lui Tribe's army is being attacked by the Alliance Army of the 7 Routes. Yi Lui Seng cannot hold on alone. Even though he has great strength and defeated 6 rank 5 experts, he is still unable to turn the situation around. Right now, Yi Lui Tribe's remnant army is escaping towards Green Coast region. Rat King Jiang Bao agreed to Yang Tribe's request, officially announcing that he is joining Yang Tribe's alliance army. New Air Army did not continue to attack. Instead, resting and gathering strength, they are capturing wild leopard groups. This battle report made Ma Yingjie exultant. He was inwardly happy. Hei Lulan and Lu Wenwu are popular candidates for Imperial Court this time. To think they would fight so early, both sides suffered heavy losses. Ever since Yi Lui Sang obtained an immortal Gu, he has been relying on his own strength. But Yi Lui Tribe is suddenly being attacked by 7 routes. I'm afraid Snowy Mountain is behind this. In order to become a super tribe, Ma Tribe had secretly colluded with the demonic path Gu Immortals, who were eyeing 88-point Xinyang Tower. Ma Yingjie was Ma Tribe's young tribe leader. He knew this very well. Northern Plains was like a huge chessboard, and Gu Immortals were the chess players. Besides Righteous Path Gu Immortals, Demonic Path Gu Immortals were also supporting their own chess pieces. And, as tribes with Huang Jin bloodline, in order to survive better, they were willing to cooperate with Demonic Path Gu Immortals. After losing in the Imperial Court Blessed Land contest, these tribes, often, they would enter the blessed lands of Demonic Path Gu Immortals to avoid the snow calamity. Immortal Gu were hard to come by. Yi Lui Tribe's Supreme Elder had entrusted his immortal Gu to Yi Lui Sang. It was like placing a bet on this chessboard. According to the rules set by Giant Sun Immortal, As long as the immortal goo was taken by mortals in the imperial court contest, the goo immortal could not regret it. Since he had placed such a heavy bet, there had to be a corresponding risk. It was because of the immortal goo on Yi Lui Sang that he became the target of the goo immortals. Thus he secretly instigated the 7 armies. They surrounded the Yellow family's troops. The Rat King joining the Yang family means that the Rat King and Eagle King Yang Pring have joined forces. The Yang family, which was initially looked down upon, has now become the new favorite to fight for the throne of the imperial court. However, the Yang clan's foundation is far from our Ma clans. The Rat King has also been crippled, so he's not a threat to us. Although Nertu is known as the Leopard King. However, the leopards under his command suffered heavy casualties. He actually did not ask for help from the goo immortals behind him, instead plundering the wild leopard groups himself. This is a bit strange. But overall, the situation is good for our Ma family. Our next opponents are all weaker than us. As long as we keep winning and keep annexing, if we continue to grow stronger, our chances of entering the imperial court will only get greater and greater. Thinking of this, Ma Yingjie could not help but clench his fists, and his eyes lit up. A man's lofty aspirations incited him to achieve great feats. At the same time, amidst the army's high morale, a little girl was hiding in the carriage. She was sobbing. "Lady Xiaoyun, don't be sad. Your father's death is very sad. But you still need to eat, otherwise you will faint from hunger." Beside the little girl, the anxious Fei Kai consoled her clumsily. This crying little girl was none other than Zhao Lianyun. Her father, the Zhao tribe leader, had sacrificed his life in the battle just now. Without the protection of her doting father, Zhao Lianyun immediately felt like she was in a precarious situation. Her stepmother remarried to the new Zhao tribe leader on the night her father died, and Zhao Lianyun's status plummeted. People will always die in big tents. This is a common thing. My father was also killed. Fei Kai saw that Zhao Lianyun was still crying and continued to console her. Zhao Lianyun sobbed and suddenly raised her head, using her red eyes to stare fiercely at Fei Kai. Still not satisfied, she then kicked him. "You idiot, you don't even know how to comfort people." The sorrow in her heart was not fake. Although she had mysteriously come to this world, and it had not been long, but her father's love was indeed full of sincerity. This love that came from the heart filled her with gratitude, as well as love that gradually spread from dependence. But now that her father had died on the battlefield, she immediately became a lonely person. "Miss, you were hiding here. It really took me a long time to find you. Quickly come with me. Your mother is calling for you." At this time, the curtain of the carriage was lifted, and an old nanny came in, grabbing Zhao Lianyun's thin arm. Zhao Lianyun used all her strength to struggle and shouted, "My mother died a long time ago. She is not my mother. I am not going." "That is not up to you," the old nanny sneered, and forcibly dragged Zhao Lianyun out of the carriage. She was the one who once served Zhao Lianyun and was repeatedly teased by Zhao Lianyun. Now that she saw Zhao Lianyun's miserable state, the old nanny's heart surged with a sense of revenge. "Let go of Miss Xiaoyun," Fei Kai roared, and with one punch, he knocked the old nanny down. The old nanny was hit hard by this punch and rolled out of the carriage. She stood up, touched her bruised eye, and screamed, "You hit me, you are a slave, and you dare to hit a commoner like me? How dare you? Who gave you the courage? I am going to report you, and you are dead. According to the rules, your tendons will be pulled out, your skin will be peeled, and your corpse will be hung up in the sun until you become a dried corpse." The old nanny was extremely angry. Her disheveled hair and sinister gaze made her look like an old hen stamping its feet. But her screams attracted the attention of the surrounding people. Fei Kai clenched his fists. angrily glared at the old nanny and firmly protected Zhao Lianyun behind him. Zhao Lianyun pushed away Fei Kai's arm and stood on the steps of the carriage. Her fair face still had traces of tears, and she sneered at the old nanny. "What? You want to punish Fei Kai? Good, very good. Go report him. But according to the rules, you have to inform his master first and ask for compensation. Since that is the case, go find the young clan leader. Fei Kai is the leader of Ma Ingjia's slaves." "What?" The old nanny was shocked. The screams stopped, and the anger in her heart dissipated like a tide. All that was left was disbelief and fear. How could he, a dumb kid, be the personal slave of Lord Ma Ingjia? And he was the leader of the slaves in charge of Ma Ingjia's daily life? One had to look at the master before beating a dog. Although the old nanny was a mortal, and her status was higher than that of a slave, since Fei Kai was the leader of Ma Ingjia's slaves, it was a different matter. If she recklessly reported him, she was afraid that she would be sacrificed by the matriarch of the Zhao clan. After the shock, the old nanny felt that she had lost a lot of face. Her face darkened. She stared at Zhao Lianyun. "Little girl, even the leader of Ma Ingjia's slaves can't protect you. You are a member of the Zhao clan, and your death is the Zhao clan's ghost. Your mother is the current matriarch of the Zhao clan. Listen carefully. The matriarch has already arranged a marriage for you. You will be married to the eldest son of the Pan clan. You'd better behave yourself." "What?" Zhao Lianyun cried out involuntarily. "Marrying the eldest son of the Pan clan is your good fortune." The old nanny laughed sinisterly. Zhao Lianyun's body went limp, and she immediately collapsed onto the wooden planks of the carriage. "Miss Xiaoyun!" Fei Kai hurriedly went to support her. When the old nanny saw this scene, she was overjoyed, incomparably elated. He proudly turned around and left. She still needed to report to the matriarch of the Zhao clan. Zhao Lianyun's face was expressionless. The huge blow caused her heart to die, and she allowed Fei Kai to carry her into the carriage. For 3 consecutive days, she hid in the corner of the carriage, not saying a word, not moving. Fei Kai tried to persuade her to no avail, and could only helplessly feed her some food and drink. Zhao Lianyun was like a puppet, and was at the mercy of Fei Kai. Fei Kai could not always accompany her. Every time Ma Ingjia summoned him, he had to immediately rush over. It was a sudden change. The icy cold world shattered Zhao Lianyun's pride as a transmigrator. It was shattered. All of a sudden, she came to a profound realization. Even a transmigrator was nothing more than this. Why was it that she was ordinary in the original world, but could summon the wind and rain in this world? And as a woman, she was manipulated in northern plains and was a natural commodity for political marriages. Northern plains women could only rely on men and could not reject a man's forced marriage. This was the rule set by Giant Sun Immortal. In the past, when she heard of Giant Sun Immortal's deeds, she felt it was like listening to a story, a legend of a hero. But now, she was personally experiencing the hardship that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had given her. Brothers are like limbs, women are like clothes. This was Giant Sun Immortal's mantra. He had single-handedly created the extreme inequality between men and women in northern plains, and had now become the person that Zhao Lianyun hated the most. No wonder the story of Su Xian's night elopement was so deeply engraved in people's hearts, causing northern plains girls to imitate her. Rather than passively accepting the manipulation of fate, it is better to take the initiative to pursue one's own happiness, even though this action is filled with unknown risks. Thinking of this, Zhao Lianyun's understanding of the vile, living environment deepened. Wei Clan's eldest young master is famous for being a trash. He is as fat as a pig, his face is full of pockmarks, and his cultivation is only rank 1 peak stage, but he is lustful and fickle. Because of his incompetence, Wei clan appointed his younger brother as the young clan leader. Even if I die, I will not marry this stupid pig. But what should I do? I am only a mortal. I am not 13 yet. I cannot awaken my aperture. I cannot cultivate. It is very likely that I do not have the aptitude to cultivate, and my father's murderer is Do-E, a rank 5 Gu master. He is now surrendered to my clan, and is a higher-up of the Alliance army. Who can I rely on? Where should I go? Bewilderment, hesitation, and fear filled Zhao Lianyun's heart. Until the morning of the 4th day, Fei Kai opened the carriage's curtains and brought food and water into the carriage. The light of dawn shone on Zhao Lianyun's face. Zhao Lianyun woke up and slowly opened her swollen eyes. You brought food? She grabbed the food from Fei Kai's hands and started wolfing it down. Lady Xiaoyun, are you all right? Fei Kai was pleasantly surprised. Yes, I have thought it through. It is better to rely on myself than others. Although I have an engagement, it can only be carried out when I am at least 16. Zhao Lianyun's eyes shone brightly. Ah, Lady Xiaoyun, you don't want to accept the engagement? Fei Kai was stunned. In his impression, once a Northern Plains girl was engaged, she could only accept it. Zhao Lianyun rolled her eyes and said in a matter-of-fact tone, Humph, I am not immortal. I will definitely not compromise. But I cannot return to the tribe now. I can only stay here for the time being. I will have to rely on you, Fei Kai. No problem. Fei Kai patted his chest and laughed foolishly. Zhao Lianyun felt warmth in her heart, and her tone became gentle. Fei Kai, your father also died on the battlefield. Yes, he died. During that time, I was very sad. But in our northern plains, it is normal for people to die. Father dying in battle is a man's glory. Fei Kai chuckled. As expected, the winner takes all. Under the dazzling throne, there are thousands of bones. Zhao Lianyun sighed inwardly and then cursed. What a scam! I was actually transmigrated to this world. My body has not even matured, and I am already booked. I really can't take this. A letter was placed in front of Fang Yuan. This special letter came from the enemy general's hand, publicly sent, and was now brought by cunning lord's descendant Shirhan. Fang Yuan opened it. This letter was personally written by Chang Biao. It was filled with reminiscence of the past, but he had to serve 2 masters. Before the battle to the death, he invited Wolf King out of the camp for a detailed discussion to reminisce about old times. At that time, Chang Jiyu will accompany you, father and son, to meet. Good plan. Fang Yuan snorted in his heart after reading it and put down the letter. Chapter 536. Lu Tribe Defense Line. Inside the tent. Mother, what kind of person is father? Chang Jiyu's expression was hesitant. His lips moved for a long time before he asked the question he wanted to ask the most. He had never seen Chang Shanin before, back then when Chang Shanyin's mother was poisoned and Chang Shanin and Ha Tugu fought to the death. Chang Jiyu was still an unborn baby. His mother, Anai Shui Tong, sighed with a worried expression and said in a loving and nostalgic tone, My child, has your heart wavered? Don't forget our current situation. Don't worry about your father. He is a legend of Northern Plains. Back then he killed Ha Tugu's bandits alone. He is a great hero who got rid of a scourge for the people. Chang Jiyu interrupted his mother. Mother, I'm already tired of hearing your words. Ever since I made my move, I have grown up listening to these stories. No matter where I go, no matter what I do, there will always be people saying, Look, he is indeed Chang Shanyin's son. Father is like an eagle in the sky, flying in the sky and casting a huge shadow on the ground. In a few days, I will see him. My heart is in a mess. I just want to hear him. Chang Jiyu had not finished speaking when the tent's curtains were pulled open and a middle-aged man with an imposing aura walked in. It was Chang tribe's current tribe leader, Chang Shanyin's former brother, Rank 4 Upper Stage Wind Path expert Chang Biao. Greetings to Lord Foster Father. Chang Ji, you quickly paid his respects. My child, go out first. I have something to say to your mother. Chang Biao said warmly, Yes. Chang Ji, you could only leave the tent. The curtains were pulled down, and with guards standing guard, only Chang Biao and Enai Shuetong were left in the tent. Husband, Enai Shuetong threw herself into Chang Biao's embrace, her eyes shedding weak and helpless tears. Sigh, I know you have been feeling terrible these days. Chang Biao held Enai Shuetong in his arms, gently caressing his wife's hair. At the same time, he activated goo worms to isolate their voices. Enai Shuetong sobbed. You heir is asking me about Chang Shanin again. What should I say? Do you know, just now, I had the urge to tell him the truth, to tell him that he is not Chang Shanyin's flesh and blood, but the product of our love. Chang Biao's body trembled. Wasn't his heart also conflicted and filled with pain? He said in a low voice, This is all because of my incompetence. Back then, we were childhood sweethearts. It was Chang Shan-in who interfered. He lusted after your beauty and snatched you away on the day of our wedding. I wasn't his opponent, so I could only secretly come with you and have Chang Jiyu, this child. But once Chang Jiyu was born, his blood meridians would be tested, and the truth would be revealed. Then he would be finished. Thus, I discussed with Hatu Gu and decided to frame Chang Shanin. Later, I used the name of Chang Shanyin's brother to marry you and adopt Chang Jiyu as my son. These past few years, although the tribe's situation has not been good, it has been the happiest time for us. Chang Jiyu was also successfully appointed as the young patriarch by me. But it is precisely because of this that you cannot reveal this secret. Once this secret was revealed, Chang Biao and Enai Shuetong would become the target of public criticism. They would have to bear the infamy of adulterer and wife, unable to raise their heads for the rest of their lives. They even framed the experts of their own tribe for their own selfishness, disregarding the big picture. Their sins were grave, and Chang Ji, you would also become a shameful, illegitimate child. Be it his position as the young patriarch or Chang Biao's position as patriarch, they would both be in danger of being affected by the schemes of the ambitious schemers. The righteous path had its own rules of the righteous path. All along, Chang Biao had taken care of his deceased brother's wife and treated his adopted son as his own. Such loyalty was worthy of admiration. Such virtue was worthy of praise. Precisely because of this, Chang Biao became the new Chang tribe leader with a slight advantage. Once this truth was exposed, he would have nothing left. The ambitious schemers in the tribe would not let him off. In order to recruit Chang Shan-in, Lu Wenwu, who had a sliver of a chance, would not let him off. By then, his only way out would be to elope with Enai Shuetong and his own flesh and blood Chang Jiyu, becoming a demonic goo master. He would be spurned by the righteous path, chased by the tribe. Why? Why? Why is longevity heaven treating us like this? We clearly loved each other, but we ended up in such a situation. Chang Shan-in was the culprit, a villain, but why is he being praised? And we can only live under a mask, even deceiving our own son? Enai Shuetong cried bitterly. She was extremely agitated. These days, she had been under immense psychological pressure. Ever since Chang Shan-in reappeared, she had not been able to sleep well. The nightmare of the past had revived, causing her to fall into deep worries and worries. Say, do you think Lu Tribe Alliance leader wants to recruit Chang Shan-in? If Chang Shan-in agrees, will we have to live the same days as before? Chang Shan-in is spreading his vengeance everywhere. Did he find out that we were the ones who schemed against him back then? If he really returns to the tribe, what should we do? In her lover's embrace, Anai Shuetong raised her head and asked repeatedly, "No, no, don't think of it as such a serious matter. Don't take things so seriously." Chang Biao gently comforted the woman he loved the most in his life. Firstly, Chang Shan-in should not have found out that we are the culprits. Otherwise, with his character, he would have spread the news long ago and ruined our reputation. He only suspects that there is a traitor in Chang tribe, but he is not sure who it is. Lu Tribe Alliance leader indeed wants to recruit Chang Shan-in. He is the Wolf King after all, an enslavement pathmaster. There is no alliance leader who does not want his help. But young Master Lu Wenwu is not a mediocre person. He is clear in his heart that there is little hope of recruiting him. His biggest goal is to sow discord and shake the Wolf King's fighting spirit. Think about it. Chang Shan-in still does not know Chang Ji-yu's true birth. He is sure that this is his son. As a father, what thoughts would he have? This blood is thicker than water, thinking about how Chang Ji-yu might be killed by his wolf group. In the future battle, will he still go all out? Is that so? Anai Shuetong heard this and gradually calmed down. "All right, don't worry, I am here." Chang Biao had a gentle expression as he patted Anai Shuetong's back. The tent was filled with a warm atmosphere. But how long could such a moment last? Be it Chang Biao or Anai Shuetong, they did not have any confidence. Bam! A figure broke through the large lizard house Gu's window and flew out. The cunning gentleman's son, Shirhan, fell to the ground, climbing up with a swollen face. He was furious with hatred and panic as he screamed, "The Wolf King is attacking me! The Wolf King is attacking me! He is rebelling. He is going to kill. Save me! Save me!" Sun Shirhan was He Lolan's favorite. His cry for help quickly attracted many Gu masters. Fang Yuan snorted and jumped out of the window, kicking Sun Shirhan again. Sun Shirhan did not dare to activate his Gu worm first. He could only dodge. But Fang Yuan changed his move in time, his right fist sweeping horizontally and hitting Sun Shirhan's nose. Sun Shirhan screamed in pain. Just as he got up, he fell to the ground again. His face was full of blood. His nose was broken by Fang Yuan. He even lost 2 front teeth. He was in a miserable state. But the Gu masters who came after the commotion did not make a move. Instead, they sighed in relief. Be it Fang Yuan or Sun Shirhan, they did not use their Gu worms. This was not breaking the rules. It was at most a quarrel. When people interact with each other, there would always be conflicts and conflicts. It was normal for them to quarrel with each other. As long as they did not use their Gu worms to fight, it was not a violation of the poison vow. Chang Shan-in, you are too arrogant. Your wife and son are in the enemy camp. I only came to persuade you out of goodwill, but you actually got angry and beat me up. You are guilty. Sun Shirhan crawled up and screamed. His voice was sharp and piercing to the ears. These words caused the surrounding Gu masters to whisper to each other. Chang Shan-in and Chang tribe's relationship was known to everyone. These days, He tribe army had been talking about it. Looking at Sun Shirhan's smug and sinister gaze, Fang Yuan laughed in disdain. He did not reply, but waved his fist again. Bam, bam, bam. Fang Yuan's moves were heavy and powerful. Although Sun Shirhan had some foundation in Strength Path, how could he compare to Fang Yuan's huge investment in Strength Path? After a few moves, he was knocked down by Fang Yuan again, lying on the ground and getting beaten up by Fang Yuan. Wolf King is amazing. Although he is an enslavement path master, his foundation in Strength Path is also very strong. Everyone was shocked. Good hit. I wanted to beat up this scoundrel cunning gentleman for a long time. Another army higher-up praised. Chang Shan-in, you really think I am easy to bully? Sun Shirhan was beaten up. There was no part of his body that did not hurt. His head was dizzy, but his heart was filled with anger and humiliation. You still have the strength to speak. Fang Yuan snorted, attacking again. Sun Shirhan's face was covered in wounds. He spat out blood. All his front teeth fell out, and his molars were shaking. Wolf King is so fierce. Sun Shirhan is a rank 4 expert after all, but he is being beaten to a state where he cannot retaliate. He is too weak. Stupid. This is because he swore not to use his goo worms. In terms of close combat, Wolf King is an enslavement pathmaster, but he is still being suppressed by Sun Shirhan. Everyone's discussions became louder, be it Changshan Yin or Sun Shirhan. They were both people with high status. Now, they were fighting barehanded. This was a rare sight. Everyone's eyes were shining. Sun Shirhan could vaguely hear the discussions around him. The humiliation he felt almost made him grind his teeth. Even though he did not have many teeth left. He wanted to resist, but be it strength or moves, he was not Fang Yuan's match. He could only be pressed down on the ground and beaten up. Bear with it. I must bear with it. If I use my goo worms, I will truly lose. As long as Alliance leader arrives, he will uphold justice for me and teach Changshan Yin a lesson. Sun Shirhan screamed madly in his heart. Alliance leader is here. Greetings to Lord Alliance leader. The spectators were in chaos. They quickly opened up a path. He Lulan, Hao Ji Lu, and the rest arrived at the scene. Seeing this, He Lulan frowned, questioning Fang Yuan coldly. What is going on? Sun Shirhan's body shook. A surge of strength came out of nowhere. He struggled to get up and shouted, Alliance leader, please uphold justice for me. Plop. Before he finished, Fang Yuan stepped on his head. This kick was so strong that Sun Shirhan's entire face was buried in the soil. He Lulan shouted, Stop! Wolf King, what are you doing? Begging for food. Begging for food. Sun Shirhan shouted. His mouth was stuffed with mud. He could not speak clearly. Fang Yuan sneered. He exerted strength and stepped on him 3 times, burying Sun Shirhan's voice in the soil. Sun Shirhan's mouth and nose were blocked. His head was also hit. He felt dizzy and suffocated. His limbs were struggling, but he could not resist Fang Yuan's strength. He Lulan's face turned black like coal. Fang Yuan's gaze was like a blade. He stared at him and the goo master experts behind him. Can't you see what I am doing? I am beating him up. He Lulan stared at Fang Yuan angrily, shouting, Wolf King, you need to explain yourself. Why are you beating him up? Don't tell me you really want to betray us? Fang Yuan sneered in disdain, saying slowly, Hey, tribe leader, no need to be angry. If I wanted to rebel, why would I need to do so? Saying so, he let go of him. Sun Shirhan was no longer suppressed. He immediately turned around and lay on the ground, breathing heavily as he breathed in fresh air. But Fang Yuan stepped down again, on his right cheek. Sun Shirhan used both his hands to push Fang Yuan's leg, but he was already out of strength. His hands were weak. His face was trampled on in front of everyone, and the reputation that he had built up for most of his life was lost. Fang Yuan said slowly, Although I have never thought of rebelling against the enemy, I also do not want to plot against my wife and son. In the battle in the future, I will use all my strength and do my part. At that time, if they die in my hands, it would be an honor to die on the battlefield. Since I, Wolf King, have joined He Tribe's army, I will not waver because of love. But saying so, he raised his head and laughed arrogantly. Your suspicions are your own matters. It has nothing to do with me. If I can get support from mutated wolf groups, I will use my battle merits to exchange for them. This is a fair trade. I don't owe you anything. Hey, tribe leader, if you suspect me, you can hold back the mutated wolf groups and not let me command them. In the battle in the future, I will use my name as Wolf King to guarantee that I will still use all my strength. He Lulan was furious. Fang Yuan was not threatened by him at all. Instead, he turned around and threatened them. If you suspect me, You can choose not to give me the mutated wolf groups, but if we lose the battle, it will be your responsibility. How could He Lulan not give it to him? He had the great strength, true martial physique. Even if he used dark time immortal goo, he could not suppress it. He needed a strength path, immortal goo, to advance to goo immortal. Moreover, now that Wolf King had caused a ruckus, everyone knew about it. If he did not give the mutated wolf groups, what would the entire army think of him? They would think that He Lulan had the Wolf King, but did not use him. As the saying goes, do not use a suspicious person. If he lost the battle, everyone would blame him. He Lulan. Good Wolf King, you did well. He Lulan's gaze was filled with cold intent. He laughed from extreme anger. Of course I know your loyalty, Wolf King, but you beat up Sun Shirhan. So what? He is your comrade. The enemy is right in front of you, but you are fighting amongst yourself. What are you trying to do? He. Fang Yuan shrugged. This is all my fault. Sun Shirhan is too ugly. The more I look at him, the more unhappy I get. So I beat him up and fixed his appearance. I think he looks much better now. This is my personal action. I will take responsibility for it. According to the rules, I need to compensate Sun Shirhan with 10,000 battle merits. No problem. I will compensate him. Sun Shirhan heard this and was overwhelmed with anger. He coughed out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Once he said this, some Goo Master experts could not hold back their laughter. This was too satisfying. Some people were already unhappy with Sun Shirhan, this hypocritical and treacherous villain. Fang Yuan's actions had helped them vent their anger. Even Tai, by Yunsheng, looked at Fang Yuan with admiration. He felt that this Chang Shan Yin, although ruthless, did not attack his kin. He maintained his stance and righteousness. He had a bottom line and did not lose his true nature. He Lulan's expression turned even darker. Sun Shirhan was his man. Fang Yuan beating up Sun Shirhan meant he was slapping his face. Fang Yuan said it so easily. His battle merits were all on credit. But what could He Lulan do to deal with Lu tribe army? He needed to rely on Wolf King's strength. Threatening Wolf King was to make him bear the crime of slaughtering his kin. His reputation would fall, and it would be easier for He Lulan to control him. But since threats were useless, He Lulan only had one choice: to compromise. Chapter 5:37. The morning of northern plains was getting colder. Patches of white frost condensed and covered the grass. People breathed out puffs of hot air. Two armies with hundreds of thousands of people faced each other. Banners fluttered in the wind, and soldiers were as numerous as a forest. After the first battle, Lu tribe and He tribe rested for over 10 days before issuing a challenge and leaving the camp today to fight again. Second brother, last time you fought, this time it is my turn. Mo Shirkwang was already restless. He shouted and impatiently rushed to the front. Mo Shirkwang's snow-white hair fluttered. His skin was black, and his eyes were like a leopard's as he shouted, "Who wants to die?" This He bastard again. He tribe's higher-ups looked at this person with anger and fear. In the previous battle, many rank 4 Goo Masters had died in Mo Shirkwang's hands. Mo Shirkwang's fierce and fearless fighting style was frightening. He Lulan sneered, but his expression was calmer than before. He turned his gaze towards the 2 new faces in the main tent. I wonder who will go first. These 2 were Gao Yang and Zhu Zai. They had rank 4 peak stage cultivation and were known as the Demonic Path's twin demons, famous in northern plains. In the early years, the Demonic Path's twin demons had received Tai by Yunsheng's kindness and swore to repay him. Not long ago, Tai by Yunsheng tried to use letter Gu to recruit them. Just a few days ago, they took the initiative to join He tribe's army. With their addition, the gap between He tribe's alliance army and Lu tribe's alliance army was immediately closed. He tribe's higher-ups' battle strength was no longer in a tight spot. The demonic path's twin demons had always been inseparable, but the rule of the challenge was that each side could only send out one person to fight alone. The two looked at each other. According to Hay Tribe's information, they had already discussed this. At this moment, Zhu Zai stood up and bowed. "I will go first." He Lulan nodded in agreement. Zhu Zai went to the battlefield, and Emo Shirquang's eyes opened wide, revealing a joyful expression. "A rank 4 peak stage has come. Good, very good. However, you'd better not be all bark and no bite. Don't let me knock you down in a few hits." Zhu Zai snorted coldly, activating his goo worm and charging forward like a cannonball. Emo Shirquang remained motionless, licking his dry lips as he stood on the spot. Boom! Zhu Zai fiercely collided with Emo Shirquang, creating a thunderous boom. As the berserk energies interacted, Zhu Zai retreated a few steps while Emo Shirquang was sent flying. "Third brother, be careful. This person is Zhu Zai, one of the twin demons of the demonic path. He walks the path of strength," Lu Wenwu loudly warned in the king's tent. "Ha ha ha, strength path Gu Master? Very good. I like to fight with this kind of exciting opponent." Emo Shirquang vomited blood from his injuries and jumped up from the ground. The pain on his body made him even more excited. A crazed expression appeared on his coal-black face. With an explosion, Emo Shirquang charged towards Zhu Zai. "You're courting death." Zhu Zai sneered and pounced forward. Bang, bang, bang. Both sides engaged in close-quarters combat as they fiercely attacked each other, producing a series of trembling sounds. Emo Shirquang was a Chi Path Gu Master, but he was not at a disadvantage when fighting against the Strength Path Gu Master Zhu Zai. Strange. Does this Emo Shirquang dual cultivate Qi and Strength Path? Hay Tribe's tent was shaken. That is not the case. Emo Shirquang looks like he is fighting in close-quarters combat, but every time he attacks, his fists do not land on flesh. Instead, he is wearing a transparent Qi armor and using Qi explosion goo to instantly cause the Qi armor to explode, forming an explosive strength comparable to Strength Path. Cunning Lord's son Shirhan said in a deep voice. He was an expert in reconnaissance, and as he observed the battle, he saw through Emo Shirquang's tricks. Along with Qi explosion goo, Qi armor goo became a sharp weapon that could attack and defend. A goo master's use of goo depended on their heart. When different goo worms were used together, they would often form an effect that complemented each other. This Emo Shirquang is so fierce. This is the first time I've seen someone actually suppress Brother Zhu Zai. Gao Yang's expression was solemn. He had been observing the battle since the two started. He had a deep understanding of Zhu Zai and understood that Zhu Zai was already using his full strength, but the other party was still skillful and at ease, clearly much more at ease than Zhu Zai. Suddenly, a wild boar's roar resounded in the air. A strength path phantom of a Grand Emperor boar, as large as an elephant, appeared in the air with awe-inspiring might. Grand Emperor boar was a mutated beast among boars. Its beast strength could not be underestimated. After more than 10 rounds, Zhu Zai finally unleashed a strength path phantom. Immediately, his attack power burst out, catching Emo Shirquang unprepared. The huge strength surged and knocked him to the ground. Zhu Zai used this opportunity to attack, activating his trump card Goo Worm. In the air, the gradually dissipating Grand Emperor Boar Phantom condensed again. And at the same time, 2 Grand Emperor Boar Phantoms appeared. 3 Grand Emperor Boar Strength. Boom! An enormous strength burst out as Zhu Zai punched, creating a sonic boom. Emo Shirquang felt a sense of danger as he laughed crazily. "Now, this is interesting. Come, I'll show you my true power." He activated his movement goo and quickly flew up, dodging Zhu Zai's 3 boars explosion in the process. Zhu Zai's fist landed on the grassland, sending rocks and soil flying, creating a huge crater. Mo Shikuang's snow-white hair fluttered as he floated in the air, punching towards Zhu Zai, who was on the ground. Bam, bam, bam. Balls of fist chi rained down like a meteor shower. Zhu Zai continued to dodge, while punching, destroying these fist chi. Soon, he fell into a disadvantageous position. Facing a chi path opponent, Zhu Zai's most common weakness as a strength path was exposed. He was not like Fang Yuan, who had strength chi gu. Zhu Zai lacked a long-range attack method, so once Mo Shikuang changed tactics, he was suppressed. Not good. We will lose if we defend for too long. If this goes on, Brother Zhu Zai will not be able to hold on. Gao Yang knew Zhu Zai's background, and seeing this scene, he was extremely anxious and quickly requested to fight. He Lulan also saw the unfavorable situation and directly agreed. Just a mere variant human. I will deal with you. Gao Yang lightly shouted, traces of cloud chi lingering around his body, condensing into ribbons and bringing him forward. Don't think of bullying with numbers. Ouyang Baisang coldly snorted and moved almost at the same time. His speed was extraordinarily fast, and he intercepted Gao Yang halfway through. Gao Yang was worried about Zhu Zai and did not have the mood to fight, with Ouyang Baisang activating cloud rope gu from far away. Surging cloud chi suddenly surged around Ouyang Baisang. The milky white cloud chi condensed into a rope, firmly binding him. Gao Yang was proficient in restraining and defending, while Zhu Zai was proficient in attacking and scouting. The two complemented each other. Ouyang Baisang struggled for a while, but the cloud rope was shattered and condensed again, showing an unending momentum. Ouyang Baisang was furious, pouring his primeval essence into the Azura zombie goo in his aperture, temporarily transforming into a zombie. Once he transformed into an Azura zombie, his defense immediately increased greatly, and his strength surged at the same time. Ouyang Baisang growled and used his strength 3 times, completely breaking the cloud rope. His feet stepped on the ground, and he flew into the air, blocking Gao Yang again. Azura zombie goo was one of the 5 great flying zombie goo. It naturally had the ability to fly. Gao Yang did not want to tangle with Ouyang Baisang, and seeing the latter blocking in front of him, he frowned deeply, knowing that the other party wanted to buy time for Mo Shikuang to kill Zhu Zai, so he directly activated his trump card goo. Rank 5, Treacherous Cloud Wave Goo. Immediately, the primeval sea level in his aperture fell sharply, almost consuming half of it. A lump of grayish-white cloud, only the size of a horse carriage, surged with dark red light rippling inside, rapidly flying towards Ouyang Baisang. Ouyang Baisang moved his body and dodged a few times, but this cloud followed him like a shadow and was finally covered by the gray cloud. Ouyang Baisang was hit by treacherous cloud wave goo, immediately losing his sense of direction, the thoughts in his mind moving extremely slowly, slowing down by several times. He could not distinguish east, west, north, and south, and even lost his sense of up, down, left, and right. For a moment, he was covered by the gray cloud, like a headless fly, flying up and down in the sky. Mo Shikuang, don't be arrogant. Gao Yang cast aside Ouyang Baisang, and finally arrived in time to support Zhu Zai. The two worked together with great tacit understanding, and even though Mo Shikuang was fierce and fearless, he was gradually suppressed. But the three had only fought for over 20 rounds when they heard Ouyang Baisang's loud shout, Azura transformation. Immediately, 6 thick and solid arms that looked like they were cast from bronze stretched out of the gray cloud with a bang. Outside, one could vaguely see the body inside the gray cloud expanding like a balloon. Ouyang Baisang used his killer move, his battle strength rising by several times, and with a shake of his body, the dim and lightless gray cloud was completely dispersed. You two despicable and shameless scoundrels, die. Ouyang Baisang's anger surged as he flew into the sky, pincer attacking with Mo Shirkwang. With such a great expert participating in the battle, Zhu Zai and Gao Yang blocked from the left and right, and the situation rapidly turned for the worse, turning into a precarious situation. Alliance leader Gao Yang and Zhu Zai are indispensable experts on our side. We cannot let them die like this. Tai Bai Yunsheng saw the situation was far from good and quickly spoke. Sir's words are reasonable. He Lolan's expression was solemn as he suddenly stood up from his seat. Although Gao Yang and Zhu Zai had joined, He tribe was still weaker than Lu tribe in terms of higher-level battle strength. He Lulan simply waved his hand, learning from Feng Yuan, and directly gave the order for the entire army to attack. With one command, the army moved together. Lu Wenwu sneered. You can't beat me in a duel, so you want to gang up on me. All right, I will accompany you to the end. The bugles of the army bugled, and the war drums shook the sky. Lu tribe army also moved. Hundreds of thousands of people from both sides swept towards the other side like a torrential flood. The distance between the two sides rapidly shortened, and when they were only a few hundred steps apart, the Gu masters attacked almost simultaneously. At once, large numbers of pill fire, icicles, bone spears, and wind blades flew towards the other side. Light armors, bone shields, water shields, and other kinds of weapons also rose up. The originally simple scene was painted into a colorful and dazzling picture. Bam, bam, bam. Both sides' attacks landed on the other side at the same time. Chapter 5:38. At once, even Gao Yang and Zhu Zai's battle with Mo Shirkwang and Ouyang Baisang was disrupted by the vast number of people. The two armies were completely entangled, battle cries resounded, shaking the clouds. Waterfall Gu. In the chaotic battle, Water Demon Hao Ji Lu pushed his palms forward, a majestic blue torrent burst out and washed away all the Gu masters in front of him, regardless of friend or foe. Great Tornado Gu. An enormous dark green tornado, over 100 feet tall, swept through the battlefield. Wherever it went, be it man or beast, they were all thrown high into the air by the intense winds. The tornado dissipated, revealing Chang Biao's figure. He was floating in the air, wearing a green robe, looking fierce and imposing. He was not far from Hao Ji Lu. So, naturally, the two rank 4 experts' gazes met. The next moment, the two did not speak any nonsense and directly fought. A golden lightning pierced through the battlefield, instantly killing all the He tribe Gu masters along the way. The golden light dissipated, turning into a valiant man with broad shoulders and a thin waist. It was Pei Yanfei, Chang Shanin. In today's battle, I will behead you and take revenge. Pei Yanfei's battle intent was like fire burning fiercely. Suddenly, his gaze focused, and he activated his defensive Gu worm in time. Behind him, a dark shadow suddenly appeared. The shadows were deep and serene, transforming into multiple sword images that slashed at his back, causing Pei Yanfei to stagger. It's you, Shadow Sword Expert. Pei Yanfei regained his footing, looking at the Gu master, who attacked him with a solemn gaze. Bian Xixien, who was wearing a black cloth, laughed lightly. Lord Pei Yanfei is too polite. Her words were polite, but her actions were not. The pitch-black sword shadows appeared once again like a rotating screen, shrouding towards Pei Yanfei. Then I will kill you first. Pei Yanfei laughed loudly, brazenly pouncing forward. Our battle has not ended yet. What are you two thinking? Ouyang Baisang and Mo Shirkwang found the demonic path, twin demons again. Gao Yang and Zhu Zai complained incessantly, but could only brace themselves and continue fighting with Ouyang Baisang and Mo Shirkwang. As the Gu master experts fought one by one, a fixed battle circle was formed, and the chaotic battlefield gradually became clear. There were dozens of battles, All of them were rank 4 and 5 experts. Outside the big battle circle was a small battle circle, which was presided over by third transition experts. Outside the small battle circle, low-rank Gu masters formed groups and cooperated with each other in battle. As the commander-in-chief, He Lulan and Lu Wenwu sat in the main tent and oversaw the battle. From time to time, Xiao Chun would give orders to send the elite troops in his hands to various parts of the battlefield, either to stabilize the situation or to take the initiative to attack. The huge battlefield was soon filled with the thick smell of blood. Gu masters continued to fall. Some were frozen into popsicles, some were burnt to ashes, some had their limbs chopped off, and some were poisoned to death. The originally fresh grass seemed to have become a monster, devouring fresh lives every minute and every second. The battle was so intense that after a while, He Lulan and Lu Wenwu's foreheads were gradually dripping with cold sweat. The large number of casualties made people's hearts turn cold. The tragic battlefield was a ghastly sight. In order to maintain the battle situation, the two of them quickly sent out their trump card, the elite troops. Only their own tribe's Black Banner elite troops and White Crane elite troops were left to suppress the battlefield. As time passed, the casualties started to decrease. After the initial battle, the Gu Masters' primeval essence expenditure was intense, and they started to consciously conserve their primeval essence. This way, the intensity of the battle decreased by a lot. The battlefield fell into a deadlock. The two armies were like two giants wrestling with each other, and they were evenly matched. Whichever side could accumulate a small advantage, bit by bit would be able to turn a partial victory into a victory for the entire battlefield. The higher-level battle strength can still be maintained for now. Wolf King, you have rank 5 lurking Soul Code Gu and the mutated wolf group. The rest is up to you. He Lulan transmitted using a Gu worm. At the start of the battle, Fang Yuan was not in the main tent, but was hiding somewhere in the battlefield. As for his exact location, even He Lulan was not clear. Fang Yuan received He Lulan's transmission, but did not reply. Instead, he directly mobilized the wolf group to run towards the two sides. Lu tribe's Gu masters subconsciously chased after them. This way, the tight formation was torn apart. Howl, a mutated wolf group of over 800 wolves, including White Eyes wolves, Blood Forest wolves, Frenzy wolves, and Shark Fin wolves. Like a sharp arrow, the pack of wolves suddenly shot out and directly charged in the direction of the Lu family's main tent. Fang Yuan's first move was a fatal blow. It was extremely ruthless, attacking the enemy's vital points. As expected, a mutated wolf group came to reinforce them. Lu Wenwu saw that the wolf group's charge had messed up his tribe's formation. A large number of Gu masters lost their lives to the wolves. He frowned deeply. The news of He tribe's Gu immortals reinforcing the mutated wolf group was easy to obtain. It was not a secret. Lu Wenwu was calm. He also had Lu tribe's Gu immortals behind him. He also had Lu tribe's support. Since he had deduced this mutated wolf group, he naturally had methods to resist them. Bei Chao Chuan, it is your turn. Lu Wenwu instructed the Gu master beside him. Bei Chao Chuan was expressionless as he stood up from his seat, frowning deeply. I can only last for 5 minutes. Lu Wenwu nodded. No worries, go ahead. Bei Chao Chuan walked out of the main tent. The primeval essence in his aperture was being expended as he activated the Gu worms he had obtained not long ago. A refreshing aura of grass and trees emitted from his body, spreading over 100 li. Within the range of this aura, grass grew rapidly. In a few breaths of time, they were taller than humans. The large grass leaves intertwined, forming rank 2 grass soldier puppets. Soon, the number of grass soldier puppets increased to over 1,000. Bei Chao Chuan activated his Gu worms. A jade rain of light rained down. The grass soldier puppets absorbed the green rainwater. A portion of them turned into rank 3 rattan shell grass soldiers. At the same time, large numbers of rank 2 grass soldiers were still forming. Bei Chao Chuan activated his goo worms again. An orange warm wind blew on the grassland. Due to the orange wind, a portion of the rank 3 rattan shell grass soldiers advanced to rank 4 grass sword elite soldiers. In the blink of an eye, the sparse Central Army was filled up by the dense army of grass soldiers, becoming the thickest and densest place on the entire battlefield. The mutated wolf group's momentum was thus obstructed. Fang Yuan frowned as he manipulated with all his strength. He hit on the blood forest wolf's back, wearing the rank 5 lurking soul coat goo. It was like a green-gray wolf skin cloak. Lurking soul coat goo was indeed powerful. It concealed Fang Yuan's soul fluctuations, allowing him to attack with all his strength. But at this moment, Fang Yuan felt like he was fighting an enslavement pathmaster. Bei Chao Chuan controlled the grass soldier army as he cried. He had 2 souls in one body now. To defeat Wolf King Chang Shanin, Bei tribe's elder Bei Chao Sheng sacrificed himself, placing his soul in his body. Using the goo worms that Lu Wenwu requested, Bei Chao Chuan absorbed the strength in Bei Chao Sheng's soul, allowing him to have attainment not inferior to an enslavement pathmaster in a short period of time. Bei Chao Chuan was a rank 4 enslavement path goo master. He was also the leader of Bei tribe. He had the resources of the tribe. His soul foundation was not weak. Now that he obtained Bei Chao Sheng's soul, he was like a tiger with wings. His enslavement path battle strength rose sharply. But this move had huge repercussions, because using other people's souls would cause Bei Chao Chuan's soul to be impure. His memories would be erroneous. He needed to spend a huge amount of effort and resources, as well as special soul path goo worms to heal himself. But now, to defeat He tribe army and take revenge, Bei Chao Chuan could not care about the repercussions. He tribe invited Gao Yang and Zhu Zai to make up for the difference in their battle strength, and Lu tribe wanted to make up for the difference in lower-level battle strength. They thought of this method to raise Bei Chao Chuan's battle strength to enslavement pathmaster level to restrict Fang Yuan. At once, Fang Yuan's mutated wolf group was barely blocked by the enemy's grass soldier army. Did you block it? Ha ha ha! Hey Lulan, you are going to lose today. Lu Wenwu saw this, and his worries disappeared. He laughed loudly, his laughter resounding throughout the battlefield. Damn it! He Lulan clenched his fists as he gritted his teeth. The situation was very bad for him. Gao Yang and Zhu Zai were in imminent danger, while the mutated wolf group that he had high hopes for was pinned down at the center of the army. They were already in deep trouble. Without a choice, he could only order Black Flag Army to move out. Brothers, it is finally time for our Black Flag Army to make a move. Black Flag General Commander received this order and shouted excitedly. Black Flag Army was indeed the trump card that He tribe had nurtured for a long time and spent a huge amount of resources to create. The moment they moved, they were like a sharp black blade that pierced into the battlefield, easily cutting through tofu. Black Flag Army was strengthened by battle thought goo. They were all fearless and did not fear death. Their 100% battle strength burst out to 120%. Finally unable to endure it, Lu Wenwu's eyes shined brightly as he stared at Black Flag Army's movements on the battlefield. When he saw Black Flag Army moving in an arc from the right flank of the battlefield and pouncing towards his center, he immediately understood He Lulan's intention. So this is what you want to bet on. You want to concentrate your advantage and defeat the grass soldier army. Humph! Bei Chao Chuan is already having a hard time blocking Chang Shanin. If he gets pincer attacked by Black Flag Army, he will definitely collapse. By then, He tribe will have a small advantage, and the mutated wolf group, the most crucial force, will be released. Thinking of this, Lu Wenwu smiled proudly. Your He tribe has Black Flag Army, famous in northern plains. And my Lu tribe also has a White Hair Army, famous far and wide. The battle between Black Flag and White Hair has already lasted for hundreds of years. Let's see the results today. Under his orders, the White Hair Army that was already prepared directly used one of the 3 killer moves. The White Hair Army let out a dazzling white light. The white light condensed and formed a huge light pillar that pierced through the clouds. The beam of light shot up into the sky, and in the blink of an eye, it shot down from the sky. The light pillar shot towards the direction of Black Flag Army. The 3 commanders of Black Flag Army saw this familiar killer move and immediately ordered the entire army to be on guard. The light pillar dissipated and revealed the tight formation of the White Hair Army. The White Hair Army was mainly infantry, while the Black Flag Army rode horses. But in terms of mobility, the White Hair Army was superior. The reason was because of this killer move. Chapter 539. Black Banner Army and White Banner Army engaged in a direct confrontation. Both sides had been enemies since the founding of the army. They had competed for hundreds of years with victories and defeats on both sides. Right now, the 2 armies were fighting. Both sides were using their killer moves. They were evenly matched. Seeing that his final trump card was restrained, He Lulan's expression was ashen. He. Lu Wenwu laughed heartily. He was full of joy. Right now, the other side had exhausted all their tricks. His side was also in the same situation. But the Grass Soldier Army could barely block the mutated Beast Wolf group. They could still hold on for some time. Meanwhile, He tribe's higher-ups were already showing signs of defeat, especially Gao Yang, Zhu Zai, Ouyang Bai Sang, and Mo Shikuang's 4-man group. The situation was very clear. Ouyang Bai Sang and Mo Shikuang might not be good at cooperation, but their individual strength was higher than the other side. If Gao Yang and Zhu Zai fought 2 against 1, with their tacit cooperation, they would have a slight advantage. But now they were suppressed and could only defend. They were in a passive situation. Anyone could see that Gao Yang and Zhu Zai's defeat was close at hand. Once they lost, Ouyang Bai Sang and Mo Shikuang would be like tigers that were released from their cage. They would reinforce the other battles. This way, the slight advantage would accumulate and eventually lead to the upper hand in the battle. Once Lu tribe army gained the upper hand, He tribe would no longer have any backup. They would have no way to turn the situation around. They could only let the other side gain the upper hand while their side continued to fall into a disadvantage. Eventually, the other side's advantage would turn into victory, and He tribe army would be defeated. He Lulan could see the situation was bad. He was sweating profusely from anxiety. In the main tent, he was the only one left. At this stage, he could only rely on his own strength. His figure suddenly vanished from the main tent. At the next moment, he appeared in the sky above the Grass Soldier Army. He wanted to kill Bei Chao Chuan. He did not have lurking soul coat goo. His location was very easy to find. As long as he killed him, the Grass Soldier Army would instantly collapse. That way, this intense battle would turn into a situation of mutual attacks again. In the end, it would be like the first battle. They would have to stop fighting and reorganize. Killer move, Dark Vortex. He Lulan had just activated her killer move when a white light appeared in front of him, revealing Lu Wenwu's true body. He Lulan was rank 5 in Dark Path, while Lu Wenwu was rank 5 in Light Path. The 2 fought several times and were evenly matched. However, this time, the refined Lu Wenwu revealed the smile of a victor. Brother Lulan, today's battle is about a sliver of time. My Grass Soldier Army will be defeated sooner or later, but your high-level forces will lose even faster. What a pity! The strength of the 2 armies is very close. You're courting death. He Lulan roared and charged toward Lu Wenwu. The two of them fought fiercely, exchanging blows. From time to time, dazzling radiance or majestic thunder would erupt. Strange, in my previous life, it was indeed He tribe that defeated Lu tribe, but now it seems that Lu tribe has the advantage. Could it be that some sort of change has occurred because of me? Feng Yuan hid in a corner and pondered. He cultivated both enslavement and strength path. He naturally did not display his full strength. In fact, he did not even use his enslavement path strength to its fullest. Right now, the grass soldier army was in a precarious situation. As long as he appeared and used Wolf Howl Gu and Rank 5 Amplify Effect Gu, he would be able to defeat Bei Chao Chuan. But Feng Yuan did not move. He chose to watch from the sidelines. Most of his attention was on Ouyang Bai Sang and Mo Shi Kuang. Once he appeared and used Wolf Howl Gu and Rank 5 Amplify Effect Gu, there was a high chance that Ouyang Bai Sang and Mo Shi Kuang would give up on Gao Yang and Zhu Zai to chase after him. To speak the truth, the current Feng Yuan already had some success in strength path. He did not fear Ouyang Bai Sang and Mo Shi Kuang's close combat. But my vision cannot be limited to the battle before me. The Imperial Court contest is a competition between super tribes, a game controlled by Gu immortals. Once I expose my full strength, even if I win this battle, when the other side receives reinforcements from Gu immortals, they will definitely target me. At that time, my trump cards will be exposed, and my control over the situation will fall to rock bottom. Feng Yuan was concerned about the Imperial Court. He maintained his calm and was not disturbed by the intense and dangerous battle in front of him. In my previous life, how did He tribe defeat Lu tribe? Right now, although the battle situation is extremely tense, both sides have not used their trump cards. At least, I know that Tai Bai Yunxing has a rank 5 Gu man as before. The less I expose my strength, the better, so once I attack, it must be a fatal blow. Now is not the time. Feng Yuan's heart was not shaken. On the intense battlefield, corpses were everywhere and blood flowed like a sea. But in his eyes, these were only the numbers of casualties. On this battlefield, many people were roaring in anger because of the death of their friends and family. Many people were cheering after killing strong enemies. Some Gu masters were escaping in a sorry state under the urge of fear. And some Gu masters were fulfilling their ambitions, wanting to become a person above others. At this moment, at the edge of life and death, human emotions burst out violently, crazily, and so unbridled and ostentatious. Looking at the malevolent expressions of the surrounding people, listening to their miserable screams and shouts, Feng Yuan felt a kind of tranquility and tranquility. His heart was as calm as an ancient pond, without a single ripple. Fight, kill, a person is born to fight. Win, lose, to continue walking on one's own path. One has to step on the corpses of others. Let the blood boil, let the sweat drip. The unbridled life is all at this moment. Take this. This is my killer move. Qi devouring 6 directions. In the battlefield, a thunderous roar suddenly burst out. The voice attracted the gazes of countless people as they subconsciously focused their attention. Not good, leave quickly. An intense sense of danger surged in Gao Yang's heart as he shouted. He furiously activated his Gu worms, wanting to move, but the surrounding air was as dense as a city wall, making it difficult for him to move. Mo Shi Kuang floated in the air, opening his arms and slowly closing his fingers in front of his chest. Gao Yang and Zhu Zai immediately felt an immense pressure pressing down on them from all directions. Inconsolable shock and fear froze on their faces. The premonition of certain death filled their hearts. Leave. The instant death approached, Zhu Zai burst out with the strength of 3 Grand Emperor boars, creating a hole in the wall-like air. Brother! Gao Yang felt the world spinning, and when he reacted, he found he had already been thrown away by Zhu Zai, out of the battlefield. and Zhu Zai, under Mo Shi Kuang's killer move, was crushed into minced meat and blood by the terrifying air pressure. "Brother!" Gao Yang screamed. His heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife, and large amounts of tears gushed out like a flood. Mo Shi Kuang also vomited a mouthful of blood. "Second brother, your killer move is not complete yet. Don't casually use it in the future." Ouyang Baiseng quickly rushed over and supported him in the air. Mo Shi Kuang vomited blood as he laughed. "I was having a good time just now. I didn't even think before using it. Ha ha." Ouyang Baiseng helplessly shook his head. "All right, let's continue to kill that Gao Yang, and after finishing the battle here, we'll reinforce the other groups." Lu Wenwu, who also saw this scene, laughed and announced in high spirits, "From now on, it is the beginning of our Lu tribe army's continuous victories. Brother Lu Lan, you are already powerless to reverse the situation." "Is that so?" The one who responded was not He Lu Lan, but Tai Bai Yunsheng, who was in another battle. Tai Bai Yunsheng, who had been mainly dodging, suddenly burst out with speed, pulling apart the distance between him and his opponent. He then stretched out his palm, and a silver light shot out from afar. The silver light accurately shone on the pile of flesh belonging to Zhu Zai. Rank 5, man as before. In an instant, the silver light flashed, forcing people to close their eyes. After the silver light dissipated, Zhu Zai returned to the battlefield completely unharmed, and his primeval sea level was at its peak, under the effect of man. As before, Zhu Zai had returned to the state he was in at the start of the battle. Shocked expressions appeared on the faces of countless Gu masters at the same time. Among them were Lu Wenwu, Mo Shi Kuang, and Ouyang Baiseng. Man as before Gu's peerlessly powerful healing effect made almost everyone feel shocked. Man as before Gu was a time path healing Gu. It could allow the target to return to a state of the past. "Good, what a great healing Gu." He Lulan laughed heartily. He had not expected Tai Bai Yunsheng to still have such a powerful trump card. As long as this Gu was around, the battle between He tribe's higher-ups could be delayed for a long time. "Good, now is the time." Fang Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance as he activated rank 4 Eagle Rise Gu and flew out. Rank 5 Amplify Effect Gu and rank 4 Wolf Howl Gu. Fang Yuan opened his mouth and howled, the wolf howl resounding through the clouds. Under the shroud of the wolf howl, the mutated wolves' bodies visibly swelled up, their eyes turned red, and their battle strength directly increased by 5 times. "Go!" Fang Yuan floated in the air, looking down at the battlefield as he muttered softly. The wolf tide suddenly erupted, creating a tsunami out of nowhere. "Damn it, I can't hold on anymore." Bei Chao Chuan was furious. He resisted with all his might, but the grass soldier army was like a fragile piece of paper against the wolf tide. They could not even last for a few breaths of time before being torn to pieces. Bei Chao Chuan did not have time to escape either. A frenzied wolf pounced on him and tore his rattan armor with its sharp teeth before biting his throat. Bei Chao Chuan struggled with all his might, sending this frenzied wolf flying. Just as he was about to grab his throat and get up, 3 white-eyes wolves pounced on him and tore him apart, turning him into a mutilated corpse. Once the grass soldier army was defeated, Fang Yuan manipulated the wolf group and charged towards the white millipede army. The white millipede army and black flag army were in a deadlock, fighting back and forth. They were evenly matched. Now that the mutated wolf group was attacking from behind, they suffered heavy casualties. "Ha ha, Lu Wenwu, it seems I have the last laugh." The battle situation suddenly changed. He Lulan was surprised and joyful. "No, I have not lost yet." Lu Wenwu's expression was distorted as he shouted crazily, like a gambler whose eyes were bloodshot. He turned into a white light and flew towards Ouyang Baiseng and Mo Shi Kuang. Chapter 540. "Here, big brother." Ouyang Bai sang and Mo Shikuang shouted at the same time. Let them see the true strength of US three brothers. Lu Wenwu shouted, his speed not slowing down as he charged towards Mo Shikuang and Ouyang Bai sang. The latter two laughed loudly, their bodies bursting out with green and gray radiance. Green, gray, and white radiance collided with each other, and with a loud sound, the radiance dissipated, revealing a humanoid monster. This monster had 3 heads and 6 arms. It was 6 meters tall, its muscles were intertwined, and its skin was like copper. The 3 heads were Lu Wenwu, Ouyang Bai sang, and Mo Shikuang. This is, seeing such an unimaginable scene, countless people stared with their eyes wide open. Let me teach you, this is our killer move. 3 heads, 6 arms. Tremble, tremble, fear to your heart's content. This will be the final moment of your lives. The 3 heads spoke at the same time. Humph, shameless boasting. Gao Yang snorted, activating treacherous cloud wave goo. A streak of grayish-white cloud light shot towards the 3-headed, 6-armed giant. But halfway through, Lu Wenwu's eyes shot out 2 beams of light that pierced through the cloud. Swoosh! With a sonic boom, 3 heads, 6 arms suddenly appeared in front of Gao Yang. Such speed! Gao Yang's pupils shrunk. His long years of battle experience caused him to activate his defensive goo crazily. The monster waved its 2 arms. One arm pierced through the light barrier, while the other arm landed on Gao Yang's head like a watermelon being smashed. At the next moment, Gao Yang's headless corpse fell down from the sky. Brother! Zhu Zai saw this and was extremely furious, losing all reason as he pounced towards the monster. Gagaga, the cry of an ant. Mo Shikuang's head laughed loudly, bending the index finger of one arm and lightly flicked at Zhu Zai. Bam! Air currents exploded. The strong impact directly plowed a wound that was thousands of steps long on the battlefield. Zhu Zai was directly blasted apart, exploding into flesh and shattered bones that splattered in all directions. The Gu masters who were affected by the aftermath all suffered heavy casualties. This kind of power is at least 6 times that of a single person, and at least 9 times faster. The 3 of them fused at the same time, using Azura transformation to stack Chi path attacks and light path effects. Fang Yuan saw this and felt an intense battle intent rise in his heart. I have all-out effort goo, and together with rank 5 amplify attack goo, I can burst out with 500 June of strength. I wonder who would come out on top if they fought against this monster. However, in the next moment, Fang Yuan suppressed his fighting spirit and flew down, hiding among the exotic wolf pack once more. Man is before goo. At this time, under the illumination of 2 silver lights, Zhu Zai and Gao Yang were reborn and restored to their original state. Old bastard! The monster's 6 eyes were either overflowing with coldness, filled with killing intent, or seething with fighting intent. All of them shot at Tai, Bai Yunsheng at the same time. Tai, Bai Yunsheng hurriedly retreated. Although he had man as before, it could only be used on others and not on himself. The entire army has orders, protect Tai Bai Yunsheng. He Lulan rushed over while shouting, seeing the crux of this battle. Who can stop me? Ouyang Bai Seng's head laughed arrogantly. At the next moment, the monster turned into a green light and shot towards Tai Bai Yunsheng like lightning. Tai Bai Yunsheng hid behind everyone, but no one could stop the monster. It was invincible as it charged forward. Any human or beast that dared to obstruct it turned into a pile of minced meat. Benefactor, leave quickly! Gao Yang and Zhu Zai rushed over and blocked Tai Bai Yunsheng behind them. Annoying little thing. The monster waved its 6 arms. Its speed was so fast that the naked eye could only see 6 shadows flashing by. With 2 bangs, Zhu Zai and Gao Yang exploded again. Look at my Soul Blade Goo. Pan Ping rushed over and activated Soul Blade Goo. Soul Blade Goo succeeded this time. The monster's body shook slightly and a shallow wound appeared on its chest. Interesting, the monster sneered, and just as it finished laughing, the wound healed completely. Next, the monster let out a breath of turbid air. The turbid air exploded, blowing Pan Ping into pieces. Tai Bai Yunshen, where are you going? The monster cackled, the voices of the three heads gradually fusing into one. Before Tai Bai Yunshen could move far, the monster had already blocked in front of him. Swoosh! The waterfall surged as Hao Ji Lu stepped on the waves. The monster pushed with its 6 palms, causing the water to collapse. Hao Ji Lu screamed miserably as he was sent flying at an even faster speed. Seeing this, Bian Xixian, who was rushing over, immediately stopped, not daring to move forward. Dark vortex. He Lulan descended from the sky. A huge black ball of light pressed down like a mountain. The monster roared, its 6 claws aimed at the ball of light from afar. Killer move, 6 directions, Chi Devour. The air solidified like a wall or a mountain. He Lulan's face turned purplish red, but he could not advance no matter what. Next, the air enveloped him from all directions, forcefully swallowing his killer move. The killer move that Mo Shirkwang could not use alone was suddenly perfected in the hands of the monster. Howl! The mutated wolf group swarmed over, but He Lulan succeeded in delaying the monster. In the blink of an eye, the mutated wolf group had surrounded the monster. A bloody battle erupted with a loud rumble. The mutated wolf group with rank 4 battle strength fearlessly charged at the monster. Kill! 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 The monster roared repeatedly, falling into a berserk state as it tangled with the mutated wolf group. Every move he made was filled with great power. Light path, chi path, transformation path. These 3 goo worms were used together. Their coordination was incomparable, as if he was cultivating 3 paths at the same time. The mutated wolf group died one by one, but the monster's attacks were still incomparably fierce. Lord Alliance Leader, I will lend you a hand. At this time, a Lu tribe goo master expert rushed over to help. But at the next moment, he was beaten to death by the monster, who had lost his mind. Young Master Lu, when Wu has lost his mind, he has already gone crazy. The battlefield was in an uproar. Lu tribe army's morale plummeted. Our tribe has suffered disastrous losses. We lost 1/3 of our goo masters. It is time to retreat. How can such an alliance leader be worth our lives? Retreat first. The casualties have already reached the standard. If we retreat now, we will not go against the poison vow. The situation of the battle was beyond everyone's expectations. Deserters started to appear in He tribe and Lu tribe. The Black Banner Army and White Hair Army that had been suppressing the troops were fighting intensely. How could they have the time to suppress these people? What do we do? He Lulan asked Commander Ji. This monster was giving him a huge headache. No matter. The so-called killer move, although powerful, consumes a huge amount of primeval essence. Moreover, this killer move has a clear flaw. The monster has already lost his mind. A strength without intelligence is nothing to worry about. Fang Yuan analyzed calmly, his voice rousing everyone's spirits. Yes, if nothing unexpected happens, we have already won this battle. Tai Bai Yunxing added, but just as he finished speaking, an accident happened. The 3-headed, 6-armed monster suddenly split into 3 people, pouncing in 3 different directions. Lu Wenwu and Mo Shirkwang missed, but Ouyang Bai Sang's eyes shined as he shouted, Chang Shanin, I finally found you. Die! It turned out that when the 3 of them fused into a 3-headed 6-armed monster, their souls would mix together, and although their battle strength would rise sharply, it could not last for long. The longer it dragged on, the more chaotic memories it would cause, and eventually they would lose their sense of self, turning into a lunatic or an idiot. When they killed their own reinforcements, Lu and Wu and the rest were shaken and barely regained a trace of clarity. Relying on this clarity, they still wanted to turn the situation around. Compared to killing Tai by Yunsheng, killing Changshan-in was no doubt more useful. Their investigative goo worms were not ordinary. Through careful deduction of the battle situation, they obtained 3 possible hiding spots for Fang Yuan. Finally, Ouyang by Sang found Fang Yuan's hiding spot. Oh no! If Wolf King dies, the wolf group will collapse. Lu tribe army will turn the situation around, and our army will be defeated. Seeing Ouyang by Sang pouncing towards Changshan-in with a sinister smile, He Lulan screamed in his heart and frantically rushed to help, but there was not enough time. Die! Ouyang by Sang actually still had primeval essence and could use Azura transformation again. Wolf King is finished. Sun Shirhan was afraid and happy at the same time. Oh no! Changshan-in is going to die. Tai Bai Yunsheng and the rest turned pale. Father! In a moment of desperation, Chang Jiyu roared. Seeing Ouyang by Sang pouncing over, Fang Yuan's face showed a strange smile. Rank 4 Eagle Rise Goo and Rank 5 Amplify Attack Goo. A pair of eagle wings suddenly grew on Fang Yuan's back, and with 5 times the speed, he soared into the sky. Ouyang by Sang was stunned for a moment before chasing and shouting, "Don't think of escaping!" But his speed was not fast enough, and he could only helplessly watch as the distance between them continued to increase. "Let me!" Lu Wenwu shouted, his body turning into a white light as he rushed over. But Fang Yuan nimbly turned around and dodged him. At this time, Mo Shikuang also rushed over and started chasing and intercepting Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's body was extremely nimble, at times like a butterfly flying through flowers, at times like lightning, at times like the gentle wind, at times like a phantom. He played the 3 in circles. This is a master-level flying technique. Everyone raised their heads, dumbstruck. Goo masters nurture goo, use goo, and refine goo. No matter which of these 3 aspects, they were all profound and broad. They were clearly using similar goo worms, but some goo masters were able to use them extremely well, to the point that it had reached the level of art. People often referred to such a person as a master. To think that Wolf King is not only an enslavement master, but also a flying master. After watching for a long time, everyone let go of their worries and exclaimed in admiration, "Wolf King, don't run!" Ouyang by Sang shouted, "Changshan-in, if you have the guts, fight me for 300 rounds. Mo Shikuang furiously shouted, "Damn it!" Lu Wenwu gritted his teeth. His heart had already sunk to rock bottom. Fang Yuan's flying technique left them in the dust. What made them even more discouraged was that while Fang Yuan was avoiding them, he was actually controlling the wolf group to exterminate Lu tribe army. Damn it, if I knew you could fly so well, why would we fight like this? Looking at Fang Yuan's skillful and relaxed appearance, He Lulan and the others could not help but feel resentment. As for Lu tribe's 3 brothers, they were already completely speechless. Chapter 541. Lu Wenwu lost. He was very unwilling to accept his loss, but the truth would not change according to his will. Lu Wenwu, Ouyang by Sang, and Mo Shikuang all had flying methods. But in terms of flying attainments, they were far from Fang Yuan. The sky was different from the ground. People could fly freely in the sky. They could move up, down, left, right, east, west, north, and south. They could dodge and move freely. But on the ground, the space for people to dodge was much smaller. No matter how Lu Wenwu and his brothers chased and intercepted, they could not do anything to Fang Yuan. And while Fang Yuan dodged, he mobilized the wolf group army and slaughtered large numbers of Lu tribe army. Lu Wenwu and his brothers had no choice but to give up on chasing Fang Yuan and reinforce the low-rank Gu masters to slaughter the wolf group. But this was exactly what He Lulan, Fang Yuan, and the others wanted, using the Wolf King or mutated wolf group's lives to expend the three Lu brothers' precious primeval essence. This was very worth it and was very beneficial to Fang Yuan. As long as a Gu master did not advance to immortal, his or her primeval essence was limited. Once a Gu master expends all their primeval essence, his or her battle strength would fall sharply and hit rock bottom. The wolf tide surged unceasingly. The more wolves the three Lu brothers killed, the more their primeval essence was consumed. The wolf group's scale was huge and endless. The three Lu brothers killed until their hands were tired and their primeval essence was also depleted. When they had to conserve their primeval essence, they could no longer fight as they pleased. He tribe's higher-ups were finally in high spirits and suppressed them. He Lulan, I did not lose to you today. I lost to Tai by Yunsheng and Chang Shanin. Lu Wenwu's hair was disheveled. He was riddled with injuries and had no elegance left as he shouted in an unresigned manner. He felt the three brothers' killer move, 3 heads 6 arms, was extremely strong and could suppress the entire battlefield. If they had found Fang Yuan at that time, with their absolute speed, they could have killed Fang Yuan and caused the wolf group to collapse, defeating He tribe army. But Tai Bai Yun Sheng's rank 5 healing Gu man as before had superb effects. It greatly weakened the effect of their killer moves. When they chased after the Wolf King, they found out in despair that the enslavement Master Chang Shanin was actually a flying master as well. The 3 brothers could not catch up in time, so they could only watch as the situation deteriorated. In the end, Lu tribe was routed and chased by He tribe. They suffered heavy casualties and countless surrendered. As for Lu Wenwu and the others, they were all captured due to the exhaustion of their true essence. He tribe and Lu tribe had always been competing with each other. The tension between the 2 super tribes was something everyone in Northern Plains knew. However, although He Lulan captured Lu Wenwu and the others, she did not kill them. Instead, she wisely exchanged them for a huge amount of war reparations from the Lu family. Lu Wenwu was one of Lu tribe's Gu immortal seeds. Killing him would violate the bottom line of this imperial court contest. Most importantly, He tribe won this battle by a narrow margin and suffered heavy losses. If they did not have Lu Wenwu as an important bargaining chip, just ordinary war reparations would not be enough to restore He tribe's alliance's strength. This was very disadvantageous for the upcoming imperial court contest. 3 days later, Lu tribe's envoy arrived and brought Lu tribe's members and the tribes that submitted to them back to the blessed land. As for the exhausted He tribe army that suffered heavy casualties, they set up camp on the spot and reorganized the surrendered members, rebuilt the alliance, tabulated the battle merits, distributed resources, and digested the spoils of war. Inside the large lizard house Gu, Fang Yuan was sitting cross-legged on a cushion, cultivating with his eyes closed. A rank 4 wolf soul Gu flew out of his body as he willed. The wolf soul Gu was only the size of a thumb and looked like a gray wolf-shaped doll. It floated in the air and was covered in a layer of eerie blue light. The primeval sea in Fang Yuan's aperture fell by a small amount. The wolf soul Gu received the primeval essence and expanded rapidly. Howl! The wolf soul Gu expanded and turned into a pure gray wolf soul, the size of an elephant. Next, the wolf soul opened its mouth and let out a soundless howl, charging towards Fang Yuan's body. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. How could a 1,000-man soul be so easily shaken? The wolf soul collided with his 1,000-man soul and immediately stopped, being suppressed by the 1,000-man soul. The 2 souls rumbled and formed a soul fog. After a while, The 1,000-man soul merged with the wolf soul and appeared again. The 1,000-man soul now had a pair of long wolf ears on its head. Its body was thinner than Fang Yuan's, and its nose was also taller. But its waist-length hair, wolf eyes, and wolf tail had not appeared yet. Ever since the Imperial Court contest, I have been using wolf soul goo every day to refine my soul. Now, I have some success. About 30% of the wolfman soul is complete. Once he completely transformed into a wolfman soul, his control over the wolf group would undergo a qualitative change. Not only would the number of wolves under his control increase, he would also be able to control them as he pleased. After an intense battle, the fatigue of his soul would also decrease by a lot. However, according to this speed, by the time I completely refine the wolfman soul, the Imperial Court contest will have already ended. I only have rank 4 wolf soul goo. The efficiency of soul refinement is too low. Fang Yuan sighed. If it was rank 5 wolf soul goo, it would be better, matching Fang Yuan's current situation. But rank 4 wolf soul goo was like a burly man chopping a tree with a knife. Actually, Fang Yuan's soul cultivation efficiency was already extremely fast. Ordinary goo masters would need at least 20 to 30 years to reach his level. Even a genius goo master with the clan's support could at most be like Dongfang Yuliang, shortening the time to around 10 years. Fang Yuan possessed Dang Hun Mountain. His soul foundation was advancing at a rapid pace. He had already trained his foresight. If I can obtain Luo Pa Valley through that thieving heaven inheritance. Fang Yuan's thoughts drifted. He could not help but daydream. But a moment later, he retracted his thoughts. In whose immortal blessed land, Dang Hun Mountain was being eroded by the gruel mud. Only a small portion of the mountain was left. His urgent matter now was to save Dang Hun Mountain. As for Luo Pa Valley, he could only explore it after the Imperial Court contest ends. While Fang Yuan was cultivating, Chang Biao brought Enai Shui Tong and Chang Jiyu to the door of the large lizard house goo. I am Chang Biao. I was summoned by Wolf Wang. Chang Biao's voice was deep. His attitude was respectful as he explained to the guarding goo master. 2 rank 3 goo masters stood at the 2 sides of the door with indifferent expressions. One of them replied, Wolf Wangdo is cultivating. We cannot enter the house to inform you. You can only wait. He, it is only right to wait. Chang Biao laughed, trying his best to hide the bitterness and desolation in his heart. He had a deep grudge with Chang Shanin. He was not willing to submit to He tribe. Originally, he wanted to submit to Lu tribe, but Lu tribe wanted him to give up his tribe name and directly merge with Lu tribe. This request was hard for Chang tribe's elders to accept. Chang tribe was a large tribe. Once he gave up his tribe name, he would directly become a Lu tribe member. It would be the same as Chang tribe completely perishing. Moreover, He Lulan captured Lu Wenwu alive, and to express her goodwill to Chang Shanin, who had contributed the most in this battle, she also stated a specific request to subdue Chang tribe in the war reparations. Thus, Chang tribe became the sacrificial pawn in the transaction between Lu tribe and He tribe. If Chang tribe did not submit to He tribe, they would definitely be hunted down by He tribe's army. Forced by the 2 tribes, Chang tribe had no choice but to lower their heads to He Lulan, becoming He tribe's captive. The grudge between Chang Shan Yin and Chang tribe was now known to everyone. He Lulan captured Chang tribe and handed them to Fang Yuan to deal with. After Fang Yuan got this news, he expressed his gratitude to He Lulan, but he did not care. He was only using Chang Shan Yin's identity to impersonate and enter Imperial Court blessed land. Wolf King's grudge had nothing to do with him, but if he dealt with it carelessly, it would not match his current identity and would attract suspicion. Today, Fang Yuan summoned Chang, tribe's current tribe leader Chang Biao, and the rest. Chang Biao waited from dusk until the middle of the night. At this time, Northern Plains night was already extremely cold. Chang Biao and the other two had their goo worms confiscated. They had primeval essence but could not resist the cold. Under the night wind, they were shivering from the cold. Chang Biao pretended to be calm, but Enai Shuetong had a guilty conscience and could not conceal the worry in her heart. Chang Jiyu was young and full of vigor. His nose was red from the cold, and his body was shivering, but his eyes were still bright, and his expression excited. Since young, he had grown up hearing the great name Wolf King Chang Shanin. Others called him Hero's Son. He was given a unique halo from birth. This brought him trouble, pride, and also opportunities. When he first heard that Wolf King Chang Shanin had reappeared and was not dead but wanted to take revenge on Chang tribe, his mood was extremely complex. When he knew he was going to fight with his father, his fighting spirit wavered intensely. Earlier, Chang Shanin did not agree to the appointment and instead beat up Sun Shirhan. This made Chang Ji feel both disappointment and admiration. Lu tribe lost, and he became a captive. This instead made him heave a sigh of relief. He finally did not need to fight with his father. Now that Lu tribe was defeated, he could finally see his own father. Chang Ji was extremely excited. Even if he was left outside and suffered from the cold, it could not extinguish the fire in his heart. "Oh, Father, who gave me all of this? What kind of person are you?" He was curious, but also had traces of confusion and panic. After using 3 wolf soul goo, Fang Yuan opened his eyes. The room was warm, and the sound of cold wind could be faintly heard from outside the window. Fang Yuan wanted to give Chang Biao a show of strength, but looking at the time, it was about time. Thus, he transmitted his voice while manipulating the large lizard house goo to open the door. Wolf Wangda's cultivation has ended. He is summoning you 3. The guard goo master at the door received the transmission and said expressionlessly. Chang Biao's breathing paused. He was extremely nervous as he walked in first with heavy footsteps. If Wolf King found out the truth, he would die a horrible death, and even more frightening would be losing all his reputation. Even if Wolf King did not find out the truth, if he wanted to take revenge, slaughtering the entire Chang tribe would only take a word from him. Being meat on someone else's chopping block, this was the helplessness of the current world. Fang Yuan sized up the 3 people kneeling in front of him. Chang Biao lowered his head and gritted his teeth. Enai Shuetong's face was pale, and her body was trembling. As for Chang Jiyu, his breathing was rapid, and his gaze kept on sneaking glances at Chang Shanin with an agitated expression. Fang Yuan laughed lightly. His laughter reached the 3's ears, causing their bodies to shake. Chang Biao closed his eyes. His heart had already sunk to rock bottom, waiting for Fang Yuan's judgment. Chapter 542. Fang Yuan observed Chang Biao and the other two's expressions. Regarding Wolf King Chang Shanin's past, Fang Yuan knew most of it from Chang Shanin, but he did not know the true culprit who framed Wolf King. But even if he knew, he did not have the mood to take revenge for the dead Wolf King. He was Fang Yuan. The so-called Chang Shanin was just a mask. From today onwards, I am Chang tribe's only supreme elder. Fang Yuan spoke, breaking the silence. Chang Biao's body shook. He opened his eyes and quickly kowtowed. Chang Biao greets Lord Supreme Elder. Fang Yuan nodded. The matter back then needs to be investigated thoroughly. But now is not the time. We need to wait until the imperial court contest ends. From today onwards, I am Chang tribe's only supreme elder. Chang Jiyu, you will be Chang tribe leader. Chang Biao will be the first tribe elder. And I Shuetong, our fate is over. Continue to be Chang Biao's wife. Because of the traditions set by Giant Sun Immortal, in Northern Plains, women had low status. They were often traded as goods. Sometimes, when an esteemed guest came to the tribe, the master would send his wife to the guest's side to serve him in bed. Ah, Chang Jiyu was stunned, standing on the spot. And I Shui Tong did not speak. Chang Biao endured the shock in his heart, kowtowing again. This subordinate obeys. All of you can leave. Fang Yuan waved his hand, ordering them to leave. He needed to make the best use of his time and continue cultivating. The three walked out of the large lizard house goo in a daze. Only when the cold night wind caused them to shiver did they wake up. I passed the test just like that. Chang Biao's heart was filled with boundless joy and joy. But the matter back then, I did it flawlessly. Even if there were some traces, they have been washed away over these years and are long gone. Back then, I purposely got close to Chang Shan-yin and became good friends with him. Now that Chang Shan-yin has gone through a huge change and we have not met for many years, it is normal for our relationship to drift apart. Chang Biao thought rapidly. The current situation was several times better than he had expected. Even though I've been demoted from clan leader to clan elder, I still have most of my authority. Chang Shan-yin asked me to be the first elder. It shows that he still trusts me. And he had appointed Chang Jiyu as the new patriarch of Chang clan. It could be seen that he still cherished old friendships deep in his bones. As long as he still remembers our friendship, everything will be easy. The more Chang Biao thought about it, the more excited he became. He was immersed in his own world and did not notice the complicated expression on his wife Enai Shuedong's face. In the past, Chang Shan-yin was infatuated with her beauty, but just now, Chang Shan-yin did not even look at her. On the way here, Enai Shuetong was extremely worried that Chang Shan-yin would snatch her back to his side. In this way, she would be separated from her beloved Chang Biao. How painful would this be? But now, the situation was much better than Enai Shuedong had expected. Not only did Chang Shan-yin not pursue the matter back then, he even asked her to continue being Chang Biao's wife. This was what Enai Shuedong had been dreaming of. She should be happy, but for some reason, there was a lingering fear in her heart, as well as a sense of loss that she did not want to admit. As for Chang Jiyu, he fell into great joy, doubt, and bewilderment. I finally saw Father. He is just a few steps away. He is much more dignified than I had imagined. Father did not acknowledge me as his son, but called me by my name. Does he not know that I am his flesh and blood? But, Father, why did he make me the Chang clan leader? I am so young and only have rank 3 cultivation. Can I do it? I understand now. This should be Father's test for me. He is testing me. This son that I have never met, if I can manage Chang clan well and complete his test, will he feel gratified and acknowledge me as his son? Thinking so, Chang Ji, you could not help but feel excited. Thinking up to here, Chang Ji, you couldn't help but become excited in his heart. He made a firm resolution that he would definitely do his best and perform well in the future imperial court struggle. Fang Yuan would not have expected that his simple arrangement would cause such a huge change in the hearts of Chang Biao and the other two. But even if he knew, he would not care. In the 500 years of his previous life, after Chang Shan-yin helped Ma Hong-yun ascend to the throne of the imperial court lord, he also regained control of Chang clan. Different from Earth, when strength could be attributed to an individual, the stronger the strength, the greater the authority. Today, Fang Yuan was no longer a low-rank gu master on Qingmao Mountain, suppressed and exploited by the system. Now he could manipulate and willfully change the authority structure of a tribe. It could be said that he was already standing at the peak of the mortal world. He was well aware that this was all because of the great strength he possessed. Right now, my first aperture has already adapted to Northern Plains and can use rank 5 peak stage primeval essence. The second aperture has also reached rank 5 middle stage. Both apertures' aptitudes are a grade 90%, And with the 2 sets of goo worms, my primeval essence is abundant, but the enslavement and strength path goo worms are not extremely strong. In terms of strength path, ever since I obtained rank 5 Amplify Effect goo, my explosive strength has become high enough, but my body is unable to bear it. Earlier, when he fought against Lu Wenwu and his brother's combination killer move, 3 heads, 6 arms, Fang Yuan could use his strength path to compete with them. But Fang Yuan was clear that once he exerted 500 Jun of strength, not to mention his opponent, just his own body would not be able to bear it. My bones are impermanence bones. The skin on my body is turtle jade wolf skin. To be able to bear 500 Jun of strength, this is far from enough. But if I want to modify my muscles and tendons to suit strength path, it will not suit enslavement path. What suits enslavement path cannot suit strength path. In the end, it is still enslavement and strength path. Although they complement each other, the degree of compatibility is too low. It is not like soul path and enslavement path, or soul path and wisdom path. This problem had been troubling Fang Yuan all along. If he could not resolve it, then Fang Yuan's enslavement and strength path could only reach a profound level, but would not reach the peak of strength. Although Fang Yuan currently had information regarding Luo Valley's inheritance, the future was uncertain. Anything could happen. Fang Yuan was a cautious person. Before obtaining Luo Valley, he could not make up his mind to cultivate soul path. Thus he still needed to perfect enslavement and strength path. Fang Yuan closed his eyes and pondered for a while before slowly opening his eyes and taking out east window goo from his aperture. This goo was a storage goo used to store information obtained from land spirit of Langya. East window goo had detailed information regarding the killer move 3 heads, 6 arms. This killer move was extremely powerful. It could allow Lu Wenwu, Ouyang Bai Sang, and Mo Shirquang to turn into giant monsters, their battle strength rising to a terrifying level. After He tribe defeated Lu tribe, they requested for this killer move. Thus this was included in the war reparations that Lu tribe had to pay. Soon after, Fang Yuan used his battle merits to exchange for this killer move. These days, when Fang Yuan had nothing to do, he had been pondering over this killer move. When goo masters activated multiple goo worms at the same time, the effects of the goo worms would complement each other, forming an even more powerful effect. This was what goo masters commonly called killer moves. The killer move, 3 heads, 6 arms, required 18 goo worms to be activated at the same time. From rank 3 to rank 5 goo worms, the consumption of primeval essence was extremely high. At the same time, 3 goo masters were needed. A single goo was not enough. Fang Yuan could not use this killer move, but this did not mean it had no value to Fang Yuan. Killer moves, or goo recipes, were the essence of using goo worms. Why could these goo worms have such an effect when they were used together? Why could these goo worms not be used? If one of these goo worms was replaced with another, what would be the effect? If the enemy used this killer move again, what method could be used to break it? Man was the spirit of all living beings. Goo were the essence of heaven and earth. Goo bodies contained the minute laws of heaven and earth, fragments of the great Tao. Understanding goo meant understanding the great Tao, understanding the natural laws of this world. It was like on Earth, using experiments to obtain the laws of science. This goo recipe gave Fang Yuan great inspiration. If I grow 3 heads and 6 arms, what will happen? A flash of inspiration appeared in his mind, like a new window had been opened. His body was like a foundation stone. Enslavement and strength path were pavilions built on the foundation stone. This foundation stone was not big now. The 2 pavilions could only be built as low-rise buildings. If this foundation stone was enlarged, would it be able to support 2 tall buildings at the same time? Fang Yuan had never cared about his appearance. What handsome, beautiful, or ugly, those were just the opinions of others. What did other people's opinions have to do with him? As long as he had great battle strength. So what if he was seen as a monster? Northern Plains, 7th month. The weather was getting colder, frost had condensed into ice, and it was raining endlessly. All the armies had gone through many fierce battles. Their numbers had already decreased to less than 50. Although He tribe won against Lu tribe, their vitality was injured. They stopped at the camp like a wounded beast, making use of every moment to rest and recover. Mid-July, Du Jiao region, Yi Lui army defeated the encirclement of the 7 armies. On the day of the counterattack, Yi Lui Sang killed 3 rank 5 Gu masters. However, in this battle, the greatest contributor was Qi Lian tribe's hidden elder in Yi Lui army, Qi Lian tribe leader's godson, Wu Ming. Wu Ming was a rank 5 middle stage dark path Gu master. During the confrontation between the armies, he entered the enemy's camp several times and assassinated the enemy leader, successfully assassinating 2 rank 5 experts and 13 rank 4 Gu masters, causing the 7 armies to be in a state of panic and low morale. Northern Plains, 8th month. After Yang tribe recruited the enslavement path master Jiang, Bao Ya, their strength rose greatly. They had been victorious all the way. After several great victories, they became a hot topic in the later stages of the imperial court contest. The newly advanced enslavement pathmaster, Leopard King Nu Heir II, led his army and threatened Tao tribe. Tao tribe alliance army suffered setbacks in the selection process. Alliance leader Tao Yu judged the situation and knew that he had no hope of ascending to the position of imperial court lord. Thus, he chose to submit to Nu Heir II's day. After Nu Heir II's army annexed Tao tribe, their military strength rose greatly. In the middle of the 8th month, He Lulan gave the order for the army to set off again. By the 9th month, the situation of the imperial court contest was clear. Only 5 armies were left. They had the most hope. He tribe with Wolf King Chang Shanin and Tai by Yunsheng, Nu Heir tribe led by the newly advanced Leopard King, Yang tribe with Rat King and Eagle King, Ma tribe with Horse King, and Yi Lui army led by Yi Lui Sang, who had an immortal Gu. In the beginning of the 9th month, Nu Heir army fought with Yang tribe. The Leopard group could not withstand the double attacks of the Eagle group, and Rat group, after defending for half a month, Nu Heir II lost. In the beginning of the 10th month, while Yang tribe was digesting the war reparations, Yi Lui Sang took the chance to attack. In Yang tribe army, some wanted to fight, some wanted to defend, and some wanted to retreat. Because of the difference in opinion, the army was at a loss, and Yi Lui Sang succeeded. After Yi Lui Sang obtained victory, he was not complacent for long before he was targeted by Ma tribe. Ma tribe moved rapidly for 3 days and 3 nights, catching Yi Lui Sang unprepared. The same scene played out on him. Yi Lui army was defeated by Ma tribe before they could digest the war reparations. Yi Lui Sang led his remaining troops and fled, taking the initiative to submit to He tribe army. In the beginning of the 11th month, He tribe army rapidly moved north, building 8 defense lines along the way, and starting the decisive battle with Ma tribe in the middle of the month. Only the victors could enter imperial court-blessed land, while the losers would have to pay reparations. In regret and disappointment, they welcomed the 10 years of blizzard in Northern Plains. At once, this decisive battle attracted the attention of countless people in front and behind the scenes. In the first few battles, He tribe had a slight advantage, while Ma tribe lost 2 defense lines and retreated to the 3rd defense line. Yi Lui Sang wanted to take revenge. He continued to provoke his subordinates, causing Ma tribe army to shut themselves in and their morale to plummet. Ma tribe was helpless. They had to seek help from snowy mountain-blessed land behind them. Chapter 543. The main peak of the majestic snowy mountain pierced through the clouds. Around it, The other peaks were like stars surrounding the moon, revolving around it. In the sky, there was a light blue light, fluttering fine snow, floating on the ground. This was a pure and flawless place. Even the buildings on the peaks were carved from ice crystals. This was Snowy Mountain blessed land, the base of Northern Plains' demonic path, Goo Immortals. There were dozens of Goo Immortals. They occupied different peaks of the Snowy Mountain. On a snowy mountain peak that was covered in green pine trees, there was an ice crystal 7-tower pavilion. On the pavilion's signboard, there were 3 large words, Snow Pine Pavilion. The owner of this place, Shwe Song-zi, was a famous demonic path, rank 6 Goo Immortal. He was tall and thin, wearing a light blue robe. His snow-white hair fell to the ground. Right now, he was at the top floor of Snow Pine Pavilion, looking down at this snowy mountain peak that belonged to him. His eyes were deep blue, his gaze penetrating 1,000 li, inspecting his territory. The snow pines are growing well. The snow willows that were transplanted last year have already expanded to over 10,000. This year's goo worms have also produced close to 300 rank 5 goo. These water path and ice path goo worms can be used for research. There are still leftovers. I can sell them for at least 2 or 3 immortal yuan stones. Of course, my main source of income now is still the snowman slave trade. On Shwe Song-zi's mountain peak, there were 6 variant human tribes. All of them were snowmen. Snowmen were a type of variant humans. They lived in the icy environment of the snowy land. Their skin was snow white, their eyes were ice blue, and their hair was blue. After they died, their bodies would turn into ice sculptures. Snowmen normally did not cry or laugh, and tears were even rarer. Most of the snowmen had never cried tears of joy or sorrow in their entire lives. However, the tears left by snowmen, they would instantly condense into ice tears. Ice tears were a precious goo refinement material. Goo masters loved them greatly. After Shwe Song-zi inspected them, he nodded in satisfaction. Snowmen looked expressionless, but in Shwe Song-zi's opinion, they were the variant humans with the closest intelligence to humans. Many Goo Immortals raised snowmen, and in order to obtain ice tears, they would often torture them. They would carry out inhumane torture. Goo refinement materials like ice tears were used in many places. In jewel yellow skies, the trade of ice tears was very popular. Many Goo Immortals schemed for profits in order to obtain ice tears. He used all means to slaughter and torture the snowmen. Shwe Song-zi had done this before, but he soon discovered that the market for Goo Immortals to obtain the ice tears was much higher than the ice tears themselves. From then on, he began to raise snowmen and sell them to jewel yellow skies. Let the other Goo Immortals torture the snowman. A snowman could only shed tears of ice 3 times in his life. There were no more than 60 of them. Every time it cried, the snowman's lifespan would be greatly reduced, and a great deal of its life essence would be lost. If the snowman shed too much ice tears, he would age rapidly and die faster. However, the cost of raising snowmen was much lower. In addition, Shwe Song-zi owned this mountain peak. It was convenient for planting cedars, snow trees, and raising snowmen. Therefore, selling snowmen was much more profitable than selling ice tears. He was good at making money. His business had been booming these years, and he had accumulated a large amount of immortal yuan stone. He could be considered a wealthy person among Goo Immortals. But he had a huge regret. He had been a rank 6 Goo Immortal for decades. But he still did not have an immortal Goo. No matter how many immortal yuan stones he had, he could not buy an immortal Goo. Because immortal Goo were unique, others would not sell them even if they had them. At most, they would exchange immortal Goo for immortal Goo. Ma tribe has reached the final step now. If I can defeat He tribe and enter the imperial court, I might be able to obtain the first immortal Goo in my life from 88 Point Shinyang Tower. Shue Songzi was thinking about this when he suddenly had a feeling and waved his hand. Space tore open, and a letter goo flew out. Shue Songzi opened it. It was Ma Tribe's request for help. They finally couldn't hold on any longer. Shue Songzi's lips curled into a smile. He had been paying attention to this imperial court contest and knew about Ma Tribe's loss. Earlier, he had contacted Ma Tribe, but they could not make up their mind. Now that the situation was tense, Ma Tribe sent a request for help. It was equivalent to agreeing to his request. This way, it is time for me to make a move. Shue Songzi's smile gradually disappeared, and he activated Divine Sense Goo. 3 divine senses flew far away, towards the 3 snowman tribes on the snowy peak. After receiving the divine sense, the 3 snowman Goo Masters immediately got up and rushed towards the mountain peak. A moment later, they knelt in front of Shue Song Pavilion, saying in unison, "Shue wa, Shuemi, Shueming, greets immortal." Shue Songzi did not show himself, but took out some goo worms and sent them to the 3 snowmen. "Bring these goo worms and the D Battalion. Go to the outside world and find Ma Tribe. Help them win the battle." Shue Songzi sent another divine sense. Yes. The 3 snowman Goo Masters quickly received the order. Shue Songzi had 4 battalions, A, B, C, and D, formed from the experts of the 6 snowman tribes. The 3 snowman Goo Masters led the D Battalion out of snowy mountain-blessed land, but before they reached Ma Tribe, they were discovered by He Tribe's Goo Immortals. "Brother, this Ma Tribe is indeed related to Snowy Mountain's demonic path Goo Immortals. Now that the evidence is conclusive, Lu Tribe's external Goo Immortal Tan, Baya is not wrong." In the blessed land, He Bai said to He Chung, these 2 were He Tribe's Goo Immortals. He Bai had an ordinary appearance, middle-aged, clumsy on the outside, but elegant on the inside. And He Chung had been publicly recognized as a genius in He Tribe since he was young, handsome, and confident, and was also He Lolan's father. He Chung glanced at He Bai, saying calmly, "Brother, you don't need to worry. Demonic path Goo Immortals always move alone. Snowy Mountain might be strong, having dozens of Goo Immortals, but only 2 or 3 truly support Ma Tribe." He Bai nodded. "Brother is right, but the current Ma Tribe is indeed very strong. Previously, they did not receive the support of demonic path Goo Immortals. They fought their way into the decisive battle on their own. Once they receive the support of Goo Immortals, they will definitely become even stronger." He Chung grunted before asking, "Have you investigated who are the demonic path Goo Immortals supporting Ma Tribe?" "Not yet, but it will be done soon." "Go and do it. We have bought over 500,000 wild wolves and 300 mutated wolves these days, 2 wolf emperors, thousands of goo worms, as well as the prepared resources. Hand them over to He Lulan." "Yes, brother." "Also, instruct He Lulan to finish the battle quickly, so as not to complicate matters." He Bai's expression was clear. He nodded and left the blessed land without saying anything. War was not just about human lives. It was also a competition of foundation and consumption. The struggle for the imperial court. At the final stage, He Chung and He Bai, who had been supporting He Lulan all along, were starting to feel a little overwhelmed. Although Goo Immortals were wealthy, they could not support the entire army for such a long time. The amount of resources and mortal goo was enormous. A portion came from the blessed land, while the majority was from the consumption of immortal yuan stones. They were bought from jewel yellow skies. Large amounts of immortal yuan stones were scattered. Be it He Bai or He Chung, they were actually feeling heartache. The struggle for the imperial court, in essence, was a game. But not all Goo Immortals could afford to play this game. Many Goo Immortals wanted to obtain an immortal goo, so they participated in this grand gamble. Finally, The person they chose did not enter the imperial court, thus they lost miserably. There were even cases where they went bankrupt. But if they won and obtained an immortal goo from 88-point Jinyang Tower, then all the investments would be worth it. After all, no matter how many immortal yuan stones there were, they could not buy an immortal goo. 10 days later, He tribe and Ma tribe's armies started fighting again. The huge battle formation was endless, forming a grand army. In the main tent, He Lulan sat on the main seat, looking at the opposite side as he said with heroic spirit, "We did not manage to hurt Ma tribe the last 2 times. Let us teach them a lesson this time. It is not so easy to advance into a super tribe. Humph, who will go first?" Before he finished speaking, Water Demon Hao Ji Lu stood up and greeted, "Lord Alliance Leader, this subordinate is willing to be the vanguard." He Lulan nodded in satisfaction. Water Demon Hao Ji Lu was an expert who had chosen to submit to him since the heroes' assembly. Along the way, participating in the struggle for the imperial court, until now, Hao Ji Lu had killed countless people and had outstanding battle merits. Pei Yanfei had also submitted to He tribe after Lu when Wu's defeat. But Hao Ji Lu's position as the #1 rank 4 battle general had never wavered. This was He tribe army's old general. Adding on Hao Ji Lu's repeated intention to submit, if there were no accidents, after He tribe takes over the imperial court, he would be taken in as an external elder by He tribe. He tribe was a Huang Jin tribe, a super force, one of the giants of northern plains. If Hao Ji Lu joined He tribe, it would be like relying on a big tree. Just like Wind Demon Tan Wu Feng, who submitted to Dong Feng tribe. Hao Ji Lu went to the battlefield and shouted. Ma Shangfeng snorted and pointed at him. "This water demon again, who will teach him a lesson?" "Lord Alliance Leader, let me go deal with him this time." A boorish man stood up. It was Ma tribe's fierce general, a transformation path rank for Gu Master expert, Cheng Hu. Ma Shangfeng nodded in agreement. Cheng Hu impatiently went to the battlefield and fought with Hao Ji Lu. Hao Ji Lu's methods were ruthless, his attacks were vast, and the water currents surged. Because he had exchanged battle merits for many rare goo worms, Hao Ji Lu's current battle strength had already far surpassed the initial stage of the imperial court contest. Both sides fought back and forth for more than 10 rounds. Hao Ji Lu gradually gained the upper hand. Cheng, who was suppressed and felt stifled, he roared and activated a killer move, turning into a fierce tiger. The tiger's might was fierce and ferocious, immediately reversing the disadvantage. Hao Ji Lu was famous for his ferocious attacks, but now he could not block the fierce tiger's attack. He could only retreat again and again, changing his fighting style. From the previous fierce attack, he changed to a defensive counterattack. Chapter 544. Swoosh, swoosh. A blue torrent shot out. The suspended-eyed tiger roared, emitting a thunderous sound. This was the rank 4 tiger roar goo. The tiger roar's sound waves rippled in the air, forming visible ripples. The sound waves collided with the torrent, causing it to collapse into a heavy rain. Cheng, who transformed into the suspended-eyed tiger, his attacks were peerless, immediately showing an unstoppable aura. Tiger roar goo emitted sound waves. Tiger claw goo, extremely sharp. Tiger skin goo, outstanding defense. Tiger tooth goo, sharp as a spear, piercing and showing off its might. Tiger tail goo, hard as a steel whip, able to move freely. Transformation path goo masters, to form killer moves, would collect the corresponding goo worms. Once they collected all the goo worms, they would be able to transform, and their battle strength would increase greatly. Of course, the stronger the transformation, the higher the value of the corresponding goo worms, and the harder it was to collect them. Even if goo masters could transform, they needed a lot of training. Humans were born to walk on 2 legs with 1 head and 2 arms. If they transformed into another form, not being used to it would be the most natural reaction. Like flying, only a lot of training and talent could make use of the transformed form well. Gu masters nurture gu, use gu, and refine gu. These were the profound aspects of using gu. Both armies' gazes were focused on the battlefield. Hao, Ji Lu, and Cheng, whose battle had already reached a crucial moment. Cheng, who used his killer move, transforming into a suspended-eyed tiger, firmly holding the upper hand. Water Demon, how Ji Lu could only focus on dodging, changing from his previous wild attacks. He was in a difficult situation. However, as time passed, the battle was still in a deadlock. Although Cheng, who had a huge advantage, he could not turn this advantage into victory. Most of the Ma tribe soldiers were still cheering, but the people in Ma tribe's main tent were frowning. Not good. This water demon is crafty. Cheng, who is in danger. Ma Ingjia said. Many of the experts present nodded in agreement. Killer moves were strong, but in fact, they were activated by many goo worms at the same time. This way, the primeval essence expenditure would increase by several times. Thus, it was a double-edged sword for goo masters. Cheng, who activated his killer move, but Water Demon Hao Ji Lu had rich battle experience. He changed his style of fighting with brute force. Cheng, who would not be able to deal with the Water Demon in a short period of time. Once his true essence was depleted, he would have no choice but to transform into his human form. At that time, it would be time for Water Demon Hao Ji Lu to counterattack. Ma Shangfeng's expression was calm, but his heart sank. If it was in the past, Cheng, whose failure would have nothing to do with him. However, Cheng, whose victory or defeat was no longer his personal matter. Instead, it concerned the morale of the entire army. The Ma family had already lost 2 battles in a row. Ma Shangfeng knew very well that the major tribes that had sided with the Ma family were already wavering in their hearts. The Ma clan's army was led by the Ma clan, with the other clans as support. Once people's hearts wavered, the situation would become dangerous. Ma Shangfeng naturally did not wish to see Cheng, who fail. But seeing that the battle was still in a stalemate, and that the possibility of Cheng, whose defeat was increasing, Ma Shangfeng could only sigh in his heart and call out, "Fei Shengcheng." Fei Shengcheng immediately stepped forward and placed his right palm on his chest. He saluted and said, "Your subordinate is here. The second battle will be your turn." Ma Shangfeng said. To eliminate the influence of Cheng, whose defeat, he had placed his hopes on Fei Shengcheng. Fei Shengcheng was a valiant general. He had been ostracized by Fei tribe before and was not doing well. Ma tribe sowed discord and used him as a spy. While Fei tribe was weakened due to the internal conflict, they launched a sneak attack and annexed Fei tribe. After Fei Shengcheng sided with Ma tribe, he could be said to have met a wise leader. He made many contributions and was heavily nurtured. Immediately, he went to the front of the formation and scolded loudly. The one who came is Fei Shengcheng. Since the Imperial Court contest, he has already killed 8 rank 4 experts. In the previous battle, he used numbness goo and fought against 3 rank 4 experts alone. His performance was stunning. In He tribe's main tent, Sun Shirhan spoke. Yi Lui Sang, who was at the side, had a cold expression. The battle cunning gentleman Sun Shirhan was talking about was the battle between Ma tribe and his Yi Lui alliance. In the end, Yi Lui Sang lost and was chased by Ma tribe, almost becoming a loner. The Qi Lian tribe and other tribes that had submitted to Yi Lui Sang all ended up joining Ma tribe. Numbness goo was a rare rank 4 goo, its value comparable to rank 5. Once a goo master is hit, their whole body would be numb and their value could rival rank 5. Once a goo master is hit, their whole body would be numb and they would be unable to move. He Lulan grunted and looked around, asking, "Who can fight?" Just as he said that, someone laughed heartily and walked out from the crowd. "Fei Shengcheng is only SOSO. I am willing to fight and clear all obstacles for you." He Lulan took a look. It was none other than Soul Blade General Pan Ping. Pan Ping had been killed by Lu Tribe's three brothers' killer move earlier, but was saved by Tai by Yunqing's man as before Gu after the battle. Not only him, Gao Yang and Zhu Zai were also saved. "All right, go ahead." He Lulan nodded in agreement. If it was at the start of the battle, he would not be optimistic about Pan Ping's chances. But after more than 10 battles, Pan Ping was no longer the same as before. He had rapidly grown to become an expert on Pei Yan Fei's level. "Fei Tribe's lad, you are only a shameless traitor who seeks glory and glory. Your survival is a disgrace. Come and accept your death." Pan Ping went up and scolded loudly, his battle intent surging. Fei Shengcheng was furious. He hated it when people called him that. "You are only a bastard of the demonic path. You were so arrogant earlier because you did not meet me." Immediately, the two fought fiercely. At once, the scene was intense, neither side winning nor losing. It could be said that they were evenly matched. Actually, these two circumstances were very similar. At the start of the imperial court contest, they were both people who could not achieve their ambitions. Pan Ping was a demonic Gu master, wandering from place to place. Fei Shengcheng was suppressed by the tribe and could not achieve his ambitions. But because of this imperial court contest, the two's reputation rose, they made a fortune from the battle, and their strength improved greatly. Previously, Pan Ping's only good Gu was Soul Blade Gu, but now he exchanged his battle merits. The Gu worms on him were all exquisite and luxurious. His battle strength rose by leaps and bounds. It was no longer like before, when he only had Soul Blade Gu to hold the fort. And Fei Shengcheng was roughly the same. Previously, he was ostracized in the tribe, although he had all his Gu worms. He lacked powerful methods. He had also obtained benefits from the battlefield, accumulating his battle merits and exchanging for the rank 5 equivalent numbness Gu, combining it with his own Gu worms. His battle strength rose sharply. The two's figures fought endlessly, but they were both wary of each other. Pan Ping was wary of Fei Shengcheng's numbness Gu, while Fei Shengcheng had been guarding against Pan Ping's Soul Blade Gu. Speaking of Soul Blade Gu, it could be said that Pan Ping was lucky, because this Gu was attached to the curved blade, and not the Gu Master's aperture or body. After Pan Ping was blasted into pieces, Soul Blade Gu luckily survived. Afterwards, Tai by Yunsheng saved Pan Ping. The latter revived, but all his Gu worms were destroyed. Only Soul Blade Gu was left. Fortunately, Pan Ping had many battle merits and had not used them before. As for Gao Yang and Zhu Zai, they were not so lucky. After they were killed, all their Gu worms were destroyed. The most regrettable thing was that Gao Yang's rank 5 treacherous wave cloud Gu was also destroyed. Rank 5 man, as before Gu could only target the human body. It could not revive Gu worms. But the two were calm. Being able to revive was a great fortune. Afterwards, the two borrowed battle merits and basically replenished their Gu worms. After several battles, not only did they pay back all their battle merits, they even had some left over. The intense battle between the two pairs of rank 4 experts attracted everyone's attention. Ma tribe saw that Fei Shengcheng and Pan Ping were locked in a stalemate and sent out 6 fierce generals. He Lulan accepted them one by one, sending out Pei Yan Fei, Gao Yang, Zhu Zai, and others. When the 6th pair of experts fought, Cheng, who was finally defeated, Water Demon Hao Ji Lu was powerless to chase and could only watch as he safely retreated. He tribe's morale rose, but soon, in the 3rd group, Ma tribe won, and the situation was reversed. Both sides sent out more experts, and in front of the two armies, more than 30 battle rings were formed. That is to say, close to 70 rank for Gu masters appeared to fight. This was a grand scene. The huge northern plains had billions of people, and most of them were mortals. There were only a few hundred rank 4 Gu masters, and less than half a hundred rank 5 Gu masters. It was because of the contest for the imperial court that these people gathered together, clashing and competing with each other. In the intense battle of life and death, stronger Gu masters were born, and the weak were ruthlessly eliminated. The contest for the imperial court had reached the final decisive battle. Be it He tribe or Ma tribe, they were both Leviathan-like giants. Not counting Gu immortals, the scale of any army greatly surpassed the forces of a super tribe. Everyone in the two armies felt their hearts and minds shaking, their chests surging. Only Fang Yuan was calmer. He had seen an even bigger scene in his previous life that was the Chaotic 5 Regions, War, the Chaotic Era. Lord Alliance Leader, subordinate requests to fight. A young rank 4 Gu master stepped out, unable to restrain his battle intent. This person was none other than Gu Guang. Gu Guang was Gu tribe leader. He was originally a rank 3 Gu master, but after the baptism of the war, he survived and his strength increased greatly, advancing to rank 4 not long ago. He Lulan was slightly stunned before turning her gaze towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was the supreme elder of Gu tribe and Chong tribe. These two tribes were under his control. Fang Yuan sensed He Lulan's questioning gaze and lightly ordered, "Gu Guang, step down. You are the tribe leader. How can you take such a risk?" Gu Guang complied and retreated. Fang Yuan asked again, "Where is Chong Biao?" "Lord, subordinate is here." Chong Biao had a sickly expression. His injuries from the previous battle had not healed. But Fang Yuan did not care about this, only saying, "Go and fight." Chong Biao opened his mouth to speak, his heart filled with anger. Ever since he joined He tribe army, he had been ordered to fight by Fang Yuan in every battle. Even if he was a famous expert, he could not endure such high-intensity continuous battles. "Damn it! Chang Shanin, this guy, is he ordering me around like a beast? I hate that I am weak now. I cannot defy his orders. I will endure it for now. There will be a long time in the future. 10 years ago, I framed you. 10 years later, I will truly put you to death." Chapter 545. Seeing Chong Biao enter the battlefield, Ma tribe also sent a female expert. This person was called Shi Shui. She was a rank 4-peak stage expert, a famous ice path expert. She had a rank 5 flying snow Gu. Once activated, it would cause snowflakes to fall like goose feathers, turning everything within a few thousand steps into an icy domain. Chong Biao saw this person and thought, bitter. If he was in his peak condition, he would have to be careful against this woman. Now that he was injured, he was even less of a match. The two fought. Shi Shui attacked fiercely, while Chong Biao dodged and stalled for time. This way, he was unavoidably at a disadvantage. The battle continued. As time passed, rank 4 Gu masters continued to be defeated, retreating with injuries or dying at the enemy's hands. Both sides had casualties, but overall, it was a draw. Gradually, the rank 4 Gu masters in the two main tents became few and far between, not enough to mobilize. Gu tribe leader, I would like to ask for your help now. He Lulan's gaze landed on the person sitting in the main tent. Gu tribe leader Gu Guolong was an earth path Gu master. He had once piled rocks into a mountain and caused great trouble to He tribe army. At one point, He Lulan even had the thought of retreating. But eventually, Tai Bai Yunxing arrived, and He tribe won, while Gu tribe joined He tribe army as the defeated side. Gu Guolong's appearance shook Ma tribe army. This was the first rank 5 expert to move. Ma Xiangfeng immediately responded by sending Cheng tribe leader Cheng Long. This person was a rank 5 transformation path expert, Cheng Hu's elder brother. Seeing Cheng Long, Gu Guolong bowed and said politely, "So it is Cheng tribe leader, please enlighten me." Cheng Long chuckled. "I don't dare to enlighten Gu tribe leader, but let's exchange pointers." The two fought with great momentum, immediately suppressing everyone and becoming the focus of everyone's attention. Gu Guolong had both offense and defense. He was honest and steady. Cheng Long moved freely in the sky, fierce and calm. After the two fought for 12 rounds, He Lulan sent the rank 5 expert Luo Bojun. Luo Bojun had sided with Lu Wenwu, but after Lu tribe lost to He tribe, he became one of the higher-ups of He tribe army. Ma tribe immediately sent a rank 5 expert to fight. Compared to the lineup of rank 5 experts, Ma tribe was not inferior. In the past, New Air's army swallowed up the Tao family, and the Yang family defeated New Air. Then, Yelu family defeated the Yang family, but in the end, the Ma family defeated Yelu family's army, becoming the final winner. After this round of battle, there were many large clans in the Ma family's army, including the Qilian family, Cheng family, Zhao family, Lu family, Tao family, Yang family, and many other powerful forces. At the same time, they had Jiang Baoya, Yang Ping, and Ma Zun, 3 enslavement masters. Rank 5 Gu masters mostly held high authority. Their tone and attitude were much calmer and more amiable than the murderous aura of rank 4 Gu masters. When they attacked, they held back 30% of their strength and 20% of their feelings. Once they died, the tribe would be leaderless and would be swallowed by He tribe or Ma tribe. Although they were enemies, what they truly cared about was the interests of their own clans. Even though they were bound by the poison oath, there were still unspoken rules. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged and watched quietly. Although he only displayed rank 4 peak stage cultivation, he was an enslavement path master. He was a crucial person who could influence the battle. Thus, his status was special, even higher than those rank 5 tribe leaders. Giant Sun, Immortal Venerable, really made a huge move. What a brilliant scheme. Personally participating in the imperial court contest, Fang Yuan's emotions grew more and more. Giant Sun Immortal left behind an inheritance for his descendants. He built 88-point Xinyang Tower and also established the tradition of imperial court contest. It could be said that he had put in a lot of effort and thought into it. Not to mention 88-point Xinyang Tower. Just looking at this imperial court contest, every time it was held, it was a purge. Huang Jin tribes swallowed other tribes to strengthen themselves. At the same time, the concentration of resources formed a developed battle merit economy. During times of war, it was an abnormal prosperity. And through the war reparations, they formed an exchange of techniques and greatly deepened the foundation of Huang Jin tribes. Most importantly, it was survival of the fittest. It allowed Gu masters to think at the border of life and death, to work hard and become experts. For Huang Jin tribes, they would select Gu immortal seeds. Giant Sun, immortal, although he was no longer in the world, his influence still ruled over the whole of northern plains. Compared to an immortal venerable, the current me is as insignificant as an ant. But I also benefited from this imperial court contest. Otherwise, my strength would not have advanced so rapidly. Fang Yuan was slightly distracted as he thought of this. He sent his mind into his aperture. Inside the aperture, there were several new Gu worms. Most were rank 4, one was rank 3, one was rank 5 Azura Corpse Gu, and one was rank 5 Earth Overlord Gu. Ever since Fang Yuan obtained inspiration from 3-Head 6 Arms Killer Move, he had combined his own foundation and ideas to research and obtain some results. He then condensed these results into a killer move. He named it 4 Arms Earth King. Once he activated this killer move, A new pair of arms would grow from the sides of his body. When he used all four arms, his battle strength would rise sharply, and he would be comparable to the killer move 3 heads, 6 arms of Lu tribe brothers. However, compared to 3 heads, 6 arms, my 4 arms Earth King form can only last for a shorter time. Only when my feet are on the ground can I display my full strength. Once I fly, my battle strength will fall by half. This killer move was only created by Fang Yuan. It was not perfected yet. Only after testing it in battle could he add some new goo and replace the unnecessary old goo, or directly remove them. Only then could the killer move be gradually perfected. The sun gradually rose high in the sky, and before the snowstorm, the usually blazing sunlight seemed cold and powerless. On the battlefield, however, killing intent was surging and accumulating to the limit. Dozens of battle circles burst out with colorful fireworks as the two sides were locked in a stalemate. In He tribe's main tent, there were only a few Gu masters left. If they were not fighting, they had retreated and were recuperating, or they had died on the battlefield. But overall, He tribe still had a slight advantage. All along, He Lulan had received the support of He Bai and He Chung, 2 Gu immortals. And Ma tribe had only asked Xue Songzi for help during this huge battle. Humph, these Ma tribe bastards are really resistant to beatings. He Lulan snorted coldly. His gaze was malevolent, and he was gradually becoming impatient. He looked at Fang Yuan and was about to speak when 3 beast groups rushed out of Ma tribe's camp. On the left, tens of thousands of horses galloped, their hooves trampling on the ground like rumbling thunder. There were countless rats on the right side of the road. They were densely packed, and the sight of them sent chills down one's spine. And at the center, a group of eagles soared up like dark clouds, giving off a feeling of covering the sky and covering the earth. Horse King Ma Zun, Rat King Jiang Baoya, and Eagle King Yang Pruing, these 3 enslavement path masters, made their moves at the same time. The beast groups rushed over and immediately dispersed most of the battle groups. It turned out that Ma Shangfeng saw that Ma tribe was at a slight disadvantage in the challenge, so he wanted to use his advantage in enslavement path to suppress He tribe army and change the disadvantageous situation. Facing the simultaneous attack of 3 beast groups, He Lulan immediately tensed up. He stared closely at Fang Yuan. "Wolf King, it's up to you now." Fang Yuan nodded and slowly stood up from his seat. He slowly walked to the head of the twin-headed iron rhino and looked down from above at the 3 beast groups. All of them were malevolent and ferocious, and their scale was vast. No matter which path the enslavement path masters were on par with him, they were formidable opponents that did not lose to him in enslavement path. In fact, the enslavement path goo worms they possessed were even more comprehensive and outstanding than Fang Yuan's wolf enslavement goo worms. Under the situation of not exposing his strength path battle strength, Fang Yuan's 2 fists could not contend against 4 hands. In the previous 2 battles, the wolf group had been suppressed by the 3 beast groups and suffered disastrous losses. And Ma tribe had relied on this advantage to leave behind beast groups to bring up the rear, allowing them to safely retreat into the defensive line twice. But at this moment, Fang Yuan smiled coldly, his heart filled with battle intent. Although his enslavement path goo worms were slightly weaker than these 3 enslavement path masters, before this battle, he had obtained the support of He tribe's goo immortals, and the wolf group scale had increased by more than 10 times. These wolf groups were all hidden in the army. Using the power of goo worms, the enemy could not detect them. "Wolf King, Yang Ping is here. Do you dare to fight?" In the sky, Yang Ping was standing on a giant eagle. He looked heroic and upright, like a spear soaring into the sky. He took the initiative to challenge and wanted to restrain Fang Yuan's wolf group. The eagle group was looking down from above. Attacking the wolf group was very advantageous. "Ha ha ha, Old Yang, you have to go easy on him. After all, Brother Chang Shanin is an enslavement path master, like us. You have to leave some face for him. On the right, Rat King's mocking laughter could be heard, and in the horse group on the left, Ma Zun, who was not good with words, advanced with a muffled voice. There were large numbers of Gu Master experts around him, each riding on a war horse to protect his safety. Enslavement path masters still needed to be in the situation to command the beast groups. Only then could they display 120% of their battle power. The three masters came out together, taking the risk and personally leading the beast group to attack. This was like 3 heavy punches. If they could not block it properly, He Tribe's army could be beaten senseless, the situation would collapse, and they would not be able to turn back. After all, the battlefield was full of unpredictable variables. There were too many examples of the weak winning against the strong. Moreover, He Tribe's side only had a slight advantage now. Brother Shan In, He Lulan could not help but reveal a worried expression. Although the wolf group's scale had increased and completely surpassed the 3 beast groups, he was worried that Fang Yuan did not have enough control over it. After all, Fang Yuan had never controlled such a large wolf group. If he did not control it properly, it would instead cause chaos. Even if he could control it, with Wolf King's rank for peak stage primeval essence, how long could he last? Fang Yuan stood on the Iron Rhino's head, with his back facing He Lulan. He did not speak, looking at the 3 beast groups majestically pouncing over, attacking from the sky, and on the ground. The Wolf King still did not move even though they were right in front of them. He Lulan felt even more uneasy and urged, "Brother Shanin, quickly attack." Fang Yuan still did not speak, as if he did not hear anything. The 3 beast groups surged over. They were less than 200 steps away, and would arrive in an instant. He Tribe's army was shaken. He Lulan was anxious. Brother Chang Shanin. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed heartily. "This is a good opportunity. The enemy is trying to suppress me with their beast group, but they do not know they are digging their own graves. Alliance leader Lulan, I want to congratulate you." "Congratulate me for what?" "This battle has been won. The situation is set. Alliance leader entering the imperial court is a foregone conclusion." Fang Yuan said lightly. He Lulan could not help but stare with his eyes wide open. He almost shouted, "Damn it! Where did this ridiculous confidence of yours come from? Quickly command the wolf group. What time do you have to talk now? The enemy is already pouncing over." But at the next moment, his eyes protruded even wider. It was like someone was punching behind his eyes. That was because he felt an astonishing change in Fang Yuan's aura. From rank 4 peak stage to rank 5 initial stage, from rank 5 initial stage to rank 5 middle stage, from rank 5 middle stage to rank 5 upper stage, and from rank 5 upper stage to rank 5 peak stage. At this moment, Fang Yuan slowly removed the concealment of breath, concealment gu, no longer suppressing his true cultivation. Rank 5 peak stage, the real deal. Wolf King Chang Shanin was actually a rank 5 peak stage enslavement master. He Lulan stared at Fang Yuan's back in a daze. The Gu master guards near the main tent also looked over with shocked and stunned gazes. Under everyone's gaze, Fang Yuan activated Eagle Rise Gu, and the broad eagle wings brought him to the sky. In the air, he howled towards the sky. Rank 5 Amplify Attack Gu, and Wolf Howl Gu. The wolf howl resounded in the sky, directly suppressing the cries of the beast groups. Howl, howl, howl. The long howl of the wolves was followed by the response of the pack of wolves. Chapter 546. Fang Yuan flew into the sky. "Yang Pering, Jiang Baoya, Ma Zun, today is the day you die," he said plainly, but his voice was loud and clear, resounding in everyone's ears. Ma Zun. Jiang Baoya sneered, "Humph, shameless boasting." He is actually rank 5 peak stage. Chang Shanin, you concealed yourself so deeply. Yang Peying's expression was grim, his eyes burning with flames. But this stimulates my fighting spirit even more. This kind of battle is more interesting. However, at the next moment, when the wolf group charged out, his fighting spirit froze. Many, too many. A vast number of wild wolves were like the tide of the sea. First came the first wave, then the second wave, the third wave. It seemed to connect heaven and earth, endless and vast. Ma Xun was moved. The eagle group's movements paused, and Yang Peying's expression froze. Such a large wolf group. Oh heavens, 500,000? 800,000? No, at least 1,000,000. Jiang Baoyu was pale with fright. His fighting spirit fell to rock bottom. Retreat. My rat group was only 600,000 at most. After so many battles, I did not have time to replenish them. I have less than 200,000 now. This is my final force. I cannot lose them. Retreat, retreat, retreat. We must retreat. Jiang Baoyu was a demonic cultivator. He was extremely selfish. He immediately turned around and led the rat group to retreat. There were 3 aspects that affected an enslavement path Gu Master's battle strength. One was the size of the beast group. The second was the combination of enslavement path Gu worms. And the third was the soul foundation. Fang Yuan's soul foundation, because of Dang Hun Mountain's help, was on the same level as these 3 enslavement path masters. Although his enslavement path Gu worms were weaker than the 3, it was only by a small margin. But the size of the wolf group in his hands was a huge amount of 1,560,000. In contrast, the 3 had huge losses in their beast group due to the consecutive battles, especially the first 2 battles. The rat group only had 200,000, the eagle group had 180,000, and the horse group had the most at 360,000. Altogether, it was only 740,000. 740,000 was not even half of 1,560,000. However, could different beast groups be added together so easily? As mentioned earlier, it could not. Different beast groups mixed together. Unless there was a method like 3 hearts combination soul, it would be a mess. A large number of wolves rushed out. Previously, some of them were hidden in underground pits, some were covered by Gu worms, and some were hidden in carriages. Now, all of them had appeared. Even the taciturn Ma Xun couldn't help but exclaim, "Why are there so many wolves?" Originally, the 3 of them had teamed up to bully Fang Yuan. As a result, there were countless wolves, and He Tribe's weakness suddenly became a huge iron plate. The Gu Master Guards beside him were all shouting, "Lord Ma Xun, quickly retreat. The enemy is too strong. We cannot fight them head-on." Ma Xun was not a hot-headed person. He immediately controlled the horses to change direction and retreat. However, a herd of horses was different from a herd of rats. Most rats were small in size and could easily change directions. The horses galloped, but it was difficult to stop, especially when Fang Yuan purposely did not release them earlier, waiting for the horse group and rat group to reach the front of He Tribe army before suddenly mobilizing the wolf group. His intentions could be said to be sinister. But Ma Xun was an enslavement master after all. His attainments were astonishing. He knew the condition of his horse group like the back of his hand. He carefully mobilized the horse group, drawing an arc on the ground, brushing past He Tribe army and slanting outwards, attempting to break out of the encirclement. However, how could Fang Yuan let the fat meat in his mouth fly away like this? Ma Xun was an enslavement master, so was he. With a thought, the mutated wolf group roared and chased. Mutated wolf group? So many. The Gu masters beside Ma Xun turned around and looked, their faces turning pale. Ma Xun also had a mutated beast group called Pegasus. but their numbers were far less than the mutated wolf group chasing them. Most of them were terror claw horses and other kinds of ordinary horses. How could these horses outrun the mutated wolf group? Ma Zun repeatedly changed the direction of the horse group, attempting to shake off the wolf group. But the mutated wolf group suddenly split into two and attacked from the left and right, finally intercepting the horse group. Next, a vast number of ordinary wolves pounced over and surrounded the horse group. Such a spectacular interception, as expected of a master. Seeing this, He Lulan was overjoyed, finally letting go of all her worries towards Chang Shanin. On the other side, the Rat King was escaping, but there was also a mutated wolf group behind him, leading a vast number of wolves as they chased. They continued to devour the rat group that could not escape in time, like a giant beast trampling on the ground, devouring the rat group bit by bit. Fang Yuan took a glance and ignored the Rat King, instead looking at the sky in front of him. The wolf group stepped on the ground, while the eagle group soared in the sky. Dealing with the eagle group was beyond the ability of the wolves. Thus, among the three beast groups, even though the eagle group was weaker than the horse group, they were in a much better situation. Damn it, now two of the beast groups are subdued, the horse group is surrounded, and the Rat King has escaped. Only the main army is left. Yang Puing felt the heavy responsibility on his shoulders. He knew that if he wanted to win this battle, the horse group and rat group were extremely precious battle strength. Losing any one of them would reduce Ma Tribe's chances of winning by half. I am the only one who can save the situation now. I need to use the eagle group to attack and distract most of Chang Shanyin's attention. While Yang Pring was still thinking, Fang Yuan had already manipulated a group of 100,000 wolves, advancing majestically towards Ma Tribe's main tent. Yang Pring fell into a dilemma. If it is a one-on-one battle, my wolf group will naturally be at a disadvantage against your eagle group. But this is a huge battle. If my wolf group slaughters large numbers of Gu Masters, no, even if I expend a large amount of their primeval essence, it will still be a great victory. Yang Ping, what should you do? Fang Yuan's eyes were calm as a lake, but his lips curled into a cold smile. Yang Ping's mind worked rapidly, but the more he thought, the colder his heart felt. Chang Shanyin's move was truly vicious, attacking the enemy's weakness. But after hesitating for a while, Yang Ping gritted his teeth and decided to restrain the Wolf King. But this way, without the eagle group's obstruction, the wolf group successfully charged towards Ma Tribe army. Ma Shangfeng's expression was ashen. He quickly mobilized the enslavement path Gu Masters and set up a temporary defensive line. But the wolf group was huge, and with mutated beasts charging, such a defensive line was easily broken through like paper. This is a huge mistake in my decision-making. But we have not lost yet. Everyone, the situation is dangerous. Let's take a gamble. Follow me. We still have trump cards. Ma Shangfeng shouted. Shuihua and the other rank 5 snowmen showed their true forms. At the same time, there was an elite battalion made up of snowmen. Seeing such strong reinforcements, Ma Tribe army's morale rose. They calmed down from their panic and shouted, following Ma Shangfeng into the battlefield. At once, the wolf group howled and blood splattered. First, the Central Army engaged in battle, followed by Ma Tribe's left and right Gu Masters, who also started their assault. He Lulan laughed loudly. He waved his hand, and the elite troops under him moved first. Next, the tribe leaders led their troops and charged into the battlefield. The two armies engaged in an all-out battle. Beast groups, humans tangled with each other. Fire path, ice path, dark path, light path, and other Gu Masters fought fiercely. Experts laughed malevolently as they slaughtered their enemies, and the weak helped each other, forming groups and struggling with all their might to fight for a chance to survive. The Eagle group screeched and attacked Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan had He Lulan's personal guards and also Yi Lui Sang, Hao Jilu, Bian Xixian, Pan Ping, and other experts guarding the area tightly. The Eagle group's attacks did not show any results, but Fang Yuan used wolf caribou agilely. He was not obstructed by vision. He used the wolf group to attack, fiercely slaughtering the horse group, rat group, and humans. The situation is urgent. Wu Yi, all of you attack and disturb the experts around Changshanin. On the Eagle's back, Yang Puing was sweating profusely as he quickly ordered. Wu Yi was called Green Bat. He was one of the 3 flying masters in Northern Plains. Originally, among the 3 flying masters, Flying Lightning Dong Pakong was the son of Dong Fang tribe's concubine. He had returned to the Blessed Land. Water Immortal Song Qing Yin died in battle. Only Green Bat, Wu Yi, was recruited by Ma tribe. He was left to deal with the new flying master Changshanin. Wu Yi heard this and frowned. If we move out and the enemy attacks, what will happen to your safety? Yang Pe-ing smiled proudly. I have the protection of the Thunder Eagle group. I am very safe. Even He Lulan cannot break through my Thunder Eagle defense instantly. Don't worry and go. Don't forget, we still have Killer Wu Ming. Wu Yi and the rest heard this, and their hearts shook. These people all had flying abilities. They charged down and increased the pressure on He Lulan and the rest. Be careful. They are interfering with us. Don't move out easily. Don't forget, they still have Wu Ming. He Lulan snorted coldly. While retaliating, she warned. Qi Lian tribe leader's godson Wu Ming was a rank 5 Dark Path Gu Master. Yi Lui Sang was able to defeat the 7 armies because he assassinated many enemy leaders, causing panic and low morale. After that, Wu Ming's performance was also quite good. Many rank 5 Gu Masters died in his hands, and even more rank 4 Gu Masters. He was already hailed as the #1 assassin of the present age. His reputation had already surpassed Shadow Sword expert Bian Xixian. Right now, he had not shown himself, who knew where he was hiding in the battlefield. He Lulan did not dare to be careless. Once Wu Ming assassinated Fang Yuan, the wolf group would collapse and the situation would be reversed. Charge over and kill Wolf King Changshanin. Not only He Lulan and Yang Pe-ing, Ma tribe's experts also quickly realized the crux of this battle. At once, large numbers of Gu Master experts charged towards He tribe's main tent. Whoever can kill Changshanin, I will reward him with 5 million battle merits. I will give him the position of Ma tribe's supreme elder, and he will enjoy Ma tribe's resources for life. Ma Shangfeng shouted as he killed the wolf group. Chapter 547. Soon, He Lulan and the rest felt the pressure as heavy as a mountain. Not good. The enemy has gone crazy. I can't hold on for much longer. Black Banner Army, quickly come and support us. Pei Yanfei, Zhong Feiyu, Tang Miaoming, quickly come and protect Wolf King. We can't keep defending like this. We need to take the initiative to attack. Otherwise, the shockwaves from the battle will harm Wolf King. Ma tribe was not willing to lose. Once they lost, they would be finished. They started to put their lives on the line, and most of them were brave men who were greatly rewarded. Thus, the situation quickly broke away from He Lulan's control, and the situation quickly turned into a battle against Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's life was directly related to the outcome of this battle. The rank 4 and rank 5 Gu Masters of both sides squeezed together, forming a huge chaotic battle. This was a grand scene rarely seen in the previous Imperial Court contests. In this battle, rank 4 Gu Masters were reduced to supporting characters. Even rank 5 experts were involuntarily trapped in a quagmire. He Lulan, Yi Lui Sang, and the rest could slightly take care of Wolf King at first. Soon, They found themselves in a difficult situation. They were surrounded by flames, frost, sound waves, and other chaotic attacks that danced wildly in the battle circle. Their opponents were not fixed. They fought whoever they could find. Sometimes their own people would even hit their own people. The number one assassin, Wu Ming, stood far away, helplessly looking at this huge chaotic battle. He was an assassin, an expert at sneaking close to his target and dealing a fatal blow. But at this moment, all the Gu masters in this battle were crazily fighting. All kinds of investigative Gu were sweeping around, killing whoever they could find. The situation had already gone out of control. The attacks were overwhelming. Some rank 4 experts were already hysterical in order to protect themselves. Wu Ming suspected that if he sneaked in, he would be discovered in a few breaths of time. Who knows, the person attacking him might even be one of his own people who was dazzled by the battle and had no time to think. In this situation, even if I don't make a move, Wolf King will not be able to protect himself. Wu Ming sneered, watching the show from the sidelines. Soon, his eyes brightened. He saw a rank 4 Gu master on his side getting close to Wolf King. It's Cheng Hu. When he saw the person clearly, Wu Ming almost cried out in excitement. Cheng, who was attacked from behind by an unknown person and was sent flying to Fang Yuan's feet. Originally, Fang Yuan was guarded by Bian Xi-Xian. But just now, Bian Xi-Xian took the initiative to lead away Fei Shengcheng. She was not a defense Gu master and had no intention of sacrificing her life for Fang Yuan. This was the wisest choice for her. Which bastard sneak attacked your father? Cheng Hu fell to the ground and immediately got up. He angrily roared and turned around to attack. Wu Ming didn't know what to say when he saw that. However, Cheng, who had only taken 5 or 6 steps when he suddenly froze on the spot, as if he had been struck by a spell. Then he suddenly turned around and stared at Fang Yuan, who was right in front of him. After being stunned for a few breaths, he finally reacted. Which bastard ambushed me? I love you to death. Ahaha. Cheng, whose pores opened in excitement, he looked at Fang Yuan as if he was looking at 5 million battle merits, as well as endless fame and fortune. Howl! He pounced forward, and the moment his 4 limbs touched the ground, he transformed into a multicolored tiger. A transformation path killer move. The fierce tiger roared and charged towards Fang Yuan with a fishy smell. Oh no! Quickly dodge! Bian Xi-Xian screamed as she looked back. Success! Wu Ming's blood surged as he saw this, his whole body trembling in excitement. The fierce tiger opened its bloody mouth and jumped into the air, pouncing down. Its huge figure covered Fang Yuan's face. Its tiger mouth opened wide, and its sharp teeth were about to bite through Fang Yuan's head. To think that such an earth-shattering contribution would fall into my hands, The fierce tiger's eyes flashed with astonishment. A pair of large hands grabbed the tiger's neck, making it unable to move. Humph! Cheng Hu snorted in his heart. His years of battle instincts allowed him to move his 2 sharp tiger claws without thinking. Bam! With a muffled sound. The next moment, his 2 tiger claws were also grabbed by a pair of steel hands. Why does he still have arms? Cheng, who looked over in bewilderment, only to see Fang Yuan's gaze was cold, his expression was calm like ice, and 2 brass arms had grown out from his sides. 2 large brass hands firmly grasped his tiger claws. Humph! Cheng Hu snorted, immediately moving his tiger tail. The tiger tail tore through the air, forming a fierce whip shadow, nimbly and craftily sweeping towards Fang Yuan's head. Slap! With a crisp sound. Fang Yuan's head was not injured, but his tiger tail was numb from the pain, already losing all feeling. Cheng Hu had a killer move, but so did Fang Yuan. Killer move, 4-arm Earth King. 14 Gu worms were activated, including the rank 5 Amplify effect Gu. In this state, Fang Yuan's defense was 4 times stronger than before. His strength had reached 800 Jun. Moreover, once he stepped on the ground, his strength would flow endlessly. Are you done playing? Fang Yuan sneered, calmly looking at Cheng, who with a mocking and cold gaze. An intense chill rose from Cheng Hu's heart, rapidly spreading throughout his body. Fear. Even if Cheng, who was usually carefree and proud of his bravery, facing Fang Yuan's deep and cold eyes, he felt fear. The intense fear caused him to explode. The fierce tiger's throat moved. A sound wave attack was about to be unleashed. But right at this moment, Fang Yuan lightly sighed. Such a boring trick. Sigh. You should just die. His voice was calm and indifferent, as if he was saying something insignificant. Swoosh. At the next moment, the brass hands forcefully tore. The multicolored tiger was torn into 2, blood gushed out, and its innards scattered everywhere. 2 irregular tiger bodies fell to the ground, turning into 2 human halves. And the fierce tiger's head turned into Cheng Hu's head. His eyes were wide open in fear, showing the fear of death. Fang Yuan crushed his head with one claw, slowly raising his head. His gaze went past the crowd and landed on Yang Pring. Yang Piying's hair stood on end. An intense sense of danger surged in his heart. Fang Yuan flapped the eagle wings on his back, flying into the sky. Yang Piying's pupils shrunk, quickly mobilizing the Thunder Eagle group to protect himself. Fang Yuan sneered in disdain. With just these rank 4 battle strength, they want to stop me? Hee hee. Bam, bam, bam. He directly charged, exploding all the Thunder Eagles along the way. When the Gu Masters in the chaotic battle reacted, Fang Yuan had already broken through the Thunder Eagle group like a hot knife through butter, going straight for Yang Ping. Yang Piying's face was drained of blood, looking at Fang Yuan with extreme fear. His head was in Fang Yuan's hand. His whole body was lifted up by Fang Yuan without any strength to resist. Fang Yuan lightly squeezed. Puchi, Eagle King Yang Piying's head was like a watermelon, easily crushed by him. Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. The Eagle group was instantly dispersed. The Eagle group escaped. The clear sky appeared again. The huge commotion attracted the attention of countless people. What? The Wolf King killed the Eagle King with his own hands. Many people cried out in disbelief upon seeing this scene. Now, it is your turn. Fang Yuan did not stop. His cold gaze landed on Ma Zun. Ma Zun was protected by the horse group 10,000 steps away, but he felt a terrifying feeling of a great calamity descending on him. Stop him. Kill Wolf King. Wu Yi and Shi Shui flew together, pincer attacking Fang Yuan. A bunch of trash. How can you stop me? Fang Yuan snorted in disdain, flapping his wings. He easily shook off Shi Shui and crashed into Wu Yi. Wu Yi had never expected Fang Yuan to be so fierce. He overestimated his defense, and at the same time underestimated Fang Yuan's ferocious attacks. The defensive light barrier only lasted for half a breath's time before collapsing completely. Wu Yi instantly sensed something amiss. His flying master attainment allowed him to make evasive maneuvers that others could not do. If it were anyone else, they might have returned empty-handed. But Fang Yuan was also a flying master. Bam! With a muffled sound, half of Wu Ye's body was smashed into powder, his bones were broken into pieces, and half of his internal organs were crushed by the huge force. He widened his eyes helplessly and fell from the sky. A flying master of his generation, a demonic path expert, died just like that. Fang Yuan did not even look at him, pouncing towards Ma Zun. Roar! A thunderous dragon roar resounded, and a huge dragon blocked Fang Yuan's path. This huge dragon had a golden horn, 3 claws, and its eyes were like lanterns, emitting the flames of revenge. Chang Shanin, you dared to kill my brother. You will pay the most terrible price. It was a rank 5 transformation path, Gu Master. Chenghu's elder brother, Chenglong. Noisy earthworm. Fang Yuan snorted. His speed did not decrease, but instead increased, his body leaving an afterimage in the sky, colliding with the huge dragon. Bam! A loud sound was heard, deafening even the deaf. The sound waves spread in all directions, as if the whole world was shaking. Everyone's heart shuddered. Looking over, they saw that Fang Yuan's body had expanded to twice its original size. His whole body was covered in a layer of bronze light, and his forearms were thicker than an adult's thighs. He stood proudly in the sky, his hand holding the broken dragon horn, and the three-clawed golden-horned dragon fell down like a kite with its string cut. Along the way, it fiercely smashed into the ground, creating a huge crater, dragon blood, and dragon scales splattered everywhere. What? Far away, Ma Shangfeng's pupils shrunk, shouting in disbelief. Even Chenglong was not his match in one move. This killer move. He Lulan was dazed from Fang Yuan. He saw the shadow of Lu tribe's 3 brothers, 3 heads, 6 arms. Ma Zun, Wolf King, will take your life. Fang Yuan lightly spoke, his voice piercing through the sky, his calm tone as if he was talking about an insignificant matter. However, everyone could feel an invincible spirit from his words. Uncle Ma Zun, leave quickly. I will defend here. Ma tribe's young tribe leader, Ma Ingjia, who was beside Ma Zun, shouted. Chapter 548. Facing the persuasion of the surrounding people, Ma Zun's expression was ashen as he resolutely rejected. No, my Ma tribe only has brave warriors who die in battle, not cowards who run away. I am one of Ma tribe's banners. If I run away, it will be a huge blow to the army's morale. I can't leave. We haven't lost yet. I still have the Pegasus group. Saying so, he willed, and for a moment, the Pegasus flew up like a white cloud. The incomparably handsome Pegasus had snow-white fur, their manes fluttering in the wind, and their pure white wings spread out. These Pegasus were the pride of Ma tribe. Seeing these Pegasus, a sense of heroism rose in the hearts of the Ma tribe clansmen. Their panicked emotions quickly calmed down. That's right, we still have Pegasus. Ma Ingjia had just said half of his words when he screamed in fear. Fang Yuan flew over like a meteor without any intention of dodging, fiercely crashing into the Pegasus group. Pegasus, with rank 4 battle strength, exploded into flowers of blood. The Pegasus group let out panicked and sorrowful neighs. Their pure white feathers were trampled on, and their feathers fell along with the horse corpses, drifting helplessly in the air. He was invincible, unstoppable. Fang Yuan was unreasonable. He pierced through the Pegasus group and arrived above Ma Zun and the rest. Ma Zun was stupefied. The Gu masters around him looked at Fang Yuan with their mouths wide open, their hearts filled with extreme shock, helplessness, and panic. Fang Yuan's ghostly figure was deeply engraved in their hearts, never to be erased. No, I haven't lost yet. Ma Zun lost his composure and shouted. He was about to activate his killer move, but was stopped by Ma Ingjia. Uncle, let me do it. Once this killer move is activated, your realm will fall. Ma tribe can do without me, Ma Ingjia, but it cannot do without you, Uncle. Ma Ingjia shouted, his gaze filled with determination. Hero! Ma Zunxiong's body trembled. He looked at the disciple he admired the most and was most pleased with. He could feel his determination to die. Ma Zun, of course, did not want his nephew to sacrifice for him. However, just as Ma Ingjia had said, the Ma family could do without Ma Ingjia, but they needed Ma Zun to command the horses. Now that the eagle group had collapsed, the rat group could not be counted on. If they lost the horse group as well, the Ma family would definitely lose. Besides, I might not necessarily die. Uncle, leave quickly. After Ma Ingjia finished speaking, He calmed down and frantically mobilized his primeval essence, pouring it into several goo worms. Killing move, Dragon Horse Spirit. This was a killer move that Snowy Mountain's demonic path Gu Immortal Shui Songzi had specially prepared for them. Nay, nay, nay. The horses around him raised their front hooves and neighed crazily. Large amounts of blood and sweat oozed out of their bodies. Soon, they fell down one by one, losing their lives. But at the same time, colorful horse souls that were as beautiful as rainbows emerged from the corpses. A mutated horse soul. Fang Yuan's pupils shrank slightly. Normal souls could not be observed by the naked eye. And these horse souls had a pair of coral-like dragon horns on their heads, and their sizes varied, similar to when they were alive. Moreover, they shone with colorful light. Only a blind person could not see them. The dragon horse floated up and charged towards Fang Yuan at a rapid speed. Fang Yuan flew far away, pulling apart the distance while probing his attacks. These horse souls were quite troublesome. Because they were souls, ordinary physical attacks were ineffective against them. At the same time, once they self-detonate, each of them would have the power of the shark fin wolf's soul explosion. Although Fang Yuan's killer move was powerful, it was not a soul path killer move. If 3 horse souls self-detonate at the same time, he would not be able to withstand it. After all, he was only a 1,000-man soul. But why should I fight them head-on? Fang Yuan sneered and slowly landed on the ground. He was not a pure strength path Gu master. He also had enslavement path methods. At the next moment, wolf smoke surged and healed the wolf group beside him. The wolf howled, and the wolf group's battle strength increased by several times. The wolf group was like hungry sharks charging towards Ma Yingjie and Ma Zun. Damn it! Ma Yingjie immediately experienced Fang Yuan's treachery and shamelessness. In order to activate the killer move Dragon Horse Spirit, he sacrificed most of the horses around him and formed mutated horse souls. But Fang Yuan did not fight the horse souls head-on and directly sent the wolf group to their deaths. The wolf group used their lives to exhaust the horse soul's strength. The mutated horse souls' bodies dimmed in order to resist the wolf group's fierce attacks. Some dissipated, some self-detonated. Large numbers of wolves died in exchange for a sharp decrease in the number of horse souls. Fang Yuan displayed the essence of enslavement path to the extreme. Enslavement path Gu masters used cannon fodder to exhaust the enemy's precious strength. For example, expending the primeval essence in the aperture, or perishing together with the horse souls. Ma Yingjie was helpless against Fang Yuan. The mutated horse souls were strong and slaughtered large numbers of wolves in a short time, but they were no longer a threat to Fang Yuan. Uncle, leave quickly. You are Ma tribe's hope. Leave quickly. Ma Yingjie screamed, urging Ma Zun to leave again. Ma Zun's face was covered in tears, his heart filled with pain, hatred, anger, and hesitation. Finally, he gritted his teeth until they almost broke and moved his body with difficulty. Driven by reason, he led a group of horses away from Ma Yingjie and retreated towards Ma tribe army. Fang Yuan immediately sensed Ma Zun's traces. Ma Zun was an enslavement path master, 100 times more important than Ma Yingjie. Fang Yuan immediately flapped his wings and soared into the sky, abandoning Ma Yingjie and chasing after Ma Zun. Wolf King, don't leave. Ma Yingjie was anxious and quickly urged the horse souls to soar into the sky to stop him. Fang Yuan sneered in disdain, his body drawing an exquisite arc in the sky, leaving all the horse souls behind. He was a flying master, and these mutated horse souls were merely Ma Yingjie's puppets. Seeing the death god Fang Yuan chasing after them, the Gu master guards beside Ma Zun were scared out of their wits. Helpless, Ma Zun also activated his killer move, Dragon Horse Spirit. Under his command, the mutated horse souls formed a defensive line, cooperating with each other, and were much more threatening than Ma Yingjie. Even if Feng Yuan had the attainments of a flying master, it would be hard for him to break through. Roar! At this time, a dragon roar resounded. A huge, shadow-shrouded Feng Yuan, the three-clawed golden-horned giant dragon, once again attacking Feng Yuan's back. Chunlong was defeated by Feng Yuan in one hit and was thrown into confusion. After climbing out of the pit with much difficulty, he was attacked by several people. Chunlong and Fagin used all their strength to disperse these obstructions, and under the urge of anger and vengeance, they charged forward. You actually came looking for death. Feng Yuan sneered, looking at the flashing, indestructible dragon claws grabbing at him. Unmoved, the eagle wings on his back flapped, and he brushed past the dragon claws. Using the exquisite flying technique, he played the giant dragon in circles. Not good. I am not the Wolf King's match in the air. When Chunlong realized something was wrong, it was already too late. Feng Yuan grasped the flaw and flew to the dragon's head. The two giant brass arms on his side were like war spears and sharp swords, fiercely smashing into the giant dragon's two dragon eyes. The next moment, the dragon's eyes shattered and blood splattered everywhere. The giant dragon instantly went mad, the intense pain causing him to let out a miserable roar. Feng Yuan laughed sinisterly. His whole body was covered in scarlet blood, and his two arms went deep into the eye sockets, straight for the brain. The other two arms were like heavy hammers, fiercely smashing down. Bang, bang, bang. With a loud sound, Feng Yuan used the dragon's head as a war drum, beating it continuously. The giant dragon fell from the sky and frantically struggled on the ground like a golden snake, twisting its body into a fried dough twist. Mud and stones tumbled. Both man and beast were sent flying by the dragon's tail. Feng Yuan's beating did not stop at all. After 20 to 30 times, he finally got his wish and completely smashed the giant dragon's head. White brain matter and blood sprayed all over his body. He took a deep breath. The thick smell of blood made him feel satisfied, especially the giant dragon's corpse under his feet. It silently bore witness to his conquest. Men, no matter which world they live in, they all live to conquer. Conquer the enemy, conquer themselves. Feng Yuan sighed in his heart. Although dead, the transformed dragon body still remained, showing Chunlong's profound attainment in the transformation path. His head is quite hard, but he is an impulsive fool. Feng Yuan evaluated indifferently and once again looked at Ma Zun. He even killed Chunlong. Is this still the Wolf King? Isn't he an enslavement master? The scene of Feng Yuan stepping on the dragon's corpse shocked many people. Most people simply could not believe their eyes. How could the Wolf King turn around and turn from an enslavement master into a fierce warrior that dominated the battlefield? At the same time, the wolf pack howled and clashed left and right, wave after wave of continuous charge, showing Feng Yuan's superb beast-taming skills. Ma Zun's face was pale. His primeval essence was gradually drying up, and he struggled to maintain the killing move Dragon Horse Spirit. The mutated horse souls formed a military formation, forming a tight defensive line. The wolf pack charged forward wave after wave, and then died. Feng Yuan was unmoved by these sacrifices, and only sneered in his heart. Now, I will let you see the true power of enslavement and strength dual cultivation. With a thought, the wolf pack's attack suddenly changed and divided into several groups. Like a sharp cone breaking through, the mutated horse soul's formation was inevitably pulled apart. Seeing the defensive line thinning, Feng Yuan took the initiative to launch an assault. Ma Zun's heart trembled, and he hurriedly controlled the mutated horse souls to intercept. Like this, the defensive line became chaotic. Fang Yuan laughed and changed the direction of his assault. At the same time, he urged the wolf pack to attack, approaching 300 steps. Ma Zun blocked left and right, and soon could not hold on. If he defended against Fang Yuan's assault, he would not be able to let go of the wolf pack. If he defended against the wolf pack, he would not be able to take care of Fang Yuan. After a few rounds, Fang Yuan found an opening and fiercely charged in front of Ma Zun. The first punch broke through his defense, the second punch heavily injured him, and he lost the ability to escape, and the third punch killed this famous enslavement master. Ma Zun was dead, the horse group collapsed, and the Ma family army's morale was extremely low. If I did not see it with my own eyes, I definitely would not believe this. The Horse King was actually killed by the Wolf King, who is also an enslavement master, using a decapitation tactic. Chapter 549. The terrifying strength that Fang Yuan displayed made the entire Ma tribe army feel an immense pressure. Despair spread rapidly in their hearts. We can only rely on Rat King now. Only the Rat group can resist the Wolf group. Ma Shangfeng's face was ashen. Ma Zun's death made him feel like he had fallen into an ice cave. But as Ma tribe leader, he had no other choice. He could only turn his gaze towards Jiang Baoya. However, at the next moment, the last bit of hope in Ma Shangfeng's eyes vanished. Rat King actually ran away. Oh heavens, this Wolf King is a monster. Eagle King, Horse King, Cheng Long, Cheng, Hu, and Wu Yi were all killed by him. If I don't run away, how can I still be alive? Jiang Baoya ran while bleeding from his 7 apertures. He had no choice. He had sworn a poison oath and submitted to Ma tribe army. Now that he fled, he would naturally suffer the backlash of the poison oath. But even if he had to risk the backlash, Jiang Baoya had to retreat. Fang Yuan's terrifying performance had completely crushed his remaining fighting spirit. Rat King, quickly come back. Ma Shangfeng shouted, but Jiang Baoya kept on running, ignoring him. Blood spurted from his 7 apertures, splattering along the way, showing his unparalleled determination. His escape brought the people around him along with him. Soon, large numbers of Ma tribe Gu masters started to retreat, and large numbers of tribes retreated from the battlefield. Outsiders are really unreliable. Ma Shangfeng spat out a mouthful of blood, his vision turning black as he fainted on the spot. Ma tribe's defeat was a foregone conclusion. Even with the Snowman elite troops, they could not turn the tide. Gu master experts also retreated one after another. I almost broke the seal and used my true body to fight. Lucky! In the battlefield, He Lulan, who had been besieged all along, was gasping for breath. He was riddled with injuries, and his primeval essence was being consumed intensely, but the fierce light in his eyes was becoming sharper. Under his command, He tribe army started a merciless chase. The more people they killed, the more battle merits they would obtain. This was a logic that even fools understood. Fame and fortune had stimulated He tribe like a ruthless, hungry wolf. At first, there were elite troops from all directions, but soon, He tribe's elite troops returned and restrained the enemy's elite troops. The Ma family's army was finally defeated. Countless people fled in all directions. Fang Yuan did not move. Instead, he pulled the wolves around him to protect him. My internal organs are bleeding, and my soul has been weakened to the level of a 500-man soul. Fang Yuan examined his body and secretly swallowed the blood in his mouth. Waves of dizziness kept attacking him. The 2 brass arms quietly disappeared. The aftereffects of this killer move for Earth King were more severe than he had imagined. The previous few experiments were all superficial. This time, he pushed it to the limit, even exceeding the theoretical time limit. Then, he discovered a problem. As expected, true knowledge comes from practice. Killer moves were the perfect combination of goo worms. But it was not a killer move that could be perfected just by thinking of it. Only through continuous practice and adjustments could a perfect killer move be formed. And this process of perfection might take a very long time, several generations, or even more than a dozen generations of continuous deductions and adjustments. The four-armed Earth King was the result of Feng Yuan's 500 years of experience from his previous life, as well as a little inspiration. It was done hurriedly and was an experiment. Feng Yuan soon understood where the severe aftereffects came from. It is the rank 5 Earth Overlord Goo. This killer move was originally based on fighting on the ground. The longer one stays on the ground, the smaller the aftereffects. But in this battle, almost all of it was flying. Thus, this problem was exposed. It seems that this four-armed Earth King killer move still has many flaws. From today's battle, flying is much more convenient than charging Crash Goo, and also poses a greater threat to the enemy. Since I have master-level attainment in flying, I should make full use of this advantage. He was not willing to give up on flying. In this case, the four-armed Earth King killer move would need to undergo a huge revision. Feng Yuan sat on the aged Night Wolf Emperor's back, quietly thinking as he watched the He tribe army's reckless pursuit. Damn it, they are really vigilant, not giving me any chance. Killer Wu Ming was hiding far away, observing Feng Yuan from afar. Originally, he wanted to launch a sneak attack while the Wolf King was chasing after him, and was careless. Once he succeeded and killed the Wolf King, there would still be a chance for Ma tribe to regroup. But Feng Yuan did not give him any chance, as if he had seen through his plan. Wu Ming waited quietly for a while, finally unable to endure the He tribe experts moving around more frequently. He quietly retreated. Ma tribe escaped in defeat, and in the process, Ma tribe leader Ma Shangfeng woke up. He did not give up, and after escaping into the defensive line, he tried to rely on the defensive line to defend. But Tai by Yunqing's mountain as before, Gu made his plan fail. He tribe army broke through the defensive line. Pan Ping used Soul Blade Gu, and luckily took Ma Shangfeng's head in the chaotic battle. Ma tribe leader died, and Ma tribe lost their will to fight. Tao tribe, Yang tribe, and Qi Lian tribe surrendered one after another. During the process, most of He tribe's attention was unavoidably drawn. Run! Faster! Faster! Zhao Lianyun urged from inside the carriage. Fei Kai acted as the coachman, whipping the horses with all his strength, and the two wheels of the carriage spun rapidly behind him. As Ma Yingjia's personal servant, Fei Kai was in charge of Ma tribe's young tribe leader's daily life, and naturally had to follow the army. Zhao Lianyun had no home to return to, and could only follow him. Ma tribe was routed, and the two of them, along with other mortals, could only escape. But with just this horsepower, the carriage's speed could not compare to Gu Masters. The moment they escaped, they were left far behind by Gu Masters. But precisely because Fei Kai and Zhao Lianyun were mortals, Ma tribe's pursuing army let them go. The battle merits of killing mortals were negligible. Of course, if they met a Gu Master who was in a bad mood, or a Gu Master who loved to kill, or a wild wolf that did not differentiate between mortals, they might casually give them one or two moves and die without a burial ground. But Fei Kai and Zhao Lianyun's luck was not bad. Not only did they not encounter such a situation, they even escaped from this battlefield under the watchful eyes of countless Gu Masters. The two escaped with all their might. The old horse pulling the carriage was so tired that it was foaming at the mouth, and finally fell on the grass. The carriage also overturned and broke into pieces. Fei Kai and Zhao Lianyun were battered and exhausted as they crawled out of the carriage's fragments. Although they were injured, the soft grass made their injuries not serious. Where should we go next? Without pursuers and Gu masters, facing the vast world, Fei Kai was at a loss. Zhao Lianyun only breathed roughly and did not speak. She also felt flustered and helpless. Wolf King Changshan Yin. In this world, there is actually such a strong monster. Damn it, if I knew you were so fierce, I wouldn't have persuaded my father to join my tribe. Thinking of Fang Yuan's terrifying and invincible figure in the midst of the army, Zhao Lianyun's body and mind shuddered. Thinking of his father who died in the battlefield, as well as his pitiful and cruel fate, Zhao Lianyun could not help but feel sorrow and started sobbing. Xiao Yun, don't cry, don't worry, I am here. Fei Kai quickly consoled her. Zhao Lianyun buried her head between her knees and cried even louder. Fei Kai was flustered and repeatedly consoled and apologized, but his speech was extremely clumsy. Zhao Lianyun cried for a while and suddenly raised her head. What's the use of your apology? I am so pitiful. Why did I come to such a world? Now that we are in a desperate situation, we have nothing to eat and nothing to drink. At night, the stench of blood on the battlefield will attract batches of wild beasts to hunt for food. Sooner or later, we will starve to death, die of thirst, or even freeze to death. Then what should we do? Fei Kai looked at Zhao Lianyun with a pleading gaze. Zhao Lianyun rolled her eyes and shouted angrily, "You are really trash. You are older than me. Can't you think of a good idea? Relying on me to think of everything. Do you think I am Dongfang Yuliang?" Fei Kai lowered her head from the scolding and only dared to look at her own feet. Suddenly, he raised his head and his eyes shone. I thought of a good idea. Oh, what idea? Zhao Lianyun raised her eyebrows in surprise. This idiot could actually think of a way? I feel that as long as we have a horse, we can leave the battlefield. Without the stench of blood, we can avoid those wild beasts. Zhao Lianyun kicked Fei Kai's leg in anger. You think I don't know? You think I don't know? You idiot, you big idiot. What good idea is this? I also want a horse. Can you get one for me? Fei Kai jumped on the spot from Zhao Lianyun's kick. Suddenly, he pointed ahead and shouted, "Look, there is a horse there." Zhao Lianyun looked back and was stunned. She cried out involuntarily, "Motherfucker, there really is a wild horse." But she quickly reacted. Actually, Northern Plains does not lack wild horses. What we lack is a way to capture and tame them. Fei Kai, what idea do you have? Fei Kai let out an sound. He pointed to the front and shouted, "Quickly look, there is a person on the horse's back." Zhao Lianyun concentrated and saw there really was a person. When the horse got close to the two, Zhao Lianyun's eyes opened wide. Recognizing the identity of the injured person on the horse, it is Ma Yingjia. Congratulations, brother. Congratulations, brother. Hey Tribe has won this battle. Even if Ma Tribe has the support of Gu Immortals, they are powerless to reverse the situation. Hey Bai, who had been paying attention to the battle, saw through the investigative Gu that Hey Tribe had started to tidy up the battlefield, and finally could not restrain the excitement in his heart, congratulating Hey Chung. Hey Chung laughed lightly. Same to you, same to you. This kid, Hey Lulon, did not let us down. Oh, right, the demonic path Gu, immortal supporting Ma Tribe, has already been found. It is Snowy Mountain's 6th peaks, Shui Songzi. Hey Bai's expression immediately sank. Humph, so it was him. If he had not interfered and fought with me over Wooden Chicken Gu, causing the immortal Gu to break free and disappear without a trace, I would have obtained Wooden Chicken Gu long ago. Hey Chung consoled with a smile. Brother, don't disturb me. If we could use 88-point Jinyang Tower to obtain Wooden Chicken Gu, it would be the same. As the saying goes, the road to happiness is strewn with setbacks. Once you obtain Wooden Chicken Immortal Gu, you will become an expert among Gu Immortals. I am ashamed. I am ashamed. Heibai heard this and immediately bowed deeply towards Hei Chung, saying sincerely, "If not for brother's guidance and help, how could I, Heibai, be as wealthy as Shue Songzi? Brother is truly wise and far-sighted, throwing out large amounts of immortal yuan stone. It is truly moving. Then you amassed the wolf group and sent them out to help, truly catching Shue Songzi unprepared. Now, even if Shue Songzi wants to continue helping, he has no one." Ha ha ha. Hei Chung laughed heartily, sighing, "Without investment, how can there be profits?" Pausing for a moment, he continued, "It is also fortunate that in this imperial court contest, the other super tribes did not make a move. Earlier, I also received information from female immortal Tan Baiya and learned of the secret relationship between Ma tribe and Snowy Mountain. Furthermore, this wolf King Changshan is also an outstanding junior. His performance is breathtaking, and he is the brightest in this contest, suppressing this generation of northern plains." Heibai nodded in agreement. "I have already investigated Changshan. He is a member of Chang tribe and has an illustrious reputation. Even us Gu immortals have heard of him. Afterwards, he mysteriously disappeared for over 10 years, evidently having a fortuitous encounter. Now, he is a dual enslavement and strength path cultivator. I have seen the killer move just now. The aftereffects are not small, but it is indeed somewhat interesting. Fang Yuan's injuries could be concealed from the surrounding people, but it could not be concealed from Gu immortals." Hei Chung was silent for a moment before saying, "This is a Gu immortal seed. I intend to take him into Hei tribe. After he enters Imperial Court, Blessed Land, I will properly inspect him. If he is willing to pledge his loyalty, he might even become an external supreme elder of our Hei tribe in the future." Heibai smiled. "Becoming a Gu immortal is extremely difficult. Brother has overestimated him. In my opinion, Tai Bai Yunsheng is also not bad. He can be persuaded to pledge allegiance to Hei tribe." "Yes, but he is a bit too old." Hei Chung nodded. Chapter 550. When Ma Yingjie woke up from his slumber and finally opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was Fei Kai's ecstatic, smiling face. Fei Kai shouted, "Young tribe leader, you are finally awake." The honest voice warmed Ma Yingjie's heart. The latter struggled to sit up. The intense pain made him open his mouth and spit out a mouthful of blood, asking with difficulty, "Where is this?" Fei Kai scratched his head and said in shame, "I also do not know where this is, but we should have escaped from the battlefield." "Battlefield?" Ma Yingjie was shocked and immediately asked, "How is the battlefield?" "We failed, Lord Young Tribe Leader. Many people are escaping, and even more have surrendered." Fei Kai answered. Ma Yingjie's face turned extremely pale, his body shook, and he almost fainted again. Thankfully, Fei Kai supported his back from behind. Zhao Lianyun stood at the side, looking at the once glorious young tribe leader now in such a pathetic state. He did not feel good. "Sigh, this Ma Yingjie is actually young and promising, but unfortunately he encountered Wolf King Changshan. It is not that you did not work hard, but the opponent is too abnormal." Ma Yingjie closed his eyes. 2 streams of tears flowed down silently. After a long time, he opened his red eyes and turned to look at Fei Kai and Zhao Lianyun, asking with a hoarse voice, "You too saved me?" Fei Kai and Zhao Lianyun nodded at the same time. "Young tribe leader, what should we do now?" Fei Kai asked. Ma Yingjie's expression was gloomy as he said, "We return. Ma tribe lost this round, but we still have a portion of tribesmen in Warm Pond Valley." Back then, before the Heroes' Assembly, Ma tribe schemed to cause internal strife in Fei tribe, annexing them and occupying Warm Pond Valley. Ma tribe's higher-ups, as a precaution, placed a portion of the old, weak, and sick in Warm Pond Valley. If the Ma family won, they would bring them over. If the Ma family failed, they would be the seeds to continue the tribe. Return to Warm Pond Valley? but we had no water or food. It's such a long journey. Zhao Lianyan frowned. Little girl, as long as I'm here, there will be enough food and water. You don't have to worry, Ma Ingjie said. The three of them traveled together. Along the way, they came across many Ma family members who had escaped, and they were all taken in by Ma Ingjie one by one. Young clan leader, I never thought that Ma Yuliang, would be able to see you again. Ma Yuliang cried uncontrollably when he saw Ma Ingjie. He was a rank 3 elder of Ma tribe. He was lying on a stretcher, missing an arm, and his right calf was broken. His injuries were severe. When Ma Ingjie saw him, tears of excitement welled up in his tiger-like eyes. Elder Ma Yuliang, it's great to see you. Although he had taken in many clansmen along the way, most of them were mortals. Ma Yuliang might be heavily injured, but he was a Gu master after all. After this battle, Ma tribe suffered a huge loss. Before the battle, they were a large-scale tribe with deep foundations that could charge into a super tribe. But after the battle, Ma tribe had completely turned into a small-scale tribe. Their strength had fallen to the bottom, and they were on the decline. To the current Ma tribe, every Gu master was the tribe's most precious strength and hope. Lord Young clan leader, old clan leader, has already died in battle. Ma Yuliang cried bitterly, bringing the grievous news to Ma Ingjie. Ma Ingjie's body shook intensely. Although he was mentally prepared, his heart was still filled with endless grief and sorrow when he heard this news. He gritted his teeth. His whole body seemed to have turned into an iron statue. After a moment of silence, he forcefully wiped the tears in his eyes. Then, from today onwards, I am Ma tribe's leader. Elder Ma Yuliang, you need to pull yourself together. Although our Ma tribe lost, we did not perish. Back then, Ancestor Giant Sun had set a rule that we cannot slaughter the Huangjin tribe's bloodline. Ma tribe has already paid a disastrous price for the battle. Now even He tribe cannot exterminate us. We will return to Warm Pond Valley. We need to climb back up from our defeat. I believe Ma tribe's glory will not disappear. Because of this, Ma Yuliang dazedly looked at the young clan leader in front of him, and in his blurry vision, he seemed to see Ma Shangfeng and Ma Zun's figures. He stopped sobbing, hope rising in his heart again. The next moment, he used his deepest voice to reply, Lord Clan Leader, I also believe you. Winner takes all. While Ma Ingjie was fleeing miserably, in the countless tents of He tribe's alliance army, there was a celebratory banquet. There were cheering crowds, warm bonfires, and rich delicacies. We won, we won. Ma tribe's ambition was too great. They actually wanted to become a super tribe. It was this ambition that destroyed them. Congratulations to Lord He Lulan for becoming the Lord of the Imperial Court. Honorable Wolf Wangda, please allow this lowly one to toast you a cup of wine. In the main tent, there was also a lively atmosphere. Other than wine and delicacies, there were also beautiful and passionate Northern Plains women dancing to their heart's content. Everyone present were the leaders of He tribe's alliance army, experts of all sizes. Their cultivation level was at least rank 4, and they could be said to be the brightest talents of the current generation of Northern Plains. He Lulan sat on the main seat, and on his left was Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's seat had been pushed to the back due to the arrival of Tai by Yunsheng, as well as the other rank 5 clan leaders. But after the third battle with Ma tribe, Fang Yuan revealed his rank 5 peak stage cultivation and fought against 3 enslavement masters by himself, killing Chenglong, Wu Yi, and other experts. One could say He tribe's victory over Ma tribe was 70% due to Fang Yuan. He tribe was shocked by Wolf King's terrifying battle strength, and on that night, they adjusted the ranking in the main tent. No one objected to this. Fang Yuan did not reject any of the experts who toasted him, but he only drank a small mouthful each time. This was not the demeanor of a forthright Northern Plains warrior, but at this moment, when placed on Fang Yuan, it displayed the arrogance and solitude of Wolf King. In the main tent, there was a joyous atmosphere. The Gu Master, who toasted him, was Soul Blade General Pan Ping. In the battle, he had used Soul Blade Gu and luckily obtained Ma tribe leader Ma Shangfeng's head. Thus, on the battle merit board, he was only inferior to Fang Yuan, ranked second. Seeing Fang Yuan drink a mouthful of wine, Pan Ping retreated gratefully. Northern Plains people admired warriors. Fang Yuan's terrifying performance was rarely seen even in the previous imperial court contests. Flying Master and Enslavement Master. The halo of two masters shrouded his body. Such enslavement and strength dual cultivation would give any of his enemies a headache. He watched as Pan Ping respectfully retreated with a satisfied and excited expression. The gazes that were directed at him were filled with respect, adoration, or fear. Fang Yuan put down his wine cup without batting an eyelid, sighing inwardly. Unknowingly, I have already reached this step. Relying on the imperial court contest, Fang Yuan's battle strength rose rapidly. At this point, he was already at the peak of the mortal realm. To mortals, this was already the peak. Any higher, and it would be the immortal realm. In the previous battle, he slaughtered famous experts, unstoppable and unstoppable. Such a performance was rarely seen even among rank 5 peak stage Gu masters. He Lolan's elegance was completely taken away by Fang Yuan. Enslavement and strength dual cultivation had a huge flaw. For Arm Earth King killer move, even if it was hastily created and not perfect, was enough to be the foundation for Fang Yuan to stand proudly in the mortal realm. On Three Kings Mountain, Fang Yuan used the Blessed Land's power to kill rank 4 and rank 5 Gu Master experts. But now, he used his own strength to do it. Even if it was Tai tribe's previous leader, Tai Mu Bai, Fang Yuan had the confidence to kill him. In a short period of time, Fang Yuan's battle strength rose explosively. This huge achievement that others could not achieve in their lifetime was built on his 500 years of experience, who immortal blessed land and painstaking planning. But it is still not enough, far from enough. What is the peak of the mortal realm? If I am not a Gu immortal, I will always be a chess piece. Not mentioning the goal of eternal life, I have not even saved Dang Hun Mountain. Fang Yuan's gaze was solemn, his heart surging with the raging fire of ambition and lofty aspirations. He glanced at Tai, Bai Yunsheng beside him. To save Dang Hun Mountain, he needed Tai Bai Yunsheng's immortal Gu landscape as before. This was his main goal in this trip to Northern Plains. In fact, 88-point Jinyang Tower was secondary. In his plan, if Dang Hun Mountain could not be saved, then the inheritance in 88-point Jinyang Tower would make up for his losses. But to take away other people's Gu worms was a troublesome matter. The life or death of a Gu worm depended on the owner's thoughts. For example, Fang Yuan only needed one thought, and even the immortal Gu spring-autumn cicada would easily self-detonate. Precisely because of this, when Gu masters died in battle, the Gu worms obtained from their corpses were negligible. As for Tai Bai Yunsheng's situation, it was even more troublesome. Landscape as before, this immortal Gu had yet to appear. It was an immortal Gu created by Tai Bai Yunsheng after he became a Gu immortal, using river as before and mountain as before Gu as the main materials. Thus, there were two plans in front of Fang Yuan. The first was to capture Tai Bai Yunsheng alive and use soul path Gu worms to search his soul, searching his mind for the Gu recipe of landscape as before. Then, he would refine it himself. This plan was too risky. Firstly, Fang Yuan might not be able to capture Tai Bai Yunsheng alive. capturing and killing were two completely different concepts, especially when Tai Bai Yunsheng had high prestige and was also a time path Gu master. If he failed, the impact would be huge. Secondly, even if he was captured alive, would he be able to obtain river as before and mountain as before Gu? If Tai Bai Yunsheng had a thought and made these two Gu self-detonate, Fang Yuan's efforts would be in vain. Finally, it was unknown whether Tai Bai Yunsheng had the Gu recipe of landscape as before in his mind. The possibility of a mortal coming up with an original immortal Gu recipe was too small, especially when Tai Bai Yunsheng was not a refinement path master. According to the vague rumors in his previous life, landscape as before was created when Tai Bai Yunsheng became a Gu immortal. Heaven and earth resonated. Tao marks attracted each other, and his inspiration burst forth, causing the two Gu to fuse and refine into a rank 6 immortal Gu. If that was the case, then the Gu recipe of landscape, as before, simply did not exist. The process of refining landscape, as before, could not be replicated. The first plan was not feasible. Then, what about the second plan? It was not much better than the first plan. Tai Bai Yunsheng became a Gu immortal after entering Imperial Court Blessed Land. The second plan was to deal with him after he became a Gu immortal and obtained an immortal Gu. This meant that Fang Yuan wanted to use the identity of a mortal to harm a Gu immortal. Chapter 551. If a mortal schemed against a Gu immortal, what were the chances of success? Even though Fang Yuan was rank 5 peak stage, he could not surpass the gap between mortal and immortal. Fang Yuan was a Gu immortal in his previous life. No mortal could have a deeper understanding of this gap than him. Fortunately, in Fang Yuan's plan, he did not dare to fight a Gu immortal alone. He wanted to borrow the power of 88-point Xinyang Tower. His previous life's precious experience gave him guidance, as well as the precious information provided by Land Spirit Langya, giving him more confidence in his plan. This way, there was a 20% chance of obtaining landscape, as before immortal Gu. 20% was the highest among the 3 plans to save Dang Hun Mountain. Only immortal Gu could resist Gruel Mud immortal Gu. With his 500 years of foresight, Fang Yuan knew that there were only 3 immortal Gu that could save Dang Hun Mountain at this moment. The first was Earth Path, rank 6 Gu, immortal Sun Vinegar. The second was also an Earth Path, rank 6 immortal Gu, called Comeback Mountain. The second was also an Earth Path, rank 6 immortal Gu, called Comeback Mountain. It was kept in Eastern Seas, High Sure Blessed Land. The third was the Time Path, rank 6 immortal Gu landscape as before. This Gu had not been born yet. It was not formed naturally. Its owner, Tai Bai Yunsheng, was only a rank 5 Gu master in Northern Plains. To obtain petrification Gu, Fang Yuan would have to deal with Gu immortal Sun Vinegar, who had been an immortal for more than 10 years. If he tried to obtain Comeback Mountain, the situation would be even worse. Fang Yuan would be under the watchful eyes of a group of Gu immortals. Using the identity of a mortal to exchange for an immortal Gu, this was no different from a child carrying gold and going to the black market. Thus, the third plan regarding landscape as before Gu had the lowest risk and the highest possibility. Even if Tai Bai Yunsheng became a Gu immortal, he would only be a newbie Gu immortal. He would not be familiar with attainment realms and qualitative changes. Such an opponent would be much easier to deal with than the veteran Sun Vinegar and the group of Gu immortals in High Sure Blessed Land. Northern Plains, 12th month. The snowstorm was getting stronger, the frequency increasing. Even without the wind and snow, pure white frost covered the entire Northern Plains. Even though the sun had risen into the sky, the blazing sunlight of the past had become weak and powerless. The day of the 10-year blizzard was getting closer and closer. Tianchuan, Warm Pond Valley. Patriarch, this is the Spirit Spring Sea. Ma Yuliang worriedly pointed at the spirit spring that had dried up to the bottom and introduced it to Ma Ingjie. Ma Ingjie frowned deeply. Spirit Spring C was one of the 3 remaining in Warm Pond Valley. Now that it had dried up, the only thing supporting the Ma family was the A and B springs. This was bad news for the Ma tribe. Northern Plains Spirit Spring was different from Southern Borders Spirit Spring. Most of the northern springs had very little spring water. The spring mouth was narrow, and the water gushed out violently. The foundation was thin, and the duration was the shortest. The east spring was ample, the south spring gurgled, the north spring was vigorous, and the west spring was pure. In the southern border, a small to medium-sized tribe could continuously use a spirit spring for more than 10 years. As long as the spirit spring of the southern border was not overexploited, it could be used continuously. But it was different in Northern Plains. Northern Plains Spirit Spring formed quickly and also dispersed quickly. Adding on the intense war in Northern Plains, a small to medium-sized tribe needed at least 3 to 4 spirit springs to be able to support it. After Ma Ingjie returned to the tribe, he became Ma tribe's new clan leader. Ma tribe failed to become a superforce and was now reduced to a small tribe. Even the huge Warm Pond Valley seemed empty. Ma tribe had rations and water, and they had made ample preparations. But Spirit Spring was a currency and was an essential resource for Gu masters to cultivate. Once the snow disaster came, places like Warm Pond Valley would become the last refuge. Not only beast groups, but also other Gu masters would come to rest. As the landlord, Ma tribe not only had to resist the blizzard, but also had to negotiate with these people. The Yuan stone produced by the Spirit Spring was the backbone that supported the Gu master's battle strength. Now, one of Ma tribe's 3 backbones was broken. The weakened Ma tribe only had 30% of its strength left. Because the Spirit Spring sea dried up, its confidence immediately dissipated by 10%. However, facing such a difficult problem, Ma Ingjie had no countermeasures. If he had a river, as before Gu, he could immediately restore the Spirit Spring sea to its original state, and this problem would be solved immediately. But Ma Ingjie did not have one. Lord Clan Leader, is the Spirit Spring really so important? On the way back, Fei Kai asked. After he returned to the tribe, as Ma Ingjie's savior, he was immediately released from his slave status and was now a free man. At the same time, he was still Ma Ingjie's personal attendant. Ma Ingjie nodded with deep worry. The drying up of a spirit spring has a huge impact on Gu masters, and Gu masters are the pillars of a tribe. Our Ma tribe not only needs Gu masters as the main force to resist all kinds of disasters during the blizzard, and after the blizzard, we need Gu masters' battle strength to snatch new resources and develop the tribe. Fei Kai gave an "oh" sound and asked while walking, "Then can we find a new spirit spring? I mean, look, our Warm Pond Valley is so big, maybe there are more than 3 spirit springs." Fei Kai's words were filled with an optimistic spirit. Ma Ingjie laughed bitterly. Northern Plains spirit springs will indeed form in a short period of time. There might be a 4th spirit spring in Warm Pond Valley. But this possibility is too low, almost impossible. You have to know, every time the 10-year blizzard arrives, the spirit springs in all parts of Northern Plains will dry up and die. After the blizzard subsides, new spirit springs will appear in large numbers. At that time, all parts of Northern Plains will have lush water plants, and every 100 li there might be a spirit spring. That is the best time for every tribe and every beast group to develop and strengthen. So it's like this. Fei Kai finally understood. He had lived for so long, but was still ignorant and not familiar with these situations. Suddenly, he screamed and fell down from the roadside. They were walking on the side of a cliff, but fortunately, it was not a cliff, but a gentle slope. Fei Kai lost his footing and rolled down the slope, letting out continuous screams. Ma Ingjie was amused by Fei Kai's comical screams, and his furrowed brows relaxed slightly. You have no sense of direction. You don't even know how to walk now. Hurry up and climb up. Ah! Ma Ingjie suddenly stopped, his eyes wide open as he looked in disbelief at a brand new spirit spring gushing out from the gentle slope. This spirit spring's mouth was originally covered by a mountain rock. However, this mountain rock was knocked to the side by Fei Kai, who was tumbling down. The spirit spring that was covered by the mountain rock was then revealed. Very clearly, this was a spirit spring that had formed recently. Otherwise, Ma Tribe's investigation before the war would not have missed it. This spirit spring had a huge amount of water, and in a short time, over 100 yuan stones sprayed out along the spring water, landing on the surrounding ground. This is a new spirit spring, directly surpassing the A-grade spirit spring. Ma Ingjie was overjoyed. Even his eyes were slightly red. Is this the so-called extreme misfortune followed by happiness? Longevity, heaven above. This must be the blessing of the ancestors. Clan leader, I'm here. At this time, Fei Kai rushed up with a grin, and after seeing the new spring, he also opened his eyes wide. Strange, why is there suddenly a spring here? Ma Ingjie laughed loudly. Fei Kai, you are the lucky star given to me by the heavens. From today onwards, you will change your name. Don't be called Fei Kai anymore. Fei Kai, trash. How can I, Ma Ingjie, have trash by my side? From today onwards, you will be called Hong Yun. Fei Hong Yun. This indicates the good fortune of our Ma tribe. Extreme misfortune followed by happiness. However, Ma Ingjie was not happy for long. 7 days later, He tribe's army arrived and surrounded Warm Pond Valley. On the night that He tribe's army set up camp, the 3 spirit springs in Warm Pond Valley turned into black water at the same time, completely polluted. A letter to persuade them to surrender was then sent to Ma Ingjie. Ma Ingjie did not expect that He Lulan had clearly obtained the final victory, but still did not let him go. The spirit springs polluted by goo worms could no longer produce yuan stones. They were all useless. Although there were still yuan stones in storage, Ma tribe had already lost the possibility of continuing to live in Warm Pond Valley. To think that He Lulan would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. In his letter, he requested our Ma tribe to surrender. This does not violate the rules set by Giant Sun, immortal back then. Damn it! Ma Ingjie clenched his fists, his heart filled with anger, hatred, helplessness, and powerlessness. He Lulan, known as the Black Tyrant, has always been violent and crude. It seems that he is wary of our Ma tribe because of the previous battle, but due to Ancestor Giant Sun's rules, he wants to place Ma tribe under his eyes and continue to suppress Ma tribe. Ma Yuliang sat paralyzed on the chair and analyzed with a low voice. After a pause, Ma Yuliang continued, "Actually, this is also not bad. Ma tribe surrenders to He Lulan. We can also enter Imperial Court, Blessed Land." Ma Ingjie shook his head. This is the sinister part of He Lulan's intentions. Ma tribe can enter Imperial Court, but what about the others? Let me ask you, in the current tribe, how many relatives surnamed Ma are there? Ma Yuliang's face paled. Only around 130 people. That is correct. Ma Ingjie nodded with a heavy expression. If our Ma tribe wants to expand, we need to recruit outsiders, we need to wantonly marry, and have a large number of children. But as long as He Lulan gives an order, we are not allowed to accept outsiders, and will only be allowed to marry within our tribe. At that time, If our Ma tribe wants to expand, when will it be a matter of time? Ma Yuliang's face paled even more. He realized the severity of the problem. Politics was dirty, and it was easy to make it so that one was not allowed to marry an outsider. He Lulan only needed a reason to maintain the purity of the Huangjin tribe's bloodline, and then she could legitimately stop Ma tribe from expanding. Then what should we do? Ma Yuliang lost his idea. Ma Yingjie was silent for a while, and finally made up his mind. He gritted his teeth. We will bestow the surname Ma to all outsiders and accept them into our tribe. Lord Tribe Leader, if we do this, I'm afraid that our Huangjin bloodline will really... Ma Yuliang hesitated. We need to guard against this. The Huangjin bloodline is the pride of our Ma tribe. It will not be tainted. If the situation improves, we can expel these people and strip them of their surname, Ma Yingjie said.